your saltwater tank, reading the Coral Magazine with an article from our own Hilary Jaffe, who will be on later tonight. We have a 6-hour, you heard that right, 6-hour live stream coming to you tonight. We're going to have giveaways throughout the live stream, special deals, deals going live, discounts going live. Knowing Ken Brownie's probably going to push a discount live button a little early. So stay tuned for that. We've got guest speakers, guests with us tonight. Oh, what, four or five guest speakers with us tonight. Jimmy is here as well. So we've got a full packed 6 hours with you. If you're just joining us, you're in the right spot. If you're going to show up later, you might just miss it. I don't recommend it. Keep your AirPods on, keep your ear listening to us, because you never know what might throw out. This is the second live stream for saltwateraquarium.com in conjunction with TANKSGiving, where the whole month is giveaways, special deals, and who knows what else. Every day in the month of November. And because that's how we roll, we started it early this year, and we're going to roll it into December this year as well. We give away an aquarium or aquarium gear. We'll talk about how to find out what we're giving away, and find out if you won. We'll talk about that later on in the stream. So with that, let's just hop right in to the live stream tonight. We've got guests every hour for the next 6 hours, and we've got special giveaways for each hour, depending on what guest we're talking to. So if you do nothing else, you want to tune in at the top of every hour, and then don't be upset tomorrow when you find out that when you left, we gave away something or something cool really happened. So with that, our first guest is Donna from ORA, also known as Ocean Reefs, an aquarium. We sell ORA's fish, coral, invertebrates here at saltwateraquarium.com. What's that? You didn't know we sold fish and coral? We're just an equipment place, right? Wrong. We sell live fish, live coral, live inverts, all of that stuff, in addition to any equipment that you need for your tank. And if you're wondering, what the heck is this tank behind me? This is not my 987-gallon tank. You're right. I'm in Atlanta, Georgia tonight, home of Coca-Cola, the Georgia Aquarium, and one of my best clients who I've built 3 tanks for them. This is one of them. This is a 450-gallon tank, which we're going to tour a little bit later in the stream. Yes, there's some ORA fish and coral in here. So enough of me yapping. Let's get into the guests. Donna, thanks for being with us all the way from North Carolina, just up the road a little bit from me. Want to hear about ORA, your experience, how you got into this whole crazy thing called the aquarium hobby. And of course, I'm going to say, what kind of inside information can you give us from ORA as well for the viewers who are joining us here on the stream? Donna, are you with us?
I'm with you. As long as everybody can hear me, I'm here. I'm dialed in. I'm ready for giveaways as well. So I appreciate being invited to actually be on this stream. It's always a pleasure to kind of get to share what ORA does, what I do with ORA, and just kind of have fun with everybody. So thank you so much for having me.
Hey, thanks for being here. Give us a quick rundown of what ORA is first, and then let me hear how you got started in the hobby and how you got involved with ORA, and we'll go from there.
All right, so let's start with ORA. It's honestly pretty wild to think that ORA is about to jump into their 30 years celebrating aquaculture and producing fish, corals, inverts, and clams, for the aquarium trade, not only domestically, but globally as well. And that's no small feat. I think anybody that has been in the hobby any period of time will know that 30 years is a long time to be in it and a long time to kind of sustainably keep going, right? So it's crazy to think, boom, we're here 3 decades in, and we're not giving up. We're excited, still producing fish, corals, clams, inverts for you guys to sell over a saltwater aquarium.
I mean, 30 years, that's half as old as Jimmy. That's a long time.
Hey, saltwateraquarium.com is 15 years, so that's twice.
Oh, wow.
Everything we've done, like twice, double.
And I'm 45, so it's like 15 is clearly good. I mean, we got 15 years saltwater aquarium, 30 years ORA. I'm 45, and then 60 for Jimmy. So we'll roll with the 15 number tonight for whatever that's worth.
So, I mean, with that, 30 years in aquaculture, I have been around the industry since about '09, in the hobby, rather. In the industry, I started in 2007, actually working for PetSmart. And one of my managers at the time was really into saltwater, and I caught the bug. And so he started teaching me a little bit about keeping, at the time, a 29-gallon BioCube, the Coral Life BioCube. And
Yeah.
before I knew it, every single wall in my, first apartment had, an aquarium on it, and I've been reef keeping ever since.
And your life has never been the same.
It certainly hasn't.
Okay, so you're a reef keeper. Tell me how you got involved with ORA.
Really, it was kind of a long, winding road of odd jobs, but I was working for PetSmart, like I said, and then from PetSmart, I kind of graduated into Petco, which everybody in the hobby is kind of like Petco is the nemesis, but it actually was the starting point of truly understanding some of the aquarium inhabitants, right? So your first soft coral, your first clownfish, those were all kind of the stepping stones towards a true reef keeping experience for me. And being able to educate the public on that was very important to me. And it grew a passion. And so when I saw that ORA had an opening, it kind of coincided with what I went to school for, which was actually sales and marketing. And so now I'm with ORA as one of their sales reps.
Awesome.
Let
so
me
you have
jump in real quick and say,
Yep.
on the clownfish part, we're running a special deal during the live stream for live stream guests only. If you order anything from ORA during this stream, a free clownfish will pop up in your cart. If you don't want it, you can delete it. But scan the QR code or buy anything from ORA during the live stream, and you can get a free spotted clownfish. You know anything about that fish?
Sweet deal. That is actually our naked Ocellaris with cheek dots.
Yeah, naked
Or-
clownfish. I love the name, right?
Yeah. So, fun fact about that specific fish, most people would think, it's a naked fish. There's nothing really to it. It takes generations of breeding to essentially breed out the stripes in a clownfish to be able to accomplish that fish. So that's a plain looking fish, but a very difficult fish to produce. Yeah.
So you guys didn't start producing designer clowns, did you? I mean, I should back up. Tell me about how ORA got started and how we're here now 30 years later with the track record of success that ORA has.
Yeah, so originally it was kind of all started with the idea that we could produce marine ornamentals, right here in Florida. I mean, technically not right here, but in Florida on FAU's Harbor Branch campus. And it's where we've kind of been stationed our entire longevity. And it started with the clownfish because there was a need for it at the time, just to sustain the wild populations and not deplete them, but also offer an alternative to those wild fish. So once we started producing clownfish and got really good at it, we ventured out and we started producing Dottybacks and gobies and blennies, and started working with even more difficult species to kind of rear. And here we are 30 years later, kind of proving that innovation and dedication and passion really, really drive sustainability.
And
No, it wasn't originally for retail, was it? Wasn't it more of was it the Johnson & Johnson family or something like that?
So Johnson & Johnson did own FAU, Harbor Branch campus, so the Oceanographic Institute.
Okay.
And originally ORA, we were not privately owned like we are now. So we were a part of FAU's Harbor Branch, and we were for research purposes, pretty much producing, clownfish for, zoos and aquariums.
Okay. Yeah, I knew there was some connection there, that it was more of began as a research thing. And then it's like, hey, now we're good at this. We know about it. let's sell these, right? And became private. It's
Yeah,
you
so
know-
I mean,
kind
we
of
still-
accurate.
Yeah, we still work on the research side as well. Much of what we do are still going out for zoos and aquariums around the world, but we are offering it now to hobbyists alike through local fish stores, brick and mortars, saltwateraquarium.com, which would be a great option as far as like a direct to consumer.
That's my very first fish, our ORA clownfish.
Sweet deal. Who else?
Yeah.
Ken, what was your very
I was going to
first-
say, the coolest thing was when we went down there, I never really thought about this, but you had salt water that came out of a well to do water changes, not
Yeah.
RODIs. At the time, you didn't have RODI systems and all these holding tanks. And I was looking around like, where's the holding tanks for the water changes and all this? And you literally had a saltwater well. To me, that was amazing.
So we do actually have like holding tanks. They're all those big giant white tanks on the side of our buildings. But yeah, you're correct. Like all of our water was being pulled in from a saltwater well that we have. We're lucky enough to be kind of in direct location of the ocean. So we're able to pull in water that way, filter it through UV sterilizers and bead filters, things like that, and kind of store up the salt water and do multiple water changes in all of our hatcheries throughout the day.
That's convenient.
It is, but it gets tricky, right? So temperature fluctuations are a bit trickier when you're pulling from a well. The deeper you go, obviously, it's going to be a bit colder. The higher you are in your well, you're going to be a bit warmer. So making sure that water is at a consistent temperature going in and out of our hatcheries is very important.
Well, so you're clearly doing at least one thing right, because you got tons of thriving clownfish, Dottybacks. We recently aired an episode about the Comet, also known as the marine beta. We saw your coral farm as well, but something that was really cool that we got shown while we were there was Paulette, which was been in captivity, as far as you know, 50 years. You have that documented, but she's been with you breeding for 30 years?
So on and off, right? So you can't really talk about ORA's 30-year history without talking about Paulette. Paulette actually started as Paul, I believe. And Paul was part of a breeding pair in our brood stock, went through production, and we retired Paul in our production.
Wait. Paul's a fish? Hold on. Paul
Paul was a
is
fish.
Yes.
he's not the guy running the breeding operation, right?
Paul is a maroon clownfish. Started out as Paul and started out as a pair, was in our brood stock department as far as a part of our full production for our maroon line. And we retired Paul. Paul went to live out his days actually at Sea in the City in Orlando, Florida, Jimmy.
Mhm.
And decided to outgrow that system too. And so after a number of years, Marcy, the owner of Sea in the City at the time, was like, hey, Paul is now Paulette and she's outgrown my display system in the store. Would you want her back? And so Paulette is back at ORA, humble beginnings and hopefully final endings at some point. But yeah, like Mark said, 50 years out of the wild and still producing.
I think it's wild that you can document it, that you've had that fish for 50 years. And granted, like you said, on and off, but it's at least 50 years old and it's still kicking out eggs and babies for y'all's broodstock. That's not mind blowing to me.
Yeah, I think it's just kind of one of those reminders of how resilient an aquaculture fish truly can be with the proper husbandry.
So she's been doing her thing for 50 years, breeding for you all for 30 years. People talk about, I can breed clownfish, but you got Dottybacks, you got marine betas. Take us through what it takes to breed these guys and some of the innovation that you've done and you've seen and are a part of at ORA.
I think one of the biggest things that we always mention is nutrition. 10, 15 years ago, nutrition was a very uncommon thing in terms of commercial scale, and knowing what these fish needed at a specific larval point in their development. And now with the research and the innovations and the larval diets that are accessible to you, it makes it much easier. And it allows us to raise species that weren't plausible, 10 or 15 years ago. Prime example of that you've mentioned already are the marine bettas.
Mm-hmm.
We had a difficult time doing those on our first run, and that was in the earlier 2000s, mid 2000s. And then we kind of started that production back up about 2 years ago, and now they're kind of readily available through us and doing great. And it's 100% due to knowing the larval stages better and the nutritional needs during those larval stages.
And when we were there, we were interviewing you guys, and like the ones we saw were like 6 months old. They're maybe an inch, but when they hatch out, they're like so small you can't even see. So there's some like 2 weeks or so, maybe even a month, where you're like, I guess it worked, but we got to wait until they get big enough and hope that they eat and get big enough that we can then see them and see if we were successful.
Yeah, so once they settle and they're kind of sprinting around the tank, they literally just look like specks of dust on top of water. And you have to take a flashlight and really shine in there and, kind of see what you got going on. But they take forever to grow.
Well, that's one nice thing about them. If you have an appropriate system, which one of the things we've talked about was, yes, that fish is going to get big. They can eat anything that they can put in their mouth, especially as they get bigger. But when they're small, and since they grow small, you can put them in something like that BioCube that you started with. You get a chance to directly see the fish because it's not hiding because it's scared by all the tank mates. And you can get it eating the foods that you want and really have a chance to grow out the fish and have some interactions with it, as opposed to putting it in a big reef and hoping that you see it every now and then.
Oh, for sure. And then hoping that it actually eats, right? So, I mean, there is a pro to getting these fish at a smaller sizing. One, they're absolutely adorable. Secondly, you get to see a fish from kind of its infancy into its adulthood. And so you have that full life cycle with that fish, as opposed to kind of, I got this fish and now it's outgrown my tank a year in and I have to try to rehome it or get rid of it. And you have to hope that it eats. So with ours, yes, they're going to be much smaller than you would find in the wild. But you're going to have a longer period of time with that fish. You know that they're going to eat. And they're just adorable.
They are pretty dang cool. And I was amazed that they were that old at that size. If you haven't watched the video about it, check it out. We have it on our YouTube channel. We're at Saltwater on YouTube, saltwateraquarium.com, about the marine beta, also known as the Comet. That was a lot of fun seeing those little dudes and dudettes. And while nutrition has been part of it, you talked about the larva. What advances have there been in ORA's filtration system design that lets you have the success you've had over 30 years?
So I don't know if they walked you through the hatchery that had like the lined pens. Those were like originally for our clownfish, and it was just like a pond liner trough, essentially. And now we're in recirculating systems that are closed. So we can monitor each section of systems. And so if something fails in one system, we have tons of systems backing those up. So that is by far and to our advantage. And it also allows us to be scalable. So right now, when let's say a clownfish system is up for sale, let's say 9 to 12 months after we have them settle, there's another system completely empty at that point. And so our brood stock can send over fish into larval, and then our larval department can send fish over to our grow out department. And we just kind of constantly have a churn of sellable clownfish.
Now, one thing that it's also unique about you guys, we've seen lots of captive bred fish come in the saltwater aquarium world. And one thing that's a little bit of a misnomer is some of them are not necessarily as captive bred as they're tank raised. talk us through the difference, because ORA does only captive bred, unless I'm wrong.
No, that is entirely correct. So there is a misconception that tank raised and captive bred are the same. They are not. So aquaculture and captive bred, I would say, are pretty much neck and neck. They are the exact same. So you're talking about the entire life stage of that fish from start to finish is in an enclosed environment, controlled environment. It's what we do at ORA. And then when you talk about tank raised, you could be talking about a fish or larval settlement that was taken from the ocean and put into a system, a closed system, and then at that point raised out. And it's entirely different in the fact that you don't have the full lineage of that fish that was grown as a tank raised fish. Whereas ORA, we have, Paulette as a prime example. We can trace back the lineage 50 years on that specific fish and all the fish produced after. Whereas if we collected Paulette, grew Paulette out, we have no idea what that lineage is.
And that lets you change lineage, or, change genes, manipulate lines to get like the naked clownfish, which, funny reminder, if you order anything ORA during this part of the live stream, we're going to put a free clownfish in your cart, the naked clownfish with cheek spots that Paula filled us in on. Again, if you don't want the clownfish, that's cool. You can delete it out of your cart. But if you order anything ORA during Donna and I's section of the live stream, that clownfish is going to be added automatically in the cart. So since you know the lineage, you can also tweak things, create designer clownfish that you want.
We can. Just pairing fish doesn't automatically produce the fish that you want in the end, right? So let's say you have two gladiators. Two gladiators are designer clownfish. Those two gladiators are more likely to produce a 90% wild type fish. So just a standard Nemo.
Really?
Yep. And it's because they hold a genetic significance of just wild type as opposed to the designer variant.
So if you put designer with designer, the example you gave was gladiator and gladiator, they spawn. You don't necessarily get more gladiators. You may get plain Jane orange clownfish.
A majority of it will be plain Jane clownfish.
Is that like disappointing for your breeding department? You're like, hey, we got babies. And then they're like, oh. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the plain Jane clownfish, right? I'm not going to say there's anything wrong with it. But, if you're going for the gladiators and then you're like, oh, we got the plain Jane guys and girls.
I'm sure in the beginning, right? I'm sure 30 years ago when they were just starting out, it was very disappointing, right? Because most people run under the assumption, all right, two designers, they're going to produce more designers. You put two tangs together, guess what? You're going to get you're going to get more tangs, right? So with clownfish, it's a bit different. You could do a snowflake and a storm, and they're going to produce 80% designers and 20% standard Ocellaris.
You all clearly have this figured out. Like you're like this and this. You have like staff lotteries. Like, okay, these two are breeding. Let's take bets on how it's going to turn out. And then whoever gets closest wins.
They probably do. Yeah. I'd be a part of it.
Well, and
sure.
Something else that people often overlook is, as you said about tank raised, it's larvae, and you may get it from the ocean, or you have a big enough tank that these fish just happen to spawn. It's kind of like, hey, we happen to get some larvae. We don't really know what it is. Hopefully it settles, and then we'll see what we get. And you may not necessarily know what happened, what was right to get those fish to spawn. Whereas the breeding that you're doing, the captive breeding and the spawning, you pretty much have it figured out. You know when times are going to happen. You can pretty much make those fish do their thing and get spawn at a predictable schedule.
Correct. So, I mean, the spawns are very predictable. What you get out of those spawns, it's a bit unpredictable. You may, like we were discussing, think that you're going to get a majority designers. You end up getting kind of more of the bread and butter variants is what we like to call them. Because, at the end of the day, a standard black Ocellaris or an orange Ocellaris, it's still one of the most popular marine fish out there. And so there is a need for them. But when they're in surplus, when you're really trying to produce something else, it's it's heartbreaking at times.
This is why sometimes the designers are on a stock.
Correct. Yeah.
All right. So I say that fish are the gateway drug into the saltwater aquariums. Fish get you into the hobby. Corals get you really addicted. Again, there's nothing wrong with fish. It's just kind of how it starts. You all have lots of corals that it's been with you for a long time. If you're an OG in this reef hobby, or you know your corals, you know Oregon tort, California tort, Hawkins enchilada, the pearlberry, which I keep bugging you guys about because I want you all to bring it back. Talk us about the lineage on the coral side of things.
So, I mean, some of them, right? Let's talk about Stuber Stag because I think it's probably one of the most important. It's not one of the most popular, but it is the most important probably in our production. The Stuber Stag, I believe, has been in our production, or at least outside of the wild collection since like 1987. It's wild. Just that one coral.
1987?
Yep. So that coral came to us in, I believe, 96. And it's been in our coral greenhouse ever since. So, I mean, again, you're talking about decades old corals that are established. You can trace their origins back, and you're not impacting any sort of wild environments at that point.
And I mean, the 90s, that's about the time I got out of the hobby. I was out of the hobby for about 10-ish years and got back in. We weren't really good at growing coral back then. When I jumped back in, we were really good at it. But to think that you can trace lineage of coral down to the mid 90s is nuts. Most people, they're like, where'd you get that coral? And you're like, I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know where it came from. But you guys can say this coral came from this one in 1995.
Yeah.
Do you have any of that coral in your tank?
So I don't have Stuber in my tank now.
I think you need to get a frag of Stuber, Donna. You need
I know. It would be stupid not to have Stuber, right?
Yeah. There you go. How's that for a tagline? If you don't have Stuber Stag in your, which by the way, love stag home coral, super cool. It's kind of stupid that you don't. Okay, that means I got to get one too. I got to throw myself under the bus. I have to get a frag of that thing so I can live what I'm speaking, practice what I'm preaching.
There you go.
All right.
Yeah. So that, and then, you know, generally when there's a name associated with it, you know, Joe the Coral or Laura's Purple Polyp, those are generally either from individuals who we received those corals from or ex or even current employees that have had a part of that specific coral. So
do you ever just name them after cool people?
Oh, of course. So we have the Carl, and you know, we were like all Walking Dead fans, so we were like the Carl, and that's how that came about.
How did you name it Joe the Coral? I got to know that. I always look at that and I'm like, where'd they get that name?
It's an employee thing.
Oh, we're not in the know, Jimmy. It's an employee thing.
No, well, it was an employee, and
you should have Mr. Saltwater Tank corals.
Well, now Jordan and then from ORA was at my house not long ago, and I was pointing out corals to him that I would love for ORA to farm. So who knows? That may happen at some point. Don't worry, Jimmy. I'll give you a chance to name your own special coral too.
We might have a Mr. Saltwater bundle coming from ORA. Like how wild.
I love it. We could do a Mr. Saltwater Tank bundle of great starter corals and super cool SPS corals. We don't have to wait for the ones that I've grown in my tank. You guys have such a mix of things from soft corals or gorgonians, mushrooms, or sorry, the toadstool leathers, and you got clams as well that you all offer.
We sure do.
Yeah, when I was there, you had just gotten a shipment into those because that's in your Marshall Islands facility, right. And they looked fantabulous. Tell us about this Marshall Islands place because we've been talking a lot about Florida. Let's go overseas for a minute.
Sure. So all of our clams, most of our inverts are actually produced out in the marshes. So we spawn all of our clams, we let them settle out, and we grow them out there. Some can take, a year and a half before they're of seller size. Some of them, 3 years or so before they even make it over to us in Florida for us to sell them. It's a very long, tedious process. They're constantly out there cleaning, the spat and making sure everything settles out. And very similar to a clownfish, you can spawn this clam that is in ultra color, so that teal and that beautiful lagoon kind of blues, and you may end up with gold clams.
Which isn't bad either. I mean, I got some gold clams from y'all. They're super cool. But
do you guys want to take a look at them at all? We have them on the website. Tell me what to look up. I'll pull it up.
Just do Maxima clams. Let's get on the Maxima game.
So like this?
Yeah.
Boom.
Yep. Ooh.
So that's a purple Maxima clam?
Yeah. You guys have that as a purple. If you scroll down a little bit, Ken.
Okay, give me a sec.
We can do this one. That's fine.
No, tell me which one.
Okay, right here. So if you click on the furthest to your right, there we go. So that is our first grade Maxima. Typically, our first grade Maximas are going to have like a deep purple, almost black coloration to the mantle, or that like fleshy part. And then it can have spots, it can have stripes, it can have a blue rim, it could have a deep, rich black rim. But those are going to be our first grade Maximas there. It's a great entry kind of level Maxima clam if you're looking for something with a little color.
I mean, a little color is an understatement. That's pretty bright and cool. And you have teal ones, gold ones.
There we go.
You have different species of clams. I mean,
so these are our ultra colors, right? And so you could spawn these clams, these teal, bright teal ones, and end up with something like in that top left-hand corner where it's kind of gold, but it still has that teal kind of center. And we would still consider that one an ultra color because of that teal center. But you may end up with something like what we just previously talked about, those first grade Maximas as well, just out of the spawns from these ultra colors.
Jimmy, I got some clams for you all. I got a dozen of them. Jimmy just got a clam for you all as well. He got a little bit of a different species, Dorasas. Talk us through that species of clam.
I love Dorasas. Typically when I'm talking to local fish stores, that is one of the first clams that they bring in. It's a great beginner clam because it holds up to most water fluctuations. As long as your water isn't wildly moving back and forth between parameters, this is a great option. They grow a bit larger. I believe, Mark, you saw the Dorasa we had out in our greenhouse when you were there.
We got a photo of it. Jimmy was trying to eat it.
It's about as big as Jimmy. It's huge.
Yes. It's huge.
I have a photo right here.
I mean,
I don't know.
You get great coloration varieties out of it. You have your golds, your yellows, your orange. You got the blue rim, and they're just an absolute spectacular clam, super resilient.
Now, some people are like, I've tried clams. They don't work. You got to get the bigger ones, not the smaller ones. Some people say you have to feed them, even though they're photosynthetic. Give us some tips and tricks for keeping clams.
I mean, you can certainly, if you're dosing your system because you have SPS, LPS, and you're feeding your reef tank already with phytoplankton, you can certainly add phyto. It is not a necessity like most people believe. It's really just about consistent water parameters and really having significant flow, and then also lighting. Lighting is going to be your most important kind of parameter there, and just making sure that they're getting enough light.
Any idea of par readings? People like how they jump into values of what's going to keep a clam happy?
So I can't give specific PAR readings just because we don't have a PAR meter, shockingly, at ORA. I can tell you that typically our lights are about 18 inches from the water from the top of the water. And then our troughs are pretty shallow, and we keep everything in like a shallow lagoon style. So I would say if you have a shallow system, you should be pretty much set. If you have like Ecotech Marine kind of throw out a light, Ken.
I mean, the Radions
really
are strong
safe.
lights, AIs.
The Radions should be fine.
Yeah, the Lua's X4, any of those lights, they'll be fine. Okay. Now, one thing that we were told when we were at ORA was that clams actually don't age. They get bigger, but they don't necessarily die of old age. They usually die of disease or predation. Is that true?
Yeah, I would say that's true. I mean, it takes something kind of significant to happen in order for a clam to kind of die off. I mean, especially as they get larger. If something happens, it's a matter of either something is eating the mantle or disrupting the clam from being able to open and kind of gain what they need in terms of lighting and filtration. Or you're just wild swings in the water quality.
Some people suggest that if you've got too many fish in your tank, they're swimming back and forth over the clam, then it's constantly going to be pulling into the mantle or into a shell and hiding itself, which can stress them out. I personally don't feel that that's a problem because they seem to get used to it, but what's your experience?
I was going to say, once your clam acclimates to your system and kind of the robustness of that system, they typically stay open all the time.
So you can enjoy them, and they're really super cool. And if you've got a clam and you look at it and go, this looks a little different than the picture, turn off your pumps or get a top-down viewer and look at it from the top down, because that's really the best way to look at a clam, to get a sense of its colors. And really is a neat way to, I mean, it's easiest to walk by our tank every day and look at it from this angle, but slow down for a minute, grab your top-down viewer, or even just turn off your pumps and look at those clams from top down. This is especially cool if you have a shallower tank because it's really easy to do. It's a super cool way to look at your clams.
For me, that's the best way to look at your tank in general, in my opinion, is from the top down.
True. And it takes a little more effort than just walking by. But hey, a little extra effort goes a long way. If you haven't taken the time to look at your tank from top down, do it, because it's like a whole new world when you do it. Even your fish look different from the top down. It's a cool perspective because we usually don't get that perspective.
Absolutely.
Hey, Mark, do you have your phone handy there? I sent you a bunch of clips I took at our ORA on my phone.
The phone is the camera, Jimmy's. So
you're using your phone as your camera?
Yeah, but you've been monitoring the chat, Jimmy. Any customer questions we want to take a minute to answer from the public chat? And by the way, if you didn't know, you can leave us a question. There's a chat button on the stream. Type in a question. We'll grab a couple of them. Maybe we'll answer yours for ORA, for Donna from ORA about clams, fish, coral, anything relevant to that, fire away.
When will the yellow tip green stag come back in stock? Do we have that?
So yellow tip green stag is a popular one. It's probably one of the brighter colored Aquapora down there. I know I generally have a few on hand. So if they want to reach out to me directly or through customer service on Saltwater Aquarium, I'd be more than happy to check in and get them a solid ETA on that.
All right. Now here's something interesting. When I was down there speaking with Jordan, we were looking at clams, and I was telling him about fish got mine and it died. And it was one of my favorite pieces in my tank. It was so cool. And I asked him about replacing it. And he said, if I sent him pictures of my clam, he could best try to match one. And I said, well, what about our customers? He goes, they can do that as well. If there's a particular one that they were looking for, we could find something that looked like it. And it just reminded me of when my dad swapped out my hamster when it died. I was like, come on, man. I was like, that's not the same hamster. I was like, Jordan, you're going to go and try to trick me with a clam that looks like my clam that got eaten. No, but anyway, the story is that you can make requests and look for something specific, and which I thought was really cool.
Yeah, for sure. Fish, corals, clams. If you're looking for something specific, whether it's a color, a pattern, an oddball shape, we'll go out in the hatcheries and we'll certainly look for it, and we'll attach your order number to it and ship it out to you.
Now, one of my favorite ORA corals, which seems to have been forgotten, it's also a bit of a giveaway. Like, do you know your corals? ORA Red Planet. It's a great red tabling acro. Is that one currently available?
So that is currently unavailable. So typically it goes through a winter coloration and a summer coloration. And typically the summer coloration is the most desirable because it has that kind of darker green base and then the fiery red tips and body of the coral. And typically in the winter that kind of reverses. And so our red planet at times looks like a green planet. And so typically in the wintertime, we do pull that coral, and you typically see it around May, June.
Now, is that going to happen in our aquariums where our lighting is the same throughout the seasons, or is that only in the greenhouse because you're using sunlight?
Correct. Just in the greenhouse, because typically in the winter, the sun is much lower, and because we're not utilizing any sort of artificial lighting in our coral greenhouse, we do go through those coloration fluctuations.
Only sunlight.
Only sunlight. No night lights, nothing.
Free lighting thanks to Mother Nature.
Correct. And it's as you saw when you walked the coral greenhouse. I mean, some of the corals, the coloration is very reminiscent of when we ran meadow halides back in the day, right?
Yeah.
Some of you folks that are.
6800.
Am I on?
Yes.
Oh, hey. Hey, am I on? So some of you that are watching and you hear us talking about this cool stuff at ORA, we've actually done some videos at ORA. So be sure to check out on our YouTube channel and just search our channel for ORA, and they'll all pop up on there. So we've got some new ones coming out that we just shot when we were down there in the Keys. I got a video all about the clams coming out here in the next week or two, hopefully. But so if you want to see this stuff that we're talking about, we actually shot video of it, and it is a lot of it already out on our YouTube channel. So if you're going, oh, I want to see that facility, because we're talking about the sunlight, it's really cool to see. And fortunately, you all can't, not everyone can go visit our ORA, but we did, and we got some great video of it for you. So be sure and check that out.
And we have plenty on the website, ORA. Remember, for the next about 15 minutes or so, if you order anything ORA from us here at saltwateraquarium.com, a free clownfish will pop up in your cart. You don't have to use it if you don't want to, but keep that in mind, because if you're unpacking your corals, you're like, cool, coral, fish. Where'd the clownfish come from? That's because for the next 15 minutes, if you order anything ORA on our website, we're going to put a free naked clownfish with cheek spots. Thanks, Donna, for setting us straight on that one in your cart here at saltwateraquarium.com.
Absolutely. Look at that thing. It's gorgeous.
So
someone
you were
says they're
talking about
nervous to try clams. So I'm just wondering, how can we put them at ease a bit, Mark?
Well, a lot of what Donna talked about is great advice is if you can keep hard corals, and that can be like LPS. You don't necessarily have to keep like ball or SPS corals. If you have success keeping LPS corals, you have some familiarity with testing your water, Jimmy, and blogging those parameters. So you get an idea of fluctuations, and you see that your tank is overall pretty stable. A lot of hobbyists get bent in shape to like, oh, my alkalinity is 7.6. It should be 7.5. What do I do? Nothing. Just let it ride. It's not that big of a deal. But if you're swinging from 6.0 alkalinity up to like 9.0, okay, you got to narrow this thing down, get it in a tighter band. But you've got good flow, like Donna talked about, good lighting. Your water parameters are pretty stable. You're likely going to have success with this clam. Now, one thing that I would love for you to talk about, Donna, is what fish, if you have in your tank, you should absolutely not put a clam in, because you know they're going to nip that thing or even possibly just straight up eat it.
So it's super difficult to say. Like, some fish that you wouldn't think would go after it will, and some, not fish, right? So even peppermint shrimp, right, could just irritate a mantle. A cleaner goby could nip at a mantle. Angelfish could nip at a mantle and irritate the clam. I can't really say that one specific fish will absolutely just destroy a clam. It's really just proceed with caution if you have, let's say, a predator tank, Jimmy.
Yeah.
You may not want to throw a clam in that system and think everything's going to be fine. It may get nipped.
Try it, Jimmy.
What?
Let us know.
Try it. Give it. We got to do
I
this.
just
Go
picked
get your
up some-
clam out of your reef tank and put it in your predator tank, and let's see if it's still there and alive at the end of the stream.
No, we're not doing that. That clam is awesome. And I had to be so gentle with them, bringing them home on the train. Had them sitting there. I love my new clam. It's amazing.
What clam did you end up getting?
Well, Mark said the wrong one.
Oh,
Whatever he was saying, that's what I used to have. I got the smaller, really colorful ones that you were talking about before.
Okay. So you had a Durasa.
I had a Durasa.
And now you have a Maxima clam.
Right.
Perfect.
Ooh.
Yeah, and
Jimmy.
I'm like picking it out, and I'm like, oh, this is the one. Actually, I FaceTimed my wife, and she picked it out, which was super cool because I had all of them to choose from, and I'm like putting my camera down in there. And like I said, I've got that video coming out real soon. I've got it all edited. I just have to give it to Ken so he can put it up on our YouTube channel. But yeah, I've got a really cool video about it. So stay tuned for that. It's coming out.
Awesome.
Jimmy, you're the chat guy. Any good questions in the chat from customers?
Well, let's look
for any of us.
Oh, now someone's ripping me about my clam died. Let's not talk about that one. Like you never had a death in your tank. Come on.
Well, this person may have one because of a clownfish, the cinnamon clownfish. And they have that fish isolated out in a 20-gallon tank because it was an aggressive. They want to know what fish and shrimp that you could pair with that thing. Again, these are suggestions. We're animals we're dealing with. You got a cinnamon clown that's aggressive, Donna. What would you recommend you could put it in a 20-gallon to give it a buddy?
So honestly, like your best case scenario is just to try to introduce another Melanopus clownfish, which is a cinnamon. You could either do a standard cinnamon or another naked cinnamon. If you wanted to do a standard cinnamon, it's going to have that white barring around the face where the naked cinnamon is completely red and kind of a solid coloration. But if you were to say, hey, give us the scenario that you did, and we would certainly try to pick out a fish that would be likely to pair with that solo fish. We would just try to pull something either significantly smaller or significantly larger to give the best case scenario, fighting chance. No pun intended there. And then in terms of shrimp, generally the fish won't bother any sort of shrimp. I wouldn't recommend putting in a sexy shrimp. They're just entirely too small. But yeah, if you wanted to throw in more anemones and kind of see it kind of just host a bunch of anemones, that would be super cool in a 20-gallon tank. Nobody's ever complained about that before.
No, and that's a lot of time overlooked. Like you have one fish or maybe two fish in a little 20-gallon with an anemone and some gorgonians. You're like, that's a super cool thing. Doesn't have to be something big for it to be super neato. You can have a smaller system and really appreciate the fish or small group of fish that you have. You and I also talked about fish like mandarins and pipefish. That's a great way to enjoy that fish and get them to eat because it is such a small tank as opposed to pitching them in like a big 450-gallon tank like this.
For sure.
Ooh. Oh, here's a good one. I'm going to let Donna start with this. We should all, Donna, we'll go a little tag team on this one. Let's have different opinions on this. They said they're a new reefer. They don't have room for a quarantine tank. How important is it to have one being a quarantine tank?
Okay. So here's where I may throw myself under the bus, right? I personally do not have a quarantine tank. However, My tank is 100% aquacultured. So I know where everything's coming from. It's when you are mixing wild fish with aquacultured fish from vendor to vendor, it gets a little hairy, right? So you definitely will run a higher risk of losing something or something getting sick if you're not running a QT system. I've been there, I've done it. It's just kind of one of those things that you recognize the longer you're in the hobby. I think they are important to have, especially if you are mixing livestock.
Good point. And there's also some terminology here. A quarantine tank, you can have a quarantine tank and then you can have more of a holding tank. They can be themselves the same thing, but a quarantine, a lot of time we think of it as quarantine or hospital tank, where you're observing the fish, likely treating the fish. One thing that you and I talk about, Donna, and we're both big on, is even if you don't quarantine the fish, bring them in, put them in some kind of holding system separate from your main tank, because that gives a chance, one, for the fish to kind of ease into things. You're not just throwing them in a community tank with a bunch of fish that are used to one another. And it gives you a chance to work one-on-one with that fish, getting them used to your feed. Now with ORA fish, we've got a leg up on that because we know what you all feed them. So we can say, hey, buy this food because it's likely that the fish knows what it is. But think about you, we're going to pick you up. We're going to put you in a foreign country where you don't know anyone. Everyone's running around in a busy city and you're tired from the plane flight. You don't speak the language. And then you've got to try to find food because you're hungry and you're looking at the menu going, should I even eat that? I don't know what that is. So having a holding tank, even if it's not a quarantine tank where you're treating them, get them in there for a couple of days, get them used to your food, let them settle in, and then put them in your display tank.
And it's always good when you're bringing in a new fish and even coral to have that observation period, even if it's not observation for ailments as much as observational feedings, and just being able to kind of know what you're putting into your system, right? The worst thing is to put something in your system and either it dies because you didn't have that observational period, you weren't able to see that they were eating, or they got sick, or they were being bullied, and then you lost a fish that you didn't have to.
Yeah, and someone recommended in the chat they have their sump as fish jail when they get aggressive. That can work. Something to keep in mind is there's sometimes a lot of flow through there, and there's a lot of pumps as well. I actually put some clownfish in a client's sump to let them hang out for a little bit before I put them in the tank. They were small enough so they got pulled into the skimmer volute and subsequently didn't make it. So just keep a heads up. If you have a acclimation box, put the fish in the box in the sump. That way they don't get blasted by flow if you have a high flow sump, or get sucked into skimmer pump or return pump, because you want to observe those fish and give them the best chance for it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I would definitely recommend having an acclimation box if you don't have one. If I found out quickly a newbie. If you watched the first newbie series a few years ago, I got this fish that I named Neath. What was that fish called? Ethan Hunt. I called him
your Falco hawkfish.
Yeah,
my Falco on that, by the way.
Yeah, and I did fortunately have a little box, but he didn't go in there originally, and then I couldn't put him in there, and he needed to go anyway. He was way too aggressive in that tank. But since then, a lot of times when I add fish, I'll add them into an acclimation box just so they see each other a little bit, and I can kind of get an idea what's going on in there. And then I don't have to worry about capturing them right away as well. So yeah, that's something you should have on hand. If you've got a larger aquarium that you're adding quite a few fish, I would say have an acclimation box on hand ready to go. These new lids that I have on my tank, they actually came with one that drops in the lids, which is pretty sweet. It just goes
Those
in.
are pretty awesome.
Yeah, so it just fits right in. I take the little feeder door off and the little acclimation box drops in. So that's pretty sweet.
Awesome.
Jimmy, I'm jealous. You're up in your game.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, he definitely is. So since we're like kind of talking about acclimation, I have a question for both of you. Jimmy, kind of as a semi-newbie reefer now, do you acclimate your fish with the lights on or with the lights off? Mark, same question to you.
So I guess when I'm moving into the display tank or when I get them?
Both.
So what Mark taught me, or what I've been doing, is when a box arrives with my fish, I always open them in the dark. In fact, I open them in like the dark where I can barely see what the heck I'm doing, because they've just been traveling for 24 hours in the dark. And common sense tells me I just don't want to shock them. So they've already been through a rough ride with the UP or the FedEx guy. So I definitely always open them in the dark, and I slowly acclimate them to some light. And at the same time, I'm drip acclimating them into my quarantine tank water that I've prepped, knowing that I'm going to have new fish, and everything goes into quarantine first. So,
Awesome.
Look at Mark. Did I answer that correctly, Mark? Because that's what you taught me to do.
I mean, you answered it truthfully. And I'm like, proud reefer parent here. I'm like, God, our kid he's growing up so fast and he knows so much. I'm just so proud of him. Like, Donna,
the hardest thing is that I haven't had the best of success with my quarantine tank.
Okay.
And most of it have been like fish I got at my local fish store. I won't name names of places that I've gotten fish before, but I had one popular place that captive breeds, tangs. Then none of them survived, but it totally could be me and how I'm handling. Because the other thing that I do is I use cupramine, so a copper treatment to prophylactically treat them for things like ick or marine velvet. I do that with everything that I get. But this Fowler tank, as I set it up, most everything went straight in there because I had Mark in our Chicago facility quarantine everything for a few weeks ahead of time. So he sent me fish that had been observed, been quarantined, and I got, that's the lucky industry connection right there. Because it's nerve-wracking to be super excited about a fish. They go in your quarantine tank, and then you get to 2 weeks in your yellow tanks, ready to move into your display tank, and you walk in there to move him, and he's dead. That's what happened to me, and it was heartbreaking. That was my very first journey in my reef tank 3 years ago, and it was super. I haven't gotten a yellow tang yet, but I was really excited about that fish. And then I just had a powder blue die in quarantine, which I can't explain. I don't know what happened. Everything seemed okay, but I also understand that that's kind of a finicky fish.
Yeah.
So, that's part of it. We all have to realize that we're keeping a little slice of the ocean in our house, and we can't know exactly everything that's going on in there and how it mimics nature, but death is part of nature as well. We just do the best we can and get armed with the best information. But you certainly, Mark will tell you why he taught me you quarantine everything. And why don't you share that real quick, Mark?
Yeah, I mean, I remember it again to this day. If you followed us for long enough, you've heard the story. I was giving a talk in California. Someone said, "Hey, do you quarantine fish?" I said, "No, I don't quarantine fish. I've never had a problem." And 2 months later, I lost nearly everything in my tank, including a maroon clownfish that I'd grown from this big. She was every bit of 4 or 5 inches, because I got fish in from some vendor, not a captive breeder, and it brought in marine velvet and wiped out my tank. Now, I'm not saying it's going to happen every time, but it did happen. So from then on, I said, I'm not doing this again. I lost fish in about 3 days. They were just disappearing left and right. In that case, they got marine velvet. There are other diseases that some people would say, they're not that big of a deal, which there's some truth to that. But I like to give my fish as good of a first step forward into my system as I can. So like Jimmy, to answer Donna's question about lighting, I bring my fish in. I unpack them in the dark or nearly in the dark. I have red lights in my fish room, so I'll turn those on because fish have a harder time discerning that light. But that way I can see what's going on with the fish, but I'm not taking them from completely dark to boom, hey, it's bright. I know you're excited. You're like, you want to see this cool thing that you just got. Slow down a minute. turn the lights off. You can do it in like a closet, a laundry room, just enough light so you can see what's going on. Slowly open the door over the next 5 minutes and get them used to you and get to the light because, again, they've been in the dark. So once they're in the tank, I turn the lights off for the day. These fish are going into the quarantine tank. Light stays off for the day. There's plenty of natural light in the room, but I don't put any over tank lights on them just to let them settle in. If they want to chill out, they can do that over the next 2 to 3 weeks when I'm observing the fish, getting them to eat, treating them. They're going to be on the same light cycle as my tank. So when I move them upstairs into my tank, they go from quarantine into an acclimation box in my tank, and then I'll watch them. If they seem to be doing all right, they're swimming around in the tank, acting as a fish normally would for that species, I'm cool with it. If I start seeing aggression where they want to attack the side of the box because there's something in the tank that they decide they want to get after, or vice versa, I'll turn the lights off. I'll say, hey, let's settle down a little bit. I'll just turn the lights off on the tank. The tank will be totally fine, including your corals, including your clams. Let those fish chill out. You put them in timeout. It's the same as once you release the fish into the tank. It's not a bad idea. Just go ahead and turn off your tank lights or 3/4 of them. Give them a dark place to hide. Let the other fish kind of chill out. Throw them off a little bit so they're not like, oh, let's go check out the new guy or girl. And the fish is like, oh, who are you? So it's not a bad idea to turn off your lights. Again, if you turn them off for a day, 2 days, even 3 days, you're not going to hurt anything in your tank. It's a good way to put your fish in timeout and let that new fish come into the system and give them a great leg up after they've cleared quarantine. All right, with that, wow, it's already been an hour. We got 5 hours to go on this live stream. If you're just tuning in, yes, we're here until midnight Eastern. Donna doesn't have to hang out with us that long if she didn't have to. Thanks, Donna from ORA, for being with us. Learned lots about ORA. Remember, we have ORA fish, clams, and coral here at saltwateraquarium.com. If you didn't know we sold live stuff, we do sell live stuff. We've got discounts going on all month long. We've got guests coming on for the next couple hours here on the live stream, including our next guest is Jay from Sicce with us. Jay, are you out there ready to jump into the stream?
Why did you say it, Sicce? Like, why?
How am I supposed to say it, Mr. Sicce?
C?
G? Che. That's what I said.
No, you said Sicce.
He says Sicce. Sicce. He's been saying Sicce for years. I can't stop him.
Yeah, Ken
gotta put a
corrected
little
me because I
flair
said
on it.
Sicce. I thought it was Sicce because Mark. I learned everything from Mr. Saltwater Tank, and he's been saying the name wrong.
The dude
Well-
knows just about everything except for that.
Sicce.
My Siri, by the way, which I have on the Australian female accent, it just calls it Sicce. So I'm not that bad, Jay. I mean, come on.
No, I know. Siri just does CJ when I
CJ.
when I
Well,
voice
see,
it.
that should be your shirt. CJ. CJ. There you
Steve
go.
J. I like that.
I would wear those shirts. CJ. Every time I'm texting and I voice the text, it puts the letter CJ.
That's funny.
Yes, we need to make that shirt. That's a great
CJ
idea.
from
Thanks for the
CJ.
idea, Jay.
Glad
I love it. All right. So
Awesome. Thanks, Donna.
All right, thanks, guys. I'll
Thanks,
tune in.
Donna.
thank you.
Bye,
See ya.
everybody.
See you, Donna.
Is that a CJ cup?
Oh yeah, look at that bad boy.
Ooh,
look at that.
Caffeine.
2 mugs, whale speed. Wow.
Whales. How do we get this
Ooh.
mug?
Whale speed.
Who came up with this idea here?
Let me guess. The guy behind the mug.
No, yeah,
No.
no.
No. The man says no.
Steve
All right,
Green
Jay.
lit it. Okay.
You're on for the next hour. We've got 2 special giveaways for Sicce. Sorry, I'm going to keep calling that because it
Dude,
sounds
that was
way
good.
more sophisticated. Okay.
That's close. That's close.
That was close.
CJ.
Okay. If you buy any Sicce product during the next hour, that's 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock Eastern here on the live stream, we are going to put a free pump clean in your cart. I use this stuff for cleaning pumps. You got a pump that doesn't work or is spinning really slow, you can soak it in pump clean. I like to soak it for about 15 minutes and then plug it in and let it run in the pump clean. It's safe for pumps. It's a great, easy way to clean your pumps up. You may need to scrub it a little bit, but that will loosen up things on your pump. So we're giving that away if you buy any Sicce product in the next hour. And we're going to talk about this in a minute, but Sicce is also a distributor for Jewel Aquariums.
Pew, pew.
If you buy a Jewel Aquarium from saltwateraquarium.com in the next hour in the live stream, we're going to throw in a free Ultra Zero Sicce pump, which is a great way to do water changes, move water between water stations, If you have a major spill, you can soak up that water because it pulls water down to like what 2 millimeters, Jay, or something
Yeah,
like
an eighth
that,
of an
super
inch.
low.
First of
How
all, who
many
approved
times,
all of these?
Jimmy had a spill in his laundry room, but he moves water around with his Ultra Zero pump.
I use my Ultra
Smooth.
Zero like crazy. That's
No,
my
I
favorite.
Well,
mean,
tell us,
that's
Jimmy, how
you
do you
should.
use your pump?
Well, I have 2 brute cans, and I move my RODI water into my mixing salt water with my zero. So I drop it in there, and then I roll my salt water out to my 2 tanks, and I use my zero to put it in the aquariums when I do my water changes. So yeah, I use that pump like crazy. It's a great
dig
little
it.
pump. I've got a 4-foot hose on it with a what's that green thing, Ken, that I got from you guys?
The Python
That
hook.
Yeah, the Python hook. That thing works great. I hook that right on, clamp it on. Yeah,
Done.
yeah, that
I
pump
dig
is
it.
great. And the pump cleaner, go back to that. I use that pump cleaner in like a little 1-gallon bucket, and I
Yeah.
just reach in my tank and I grab the power heads out with enough cord, and I stick them down in that bucket.
Works perfectly fine.
And
It'll
I
cut
don't
your
have to.
maintenance in half.
Yeah, it's super fast, and I can watch the stuff come right off. And then sometimes I'll take if I have to take them apart, I unplug them. But most of the time, I don't have a lot of buildup on my pumps. One, my tanks aren't that old, but I use that pump clean all the time.
I will say Ultra Zero. I mean, pump clean's one of those things that you could do. You can use. I guess this is kind of cool about Sicce. There's a lot of stuff that we have that could be used. I don't know, many different facets. Like pump clean could be used to clean not just your pumps, your equipment. It could be used to clean grout. It's a depiller for your clothes. You could toss it into your washing machine or dishwasher to help descale it. There's so many
What?
different uses.
Did you just say
And-
you can use it for clothing
Yeah, it'll depill it.
Really,
as well as ruin it?
No,
What? How many times have you used pump clean in your washing machine, Jay?
3 times because I was well, one I have well water, so it's really bad even
Ooh.
with my softener.
Yep.
And I used it to help clean it, and then I threw it in with some retro NASCAR shirts to soften those cardboard things up. They would like stand in the corner. So it did a really good job. But yeah, I used it 3 total times in my washing machine.
I mean, I'm impressed that Maine was not only able to come up with a number, but he was like, it was this, it was this, it was
Well, yeah,
this.
because I
I
mean,
clean my NASCAR shirts.
Ricky
See,
Bobby.
yeah,
I was cleaning
well,
my
if you ain't
NASCAR
first, you'll
shirts
last.
with it.
I'm
That's
gonna
right.
come after you like a Sicce Zero pump,
What?
Chad.
What do I do with my hands, Jimmy? What do I do with my hands?
I don't know. Just put them down to your side. Just put them down to your side.
I came
Oh
up
my
with that
gosh.
because I'm like an open book. I'm fully transparent. Like it's, I was going to allude to like the Ultra Zero. Some folks are like, I don't need an Ultra Zero for my transferring water. No, you don't. You could buckets, however you want to do it. But the Ultra Zero will work in other facets too. You can use it for, you got a clogged tub. You've got a major spill in a basement. Maybe your basement leaks when it rains. It's transferring water. You got a pond you need to move water, a pool cover. Like this is a product that you can have in your home. And I hate to sound like this is kind of gimmicky, but it's there when you need it. It's like
Yeah.
one of those things. It'll pull water down so low that it'll make anything easy to transfer or make cleanup of something that much easier. So it's a cool product.
Yeah, it's great. I have one. I use it for water changes to clients' houses. I mean, it's fantastic. So if you buy a Jewel Aquarium the next hour, when we're talking to Jay from Sicce, you are going to we're going to throw in a free Ultra Zero as well. So Jay, I'm going to turn it over to you for a little bit because you've got a very interesting history in terms of how you got into the hobby, how the hobby has changed your life, and then even how you came into Sicce and are now kind of one of the mans behind the brands.
Yeah, so I'll try to make it quick because I don't want it to be a boring story. Folks got stuff to do. They want to buy some things off of saltwateraquarium.com. I've kept aquariums. I've had fish, not saltwater, but I kept I mean, I had the typical Comet goldfish type thing you got from a fair. I had that thing like 9.5 years. I have to tell this story because it makes me realize of the silly things I did and the amazing things I've learned since then. But I used to take that fish out of its bowl, put it in a cup. I would clean it out, put new water in it, and then I would microwave the water so that I can get it to temperature. It was the absolute most asinine thing I could ever do. I had no idea I was sucking oxygen straight out of the water. But the fish lived 9.5 years. Fast forward, I grow up, I joined the military, had the time of my life. I get out, I'm lost, legitimately lost. I mean, you could find videos that I've done where I talk a lot about it. And ultimately, the doctor told me I had to find some sort of hobby, whether it was bowling, keeping an aquarium, go golfing. And I was like, oh, I've kept aquariums, even had a small aquarium when I was in the military. I'll just get an aquarium. And it started. You know, you get the aquarium. And for me, I'm the type of person that's not necessarily satisfied. I want to make it better. And that doesn't mean adding something. It could mean going bigger because I wanted to do some sort of ecosystem. But it carried me with this YouTube journey that I was on. And the aquarium hobby before the industry kept giving back. And it was ultimately like super impactful for me. And, you know, I found out that my ex-wife couldn't have kids, but we wanted to have a son. So I started an online fish food company with a food I was very passionate about. I still am to this day passionate about that food. And got me enough money to have my son. I go through, you know, this other life turbulent thing, and I sold that online business, and it gave me enough money so I could stay on my feet. This is all because of like aquarium hobbyists, the community, and then the industry. You know, having a couple jobs where I worked in, you know, creating artificial backgrounds and rocks, to fish food, to building aquariums, all the way to chemicals and bacteria. And then the phone call with Steve Berlin asking if I knew anybody that would be interested in a position with Sicce. It was just getting started. And when I work for somebody, maybe this is a good thing, maybe it's not a good thing, depending on which way you look at it, but I'll invest myself in that company. And if I find that there is a reciprocation of that investment, and it's not necessarily monetary, but if there's reciprocation, I go like, you let my wings go and I will take you wherever you want to go, and you can just kind of guide me whichever way. So long story short, it all worked out. And 6 years ago, I stepped through the doors in Coconut Creek, Florida at our little warehouse. I call it little because of our new warehouse. And man, it's been the best 6 years of my life. Of course, my wife, my son, but career-wise, this is the best damn 6 years of my entire life. And without it, realistically, I don't know where I would be. You know, I was struggling with, you know, PTSD, depression. I still go to the VA. I still check in. But I'm like, I feel like I'm just living exactly where you always want to live. And of course, I want to achieve more and help more and impact more. But like, if I was complaining about something, I would be trying to find something to complain about. And that's just not me. So if you're watching this and you keep fish and you've watched the YouTube video of some way, shape, or form, or used, you know, Northfin fish food or Universal Rocks, or had some custom aquarium and, you know, Sicce products, seriously, thank you, because I'm literally sitting here because of you guys, and I appreciate it. So.
Yeah, I love that you share that story. And someone chimed in on the chat here on YouTube and said that it was hiking and fishing for them after the military. So you're not the only one out there that is
correct.
Is found that in the aquarium world, and I think that's one of the things that people just find out in the oddest ways that get drawn in is how relaxing an aquarium can be, unless you're chasing a falco hawkfish.
Yeah, or chasing parameters. Yeah,
that too.
I mean,
but no, thanks for sharing that personal. Exactly, right? You know what? I have the answer for that. Don't test.
Oh gosh, here we go.
Yes.
Here we go.
Yes. No, I will say you said, which was really good. You said, folks find something that helps them. And I can say that you get out of the military, and folks that have not been in, it's very unique to describe the camaraderie that you have with somebody you don't really know. But they instantly become somebody that you're willing to do everything, including protect with your life for. And you get out, and there was time before that, but I went in at 17. So I was molded in the prime years of molding a man during those years in the military. And so when I got out, I was kind of lost. And the aquarium community, when I would go to an Aquashella, or, I didn't go to Reefapaloozas till later, but I went, what was it called? The Aquatic Expo. I went to some cichlid conventions, and I don't know if it was because of YouTube or if it's personalities, but I just felt like I belonged. I felt like people were there to not just try to get stuff from you, but were legitimately, potentially your friend. And it was a very similar feeling. And I think that's what just kind of relaxed me into, the aquarium hobby, and then of course the aquarium industry.
Okay, so let me jump in. So Sicce now is the Sicce line of products.
Yep.
It's Tico chillers.
Teco.
From Teco from Italy.
Yep.
And it's now Jewel aquariums, accessories, and their full line of products, correct?
That is correct. So we built a big building in Woodbine, Georgia. It's incredible. And with all that space, you got to look for different things to not necessarily fill it with, but if you're going to fill it, you got to make it worth it. And so with Teco, it made sense because we have a long-standing relationship with them. Italy to Italy, it's very, it works. And then you insert Jewel, which, for me, it's super cool because it's never really been here in the United States.
What is Jewel? People have no idea what it is. The majority of our customers have no idea what Jewel is.
And so the Jewel is an all-inclusive aquarium brand. What I mean by all-inclusive is when you buy it, you get everything you need to get started. They're built in Germany by the same family that has started since day one. It's over 50. I think it's over 50 years now for them. They build them with robots, which makes the tolerance levels super tight. It's an incredible
Porsche
piece of equipment.
aquariums. Sweet.
What's that?
Over-engineered Porsche aquariums.
No. That's the cool part. They are over-engineered and they're well built, but they don't carry the price tag of what a Porsche would carry. So what was neat is, Italy, Steve Berlin, they're looking at, ways to, grow, but also in a positive, impactful way. If you grow, being greedy doesn't really get you very far over time. And so we looked at different metrics across all of the hobby, and Jewel fits that metric. Not only do we have a tight partnership with them in terms of manufacturing some products for their lines, but a normal person will go into their local fish store. They'll go into wherever they're going to go. They'll go online and they'll say, man, I could get an aquarium fully kitted out to start for, $1,200, $1,300. I'm being super low end. And they're not happy. It's just hodgepodge together and it doesn't feel right. They end up trying to sell that so they can upgrade. Or they look at an aquarium that is $8,000, $7,000. And they're like, well, that's kind of out of my budget. Well, Jewel slides right in the middle with that top end quality. So you're getting your filter, you're getting a heater, you're getting your light, you're getting the hood. It's right behind me. It's clean. It looks absolutely fantastic. And you can keep, I wouldn't put no acros in there just yet, until you were really good at this stuff. But the flow will keep, I think I got some, what are those? What kind of anemones are those? Rock flower anemones and some, what is that, acans or something?
What I'm wanting to know is that clownfish real in life size? Because it looks
Yes,
ginormous.
that is Paulette from ORA.
Oh, you stole it.
No, they
Nice,
let me borrow
nice.
it for the live stream.
Oh.
No,
Wow.
so my son wanted to decorate the tank, so I let him decorate the tank for the live stream. Dude, I mean, Jewel is set to be an aquarium that drops the barrier of folks being able to get in and get something that is aesthetically pleasing. It works extremely well. It's got a great track record of being well built with no issues. You know, you want to add an auto feeder, you just pop the piece out in the lid, add the auto feeder. Like, there's so many different little pieces that'll fit right into that ecosystem that I'm not going to be surprised if in 5 years Jewel becomes a household name here in North America, truthfully.
So Jewel's a European brand, right? CJ European brand. But from my standpoint, European brands in the US are usually a failure, right? They struggle to get established in the US. And before Steve Berlin took over Sicce, I'll be honest with the whole crowd out here watching.
Yeah.
You could fit the entire line of Sicce products on 2 shelves that are 48 by 18 by 18 in my warehouse. Now I'm sitting on probably $500,000 of inventory just to sell it this week. What changed? Why?
Awareness. That's why. So Steve Berlin saw that the quality in the brand, the family. He saw the track record that they've had year after year after year. Even when China blew up, 25, 30, not literally, but when China blew up in terms of manufacturing and it for our industry, it didn't make Sicce feel really good. So they had to find their niche, and their niche was OEM style. So making products for other brands and being that conduit to not such a high price, fast turnaround. So Steve saw all these things, and Steve was like, I don't care if he doesn't like when I say this, but the dude was born in like a 20-gallon breeder tank, man. The dude has done pretty much everything under the sun. And what he is really, really good at is foreseeing the future through a path of strategy. And in order to do that for him, he has to find the right folks to fit into those pieces, but he also has to make sure that whatever he's standing behind, he can truly stand behind. And that's what resonated with me. So I came on, I think, as the third employee. So it was Steve, another guy, myself. And it was really about, me learning how to pronounce the brand, knowing that it was in a couple other products. And Steve dude, 12 times a day, 15 times a day, Steve Berlin on my phone. I was talking to him more than I was talking to my wife. And I
know the feeling, bro.
Dude, he's relentless in such a good way. And I've always joked that I wish we could record some of these conversations and put them out. Whether it's pricing or whether it's a product we're looking at, trying to R&D and engineer. It's not so much about pricing as it is the end user, as it is the person that's going to be selling this product, making sure that they're fully taken care of, that when that product gets in there, Italy's also making sure that that product's not coming back. We're not perfect, but our track record has shown 51 years that Sicce needed a lot of awareness in North America. And that changed with Steve Berlin because Steve Berlin doesn't settle for mediocrity like partnerships in the past may have been. Maybe they were ill-timed, but when you look at a lot of European brands aligning with folks in North America, they're not very good at picking. I'm being honest. And matter of fact, one of the owners of Sicce, so it's Paolo Petinon is the founder. I'm not going to call him dad, but he's dad to the 4 daughters that run Sicce globally. And one of the daughters, Laura, she was like, don't ever stop being transparent, even if it's uncomfortable. And so I take that to heart. And, with the way European brands select, I don't know if it's like a straw drawing competition or what it is.
I've seen this 20 times,
dude,
probably.
I know, man.
That the European brands come over to the US, they pick someone to rep the company that has no idea what's going on. like they're not connected to anybody.
Correct.
They don't understand marketing. They don't understand products, price, selection, map, zero.
So that's another piece. So I work out in Brazil and I work in the UK as well as the United States and Canada. Excuse me. But there's no map in the UK. It's actually illegal. You're not allowed to
It
have.
should be in the US too, because I could offer people a lot better deal than what I'm restricted to do right now. But
No, I know. And it's so, you know, every country's got some different rule, whatever the case is. I also believe that European brands will look at the United States as, you know, there's a lot. You know, when people say that, I'm not, yeah, of course, I was in the military. I love the United States. But when you look at the United States to sell product in, you have to be very, very aware of a handful of things and be prepared for those things, whether it's quantity, customer service, you know, your warranty program, price sensitive type stuff. But then you can't just believe that your product will sell because you believe it's good. You know, that's a great feeling that, yeah, I believe in Sicce. But if we just put it on the shelf, as you've seen previously, a person that's controlling the brand could potentially harbor themselves in a way where they don't care about anybody else. And then the brand kind of either stays flat or goes down. Steve saw something completely different. He has always, I mean, I don't know how I haven't worked with him or for him before, because the dude's incredible and he allows me to do what I'm passionate about. And that's ultimately bringing awareness to a brand that does more for me and more for the industry than just make a quality product for their own brand and other brands.
very, very cool, man, for sure.
And
I
he's
agree
got
with
good
you.
hair.
Yeah, he's good hair, great hair, right?
He's got
You
good
guys
hair.
keep
Like some
talking
of
about
us.
that. You
And he
guys keep
likes
talking
hockey.
about his hair. He does love hockey.
Yeah.
Yeah. So on the
That's
Sicce,
why he's cool.
on the Sicce line of thinking, right?
Yeah.
You guys are always bringing out new products, is what I see. Every few months, there's something new hitting the shelves. We got to talk about it. We need Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, Snapchat, Face Snap, whatever. All of that. What has Sicce innovated with and released in the last 6 months?
In
the last 6 months, we've launched.
I see them behind you.
Yeah, well, they're also right here. So, aquaculture, hang on the back filter. This is going to be for saltwater folks. This is great for quarantine tanks, those holding tanks, as you guys were talking about with ORA. Very easy. You don't have to set up this crazy elaborate, aquarium. You drop this in with some cartridges. They're DIY, controllable flow, 5-year warranty. We had never released our own hang on the back filter. And what I can say is it was a very, very, very well thought out delivery, because let's be honest, the Seachem title is a top tier hang on the back filter. They start at, I believe, title 35 and they go to a title 110. So what we looked at was dropping a hang on the back filter that fit that super small nano tank, quarantine tank, up to a 40-gallon. So we have a 10, a 20, and a 40. So this has been our recent release, is the aquaculture hang on the back filter.
Yeah, so one note on that, guy. Someone at the last trade show came up to me. They're like, I have one. When my nitrate or when my phosphates get a little high, I throw it on my reef tank, fill it up with GFO, and regulate that instantly. So they use the hang on back filter as a temporary GFO reactor. Is that normal?
Yeah. So not normal, but I've seen it happen quite often. I've also seen folks drop it into their sump to help with circulation, to pick up the detritus that happens in the sump, so they don't have to necessarily vacuum it out. And then it gives them an opportunity to use it for carbon, GFO, any sort of resin that they want. There's many different ways you can use this. It's a hang-on filter. So however you want to use it, go right ahead. It'll be efficient. It'll be quiet. And what's different about this one than other ones is it does have a very wide cascade. And that wide cascade helps to kind of facilitate that gas exchange. So you can see that it's embossed to help, fully controllable, you know, very easy. You can drop in your own baskets if you want.
I could open up on my phone and go in there and show you one running. I've got that
Yeah,
running
dude,
on my
they're-
quarantine right now.
They're awesome for that quarantine tank.
Yeah,
It
I do have a
really-
question
especially-
about it.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the media cartridge in there looks totally serviceable. I've taken the sponge part out and cleaned it out. Now the white felt part, where can I get that? Do we carry that separate, or you can only clean it out so many times, right?
Yes,
you
we
know what I'm
carry
talking about?
everything Sicce makes.
Okay.
How about that?
Well,
And
what I'm
also,
asking-
that's a good introduction because everything Sicce makes is also 25% off right now. So if you're interested in any of the products we show today during the live stream from Sicce, you can grab it at 25% off. And if you buy, for example, a return pump, one of the aqua filter, hang on back filters we were just talking about, for the next hour, well, at least until 8 o'clock, you're going to get a free Sicce pump clean with every Sicce product purchase. Just add it to your cart, boom, check out before 8 o'clock, and you get 25% off and a free pump clean. And just a note, if you just want to buy a pump clean and you add a pump clean to your cart, you're going to get 2.
Dang, I'm about
cool.
to do that. No, so, you know, Jimmy, to touch on what you just asked, is it serviceable? This was a conversation that was not just a 5-minute conversation. So we looked at a hang on and we realized that cartridges for what we were trying to achieve was the best way to do that, especially with smaller aquariums. So we looked at media kits. You can completely replace just the media and keep that plastic cartridge, or you could just grab a whole new cartridge and drop it in. So
Okay, because
there's-
I already replaced the carbon in mine because I've
Yeah.
set up my quarantine twice, but I used the filter parts. But now I see that I got to order that because I know that.
you know, I know somebody sitting there going, well, there's not enough room for the things that I want. Trust me, it's engineered to do exactly what it's supposed to do for the specified aquarium. You know, we love to add more stuff. If you want to do that, grab yourself another filter and jam pack that other one as well. But rest assured, it will do exactly what it's supposed to do for that specific size aquarium.
I love the idea of dropping it in the sump like that. Why didn't I ever think about that? Just drop it down in the sump and maybe it'll clean
Well, that's
up
my
some of that.
job is to tell you that. That's what I'm
Yeah,
supposed
thanks.
to
That's
do.
a great tip. I'm actually going to do that when this one's done in the quarantine tank. I'm going to drop that in my reef tank sump. I was just looking at that. How do I get all that stuff out of there? Now I know.
So
Yeah,
I
Jay,
don't know why I didn't think of
Yeah.
it myself.
I'm wondering because I have the Sicce shark. What are you
The
still laughing?
CJ, hey, look.
The
It's
CJ.
Yeah.
Italian, man. What? Hey, man, it's Sicce. It's one of them foreign things that you
Dude,
can buy
just
at
say Steve
saltwateraquarium.com.
J. Steve J. Just
That's
it.
Steve
no. That okay.
We're
I
going to
have
be talking
the
about this for
CJ
years.
shark. How do I combo that with
Yeah.
that hang on back, or do we? How would where would you choose one or the other? Because I used the shark on my quarantine tanks, but then I got the hang on back too. So walk me through the differences. Where would you use one or the other?
So this is the tough part, right? So could you use both? Of course you can use both. If you're the type of person that's constantly growing with your aquarium and you're bringing in fish and coral and you need, you know, quarantine, having both of them would be fantastic. I will say that a hang on the back works great on a sump, but if you don't have that space, you're stuck, right? So then you're like, well, that was just, you know, thanks Jay, but it doesn't fit. Then it becomes my fault. I apologize. A Shark Pro is a magnetic mounting system. So you could legit, matter of fact, I got a Shark skimmer here, very similar. So please don't. So you just put this in. I didn't want to smash my fingers. You put this bad boy
No,
inside
do
your
it. We
sump.
want it on camera.
No, we do not. And then you just take your magnet with the Shark Pro or Shark Pro Nano. The whole piece actually comes off modularly. So you can pull the filter away. You could just pull the head of the Shark Pro filter away and service it that way. And you can use resins, you can use carbon, you know, GFO, things like that. So if space is an issue, internal filters work extremely well. We have the Shark Pro Nano, which is a little bit smaller, and we have the Shark Pro, which goes all the way up to 900 liters, which is like 400. I don't remember how many gallons an hour that is.
I can't.
I'm sorry.
One day we'll
no,
get
200, 300 something gallons an hour. I'm bad with that. But where you can use both, I don't necessarily think, being completely honest, having both is great because you can use one in your sump and one in your quarantine tank and have that item ready. And it's not expensive like trying to set up a whole nother system. They're just very easy to store. You could take that little 10, 20 gallon Jewel tank, already has an internal filter built into it. There's all these different, look, saltwater folks buy a crap ton of gear and I love it because I love technology. But I think what we do, and myself included, I mean, I could look down and there's a ton of different products. We could start looking at products that we can buy one or two of that will work in 4 different ways for us, especially if you don't need it 100% of the time. And I think to allude to that, Mark, that's a hang on the back Aquafiltra and a Shark Pro Nano. You're getting filtration. They each do something a little differently, but if space is a problem, Shark Pro Nano because of the magnetic mount system. If you got a quarantine tank, that Aquafiltra works, and you can always make sure you clean it properly and then put it onto your next system if you need a little extra filtration.
Okay, let me ask you, because someone's already beaten me up here in the chat about I was going to use my quarantine filter and bring it over into my reef tank in my sump. Don't do that, Jimmy. So now that I've got all you experts here, what is the best way to clean that filter before I use it somewhere else?
bleach.
Right?
Yeah.
Bleach it?
Yeah.
Just
like
bleach. No, don't put it in straight bleach. Like
no, dilute it.
Yeah. Use your Ultra Zero to pump out in your quarantine tank and then fill it with tap water. Put a little bit of bleach in there. Run all your hang on backs or your internal filters. Run everything for 24 hours. Drain it. Dechlorinate it. You're good to go.
Okay. Because that's kind of, I do that with filter socks. I'll clean them and bleach, let them dry out. But yeah, I've actually used this spray bleach and wipe it. When I clean out my quarantine, I do that in the tank every time.
That same person that asked you grabbed that fish from the quarantine tank with that net and put it inside their aquarium and just sloshed it around to make sure that fish was out. So they do the same thing without cleaning.
Oh man, it's funny when you put yourself out there in YouTube. Oh, you got to be ready. And some of the stuff I do it very Hollywood. We were talking with ORA, and she was asking, what do you do about the light with your fish? And the honest answer was, I open them in the dark, but I can't video it for YouTube in the dark.
Yeah, it's like Blair Witch Project with Jimmy.
So I literally do it twice.
We can definitely do that.
So if anybody wants to go back and watch my videos, you will notice all my cardboard boxes, when I'm cutting them open, they're already cut open. Because I Hollywood that thing a little while later. Because I do open them in the dark. And I go through
Tom
there.
Cruise.
And then once they're kind of acclimated, I bring them in. They've had some light. And then I'm, doing it a second time for YouTube. But yeah,
this is behind the music for saltwateraquarium.com videos.
Well, and then not to get off subject, but that same realm, putting yourself on YouTube, it's like I did some bonehead thing, and I don't even remember what it was, but I got bummed out about it, and I called Mark, and Mark's like, "Yeah, they're just watching for the train wreck."
They are, or they're just watching to. And look, I came from the YouTube world. I came from I do the ambassador side. I work with ambassadors. YouTube. I get it all. Folks, just wait. You could launch the absolute most incredible video. Saltwateraquarium.com can launch the most incredible promo, the best thing for hobbyists. CJ launches the best product, and somebody's like, man, it doesn't matter, man. And if you can tell it doesn't really affect you. And if it does, you'll see folks fizzle out because if
I didn't have
gave
gray
up-
hair when I started this.
Just don't read the comments. Just don't read the
You-
comments.
You should see how many times he calls me, Jay, and I have to like coach him through this. It's like therapy with Jimmy. Like, it's okay, Jimmy. Let's go over this. You're good enough.
I just want to
You're
be
smart enough. And doggone it, people like you.
Well, it's because I listened to Jay and I got a tank to help me, be calm. And then it did the reverse because then I talked to Mr. Saltwater Tank and I went on YouTube.
See,
He's gonna
you
blame
can't
me.
blame that on me. If it's not
Well,
Jewel, you
This
can't
crap's
blame it on
stressing me out.
So Jimmy, back to the fish in the dark thing.
Yeah.
Someone told me I'm supposed to tell you the dark thing is like the Toronto Maple Leafs. They also like to play hockey in the dark. Speaking of a train wreck.
Boy.
Oh my
Wow.
God!
Wow.
What a sore subject right now. I think they got to be in last place right now. It's killing me. It's a good
Oh.
thing that I have an Avs jersey and a Panthers jersey and a Minnesota Wild jersey.
So you're
I'm a
third
kind
one
of
of
a
those.
No, the Minnesota and
Well,
the
they're
Leafs are my
losing.
teams.
Switch.
Swapping
All
it
right.
out.
And your buddy Berlin will be happy that I've got a Brad Marchand Panther jersey now, and I'm now a Panther fan in Florida. For a while, I couldn't like that team, man. Matthew Tkachuk was not my favorite, but I'm kind of
I have
on
no
board with
idea
the
what you
Panthers.
said. It was like a foreign language.
Well, if you're into fish, you should be into hockey.
Oh,
What? Oh,
What-
what? That is a
what
horrible
kind of correlation is that?
Well, because
I
if
mean-
you're cool. My wife just texted me that the Wild are winning against the Penguins 3-0 right now. In case anybody's
Thanks for the update.
yeah.
Speaking
Does
of
anyone
hockey,
even watch hockey?
no, but speaking
Every
of
night.
hockey, this is the Shark. What is it? San Jose Sharks? That's a hockey
It
game,
is.
right?
Yeah.
They probably suck. But this is the Shark Skimmer. We got a 150 and 300. Ken was asking a while ago before we got off track, and he was asking what's
What's new?
products
What's
we had
new?
launched.
What's new from Sicce? Yeah.
I have a
So-
CJ what's new question. But
Okay,
let me come
so
to
this
it
is the
after you're
Shark
done.
Skimmer 300, adjustable flow in the front, Venturi. Good for aquariums, up to about 80 gallons. I showed you the magnet. We also have a smaller one, which is the 150, and of course, it comes with the Sicce 5-year warranty.
Okay, so I have a question.
Shoot.
A couple months ago, I asked Ken, I wanted to know, Mark, you have to stay quiet here. I asked him, I
I'll
wanted
go grab
to
a snack. You talk.
Yeah, good, because he's going to just start tearing into me like, don't even talk about this. I started in this hobby, like a lot of us, Mark, with a freshwater tank, and I still have it. It's 75-gallon cichlids, and it's very cool. And I asked Ken, I was like, hey, I think I want to get away from my off-the-back filter. I've got all this cool tech in these tanks, and it's keeping my water really nice. What about a canister filter? I'm like, hey, and I gave him a couple that he had on the website. I'm like, what do you think about me doing a canister filter? And he's like, hey, Sicce's coming out with something. And that's all he said. And I still haven't upgraded my freshwater tank. So what have you got for that?
So just to interject, not only does he need a filter, his freshwater aquarium is probably due for an upgrade. And I know the Jewel aquariums have something kind of built in called the Bio.
Flow,
Walk me through the European term.
filtration.
BioFlow internal
BioFlow.
filter.
Yep.
What
So
is that?
combined with a canister filter should be an amazing amount of filtration for a freshwater tank.
So this is the BioFlow filtration from Jewel.
Okay.
Everything's internal. You don't have to worry about any hoses back there. It's actually funny you asked this because it's the only thing that I haven't said about our new canister filter yet. And I've been waiting legitimately for the right time. And Ken just set me up when he mentioned Jewel. So BioFlow filtration, it's designed to work specified aquarium you purchase. It fits your heater. You have access to all of your media, BioPad, BioCarb, Nitrax, BioPlus course, the whole thing. And then you can add extra media if you'd like. It's very accessible from the top. It sits in the corner very much like an overflow box. But what's neat is our new canister that's going to be launching here shortly just so happens that our connection piece that goes over the aquarium was designed specifically to fit jewel aquariums. Look at that. So it
How
looks
about
like you
that?
need a jewel aquarium. But I will touch a little bit because Ken insulted me before this this video started. We were kind of on the back end making sure my audio worked, and he had made a comment, and I had said, well, that was me. And he's like, oh, well, I'm sorry.
I heard that. What was
And-
it? I missed it. Yeah, whose idea was
Here's what
that?
it
I
is.
heard him say. Whose
Yeah,
great idea was that?
Whose
And
idea
you're like,
was that? It's my idea. So this is why it's my idea. Sicce has released, in the 6 years I've been with them, I'm guessing because it would take me some time to write them all down, but I'm pretty sure we released like 16 SKUs since I've been with Sicce for almost 6 years. And one of the most important ones for me was this guy, the canister filter, because I too love fresh water, regardless of what Mark Callahan says. I too love African cichlids. So canister filters are near and dear to my heart, and this product is near and dear to my heart because I got to help, not design it necessarily, but give my inputs on what I think would be beneficial for a canister filter. And we showed it at Interzoo. I believe saltwateraquarium.com got a little taste of the glory there. And then crickets, nothing. And it wasn't because of anything other than legitimately us going, can we make this better? Can we do X, Y, Z? Yeah, let's do it. Why release a half-cooked product when we can go through the paces and fix the things we know we can fix? We're never going to make the perfect product, especially a perfect canister filter, but we can do better than what we had at that moment. And so it took some time. And so they asked me, because I do a lot of the marketing and strategy for launching products. Long story short, I said I would like this product to be in the hands of folks that I trust, that keep a lot of aquariums, that can use it, and they talk about it legitimately. Not us showing it. I want to make sure that there's nothing else that we really need to mess with, that we could mess with at this late in the game. So that's why, Ken, folks are starting to talk about it. And I'm actually happy because there is a lot of buzz about Megafiltra off of one video.
So to
You were
cover the
like-
record, we start seeing this random filter show up in some social medias, and I'm not exactly 100% happy I don't have a warehouse full of them because I think the hype should follow a conversion. That was the conversation.
So you and I have known each other long enough. Italy has known me long enough. Steve has known me long enough. And where I go with this is everybody does the same damn thing in this industry, man. They do the same thing. They see something, they go, I'm going to make that.
That's why we're trying to be different, even on like the online retailer side. Like we want to carry the different
100%.
brands, the Bashis, the LRS Foods,
Yep.
the Current USAs. We want to be different. That's every
I
day
do.
when I wake up, I try to figure out how can I be different than all of the rest.
And I'm 100% with you. And you could relate to this, being a family-owned company, you could pivot, swiftly move, change strategies way faster than any major company because there's so much bureaucracy you got to fly through. So I presented my strategy for Megafiltra, and they did what I expected them to do. They tried to shoot every hole they could through it. And at the end, they said, we like it. It's going to achieve exactly what you said it's going to achieve. And we want to see the numbers that you're saying at the end, which is a lot of pressure. But I wanted to be radically different in how we discussed the product, disseminated a product. And this way, when everything's green, we don't have to take the first lap around Talladega to get to full speed. We're already at full speed.
So as a strategy, look at this shiny thing, you can't have it. Look at this really cool thing it does all this, you can't have it. Look at this thing that you can't have it yet, but it's coming. Get ready.
Little bit more than that, a little bit more complex, but it's about showcasing it in real time instead of us going, hey, look, this is the Megafiltra. It does have a 5-year warranty. We have 3 different sizes, the 650, the 900, the 950 SDC. Fully controllable, monitors your water temperature in the SDC version. Does all of those fantastic things through the Control app. but I want real, actual folks discussing what they truly love about it. The reinforced, fiberglass plastic clips, the resin infused bottom with the double walled resin pump chamber, so you can't even hear this thing run. The pre-filter that you don't have to take the whole canister out to change. The robust handle, so folks that necessarily can't grip a full canister or get their fingers under something because maybe they have, arthritis or they're a little bit older, or maybe they're just not strong enough to lift up 50 pounds of water in a bucket that's closed. We tried to solve all of that. And I'm effing pumped for this product. I will not say the word, but I am so freaking pumped, Jimmy. Mega Filtra will launch here very, very soon. It's designed specifically for 250-gallon aquariums and below, fresh or salt water. It has everything you need, and we kept out everything you don't. Folks, looked at it and said, well, how come you don't have a heater inside the canister? Well, you shouldn't put a heater in an enclosed environment anyways. And then that heater needs to be 20-something inches tall because you're trying to get it for a 250-gallon aquarium, which is like 400 watts. So now this canister doesn't fit under a lot of cabinets. So there were so many little pieces that we tried to figure out that this is the best dang canister filter Sicce could ever possibly make for the release that will happen. And I am, I don't know, man, pricing's freaking fantastic. The warranty's better than anything else on the market, even down to the little things. The hose is fantastic. It doesn't kink, but it's moldable, easy to cut. Yes.
I'm trying to reach yours. I'm trying to grab it.
Oh, well, this is the first SDC version in North America, by the way. So that's pretty sweet. So there's
it's
a
there
handful
in
of
a box.
folks. It is. Oh, you want me to open it? Is that what you want?
Yes.
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 I'll open the 650.
Oh.
So I heard a little birdie said it should be available around December 7th. I don't know, maybe.
All I will say is save your Christmas money. If you get a little Christmas
There you
money, or your wife goes, hey, sweetheart, I don't know what to get you, but
I know what to get you.
here's a gift card to saltwateraquarium.com. Boom. Just hold on to it. Look at this thing.
I'm torn because do I get a new freshwater aquarium or do I get this? Because
No. No.
So, Jimmy, I don't
can you
know. Maybe
mute
preview
Mark?
coming attractions.
Yeah,
Do you want to
possibly.
do a freshwater build on YouTube?
No.
Yeah, it's going to happen.
Mark says no. Mark says no.
I'm Mr.
Well,
Freshwater
Mark.
Tank.
No,
Can
I
this-
own that domain. You can't do that.
Well,
He does own that domain. That's so lame.
He can own the domain, but I could still create a YouTube channel.
Anyway.
Freshwateraquarium.com,
That's why I said
planetaquarium.com,
go away.
saltwateraquarium.net.
Okay.
You're
So-
alienating people who follow you and take advice from you, and you like
Alienating.
you are because a lot
know-
of us
you know-
started in freshwater and we still like it.
This
Jimmy,
feels
why
like a
didn't you make
Seinfeld
your Lightning
episode.
McQueen card? Jimmy, your Lightning McQueen car should be, like an American-made car because you're clearly alienating people, who like Lightning McQueen because you're driving a German-made car. If you want to play that game, not that this has anything to do with what we're talking about on the live stream, we can certainly play that game, Jimmy.
Okay.
Jimmy, don't listen to somebody that just said you could be a part of this itty bitty little bitty 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 small group, or you could be a part of this incredible massive community. Sky is the limit, freshwater aquariums, or hey, I got that same coral. Oh, cool. Think maybe I could have a piece of that, Mark? Oh, hey, Mark, check out this fish. You'll never get.
You'll never get.
Saltwater till I die.
Well,
There you go. See?
why can't we do both?
You can. You start with freshwater and you're like, yeah, I got my feet wet. That proves
It's
that I can
not
do this. And then you're like,
Cool.
but there's
Freshwater's
that,
not cool.
that film, that like,
Wait, don't you have a URL, Ken?
Yeah, but it still does not cool as saltwater.
You can't drink salt water, you'll die.
I do
You
all
don't
the
drink out
time.
of your aquarium, Jimmy. Go drink out of your freshwater tank. Let's go right now.
Dude.
Take
Every
the
time I
phone
do a
off.
water
Let's
change
go.
with my python.
Well, I'm putting this back in the box because clearly we're not talking about it anymore.
Well,
It's a freshwater thing. No, I'm kidding. It looks awesome. I bet
You
you
know
could
what?
run a heck of a saltwater tank on it, right? Just clean it out every 3 months.
Yeah, you don't have to. I know it says it somewhere on this box. Look at that. There's a nice little image of some coral on there.
it's misleading.
It's not misleading. Don't even say nitrate factory, because anything that traps nitrates could be
I
a
didn't say
factory
that.
if you don't
I
clean
did not
it.
say that. This is irrelevant. I did not say that. Don't put words in my mouth.
Also, we have
Well,
a
put me
brand
on the
new
list. I want to get one for my freshwater tank. That's
Ooh.
we have a
Whoa,
brand new
dude.
filter coming from Sicce. It's called the F45 under
How do I
gravel
get
filter.
one of those?
what year is that from?
You have to set
For
up
my
a freshwater
museum.
tank,
Look at
Jimmy.
that logo.
Yeah, 1970. There is another one. I have the first product Sicce ever created was a heater, and I was able to find those on eBay. Let me talk about
Brand new
real
in the
quick,
box?
Ken.
Like a...
Yeah.
No
No.
way.
No.
And I used it in a video. So here's a true story. Laura's going to get extremely upset with me. We were launching our Scuba contactless heaters and our Scuba preset heaters. And I found the original heater that Sicce, it's the first product they ever read off. And I bought it and I plugged it in and I put it in a body of water. And I was like, holy crap, it's holding temperature. This is incredible from 1974. Like, this is crazy. Made a little video, posted it, ba-ding, WhatsApp came on and said, unplug that right now. That is so old. Please. And I was like, Laura, it's not plugged in now. I was running it for like a week to see. But she's like, I wouldn't let you use any brand that old with a heater plugged in with elements like that, especially buying it off of a secondhand like eBay. You don't know where it's been. But it worked. And it heated within 1 degree of what it said it was going to do. But real quick, the freshwater community actually found
I
this for
knew
me.
this whole thing was a scam. I'm not buying any more stuff. I can get 1974 gear and it'll work just fine.
Good,
Only
good luck.
Sicce.
Good
Till
luck
it
finding
doesn't.
Yeah.
Until it doesn't.
Well, this was at a auction at a freshwater event, and I had like 3 or 4 different messages like, dude, you want me to bid on this? So I was the only one bidding
Dude,
on it
that's so
blindly
awesome.
against myself.
Yourself.
This is,
You got 3 people bidding for you.
yeah, and it was all myself. I mean, this is the type of stuff I love from the company I work for and with, because I can look at products from the beginning and they're still being used globally. And to see that, it's that family piece, man. Like, when you're doing it for your family and you're not doing it for, like, you know, a line for investments and things like that, you get to really put a lot of stuff behind it, protect it, nurture it, and let it out into the ether and watch it continue to work, because it's ultimately your family's name on it. And it's pretty freaking cool.
Yeah. I mean,
So cool,
Amen.
man, for sure.
Jay, thanks for being with us for the past hour. We recovered a lot of ground in that last hour, man. Thanks for that. Remember, everything Sicce is on sale. Ken, you want to throw up the graphic again before we bail out? Get done with Sicce there. Remember, free pump clean. Well, that ended.
I'll let it go
Sicce.
an extra 10 or 20 minutes. Anyone
No, we
wants
got
to
2
grab one?
minutes for that Ultra Zero in any jewel aquarium. Be the first in the U.S. right here. Put that
Hey.
bad boy in.
We did
Are-
not sell one this hour. Just be aware. No jewel aquariums this hour.
People need an aquarium.
Well,
This is
Larry's
not
here,
good.
so I got to leave.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, you talked about family business, putting their name on this thing. Our next guest, Larry from Larry Reef Services, which everyone simply knows as LRS. The company name has his name in it. Not only his last name, but like Larry the cable guy. No, Larry's Reef Services. He's with us tonight on the live stream. Larry, thanks for joining us. Of course, Jay, thanks for being with us as well. We're going to flip over to the
Thanks,
next
Jay.
hour.
Thanks, Jay.
Good luck, Larry. Great food.
Hey, thanks, Jay.
Have a good
Yeah.
one.
Take care.
Larry, we go way back. Here's a fun story for you all. Well, let's say probably like 12 years ago, back when Larry was just getting started. He was out there pounding the pavement, going to every coral frag swap show that he could go to. came over to Nashville, Tennessee. Was like, hey man, I got some fish food. I never heard of Larry. I'm like, okay, yeah, it looks kind of neat. I'll take it home and try it. And the next thing I know, like literally like 10 minutes later, it's on Facebook, like Mr. Saltwater Tank's preferred frozen fish food is LRS. I'm like, what the hell? I haven't even gotten home and tried the
No,
stuff.
that's not how that happened.
That's
Yeah,
true.
that's
It's
great.
totally
That's
how it
great.
went down. That's totally
What a way
how it went
to invite a guest and throw him under the bus.
I thought
Hey,
it
man.
was. I remember you saying, "Hey, if you give me at least 4 or 5 packs to take home for my fish, I'll give you a good plug." And I didn't know who the heck you were because I was so new to the hobby.
Oh, okay.
Listen,
Well,
these
then,
guys were
there's
like,
always two sides
hey,
to the story.
apparently it worked out pretty good. You're both here.
That's what I was going to say. There's two
Yeah.
sides to every story. Here we are. Here I am. Here, Saltwater Aquarium is. Who just picked up LRS. We're selling that. You can buy it directly from saltwateraquarium.com. We will ship it to you, still frozen. And Larry is here as well. So, Larry, walk me through how you got this thing started and now where you are with LRS.
Yeah, and back to what I just said. I was just teasing you about Nashville. The funny story about that is my wife had just done a batch download today off her phone to her computer, going through 5, 6, 10 years of photos. I found that photo of you and I at the Nashville Frag Swap on my own computer, cleaning up some of my stuff. So it's funny you brought up that story. I found that exact photo and some of the 1-ounce sample packs that we were passing out at the time.
Cool.
Yeah. And
So anyway,
I love it. Yeah. You got to make sure that, yeah. Okay. I won't interrupt. You have the stage. Have at it.
No, I'm sorry. No, anyway, I was in law enforcement for about 10 years, and I was a hobbyist at heart and started to grow in the hobby. And I worked closely with some friends in the local fish store, which Triad Reef Critters, the store we have locally here now in Winston-Salem Services, Greensboro. And I started Larry's Reef Services as a LLC to help them with some clients and service calls and just different things like that. They were a growing store, and so I had started to get really into the hobby and got into maintenance and doing, the finer aspects of what I do with different hobbies. I tend to research them really, really far. And before I knew it, I was having 600 gallons of aquariums in about 4 different rooms of the house. And my wife and kids were really, really into it and helped, obviously grow the hobby. So at one point, sometime along another, the frozen foods in our freezer became so cluttered and cumbersome that my wife was saying, there's so much stuff in the freezer. And we had a diverse section of everything from a Fowler tank to a Nano to a Reef. And so I kind of started saying, if we could find a way to get rid of some of this clutter and condense some of the foods into something that would be easier than taking 30 minutes every night to thaw out foods for 6 or 7 different aquariums, I somehow stumbled upon DIY fish food and started to try to figure out what would be a good recipe. And instead of trying to thaw out previously frozen recipes that are already made, I kind of started just looking up recipes for fish food and what would go in there and a good balance of protein, and passed out samples, sought advice from people in the industry, and basically started driving up and down Atlanta, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, passing out samples, going to frag swaps where I met you. And 13 years later, here we are. LRS blossomed, and we got into some breeding projects early on that really helped get our name out there. And that's kind of just one thing after another. I'm like what they call an accidental entrepreneur.
Meaning
I went to school for law enforcement. I was supposed to be a lawyer. I ended up being a cop because I chose that line of work to be more fun. And I've never had a business class. I don't really know much about marketing. I just kind of started up this company and probably did the exact opposite of what most people would recommend, is that I put everything out there on day one on Facebook. Here was Larry, 10 o'clock at night, peeling shrimp, getting ready for tomorrow's batch. And everybody said, you can't put that out there. You're going to let people know you're too small. And I said, well, I am small. I'm a one-man operation. And so our transparency really, I think, helped connect with our customer base, our followers. They know my family, my bulldog mascot, everything. So it's kind of what you see is what you get. That's in our product. That's what's in our company.
And I've been there and seen the stuff, seen you make the stuff. You still make it on site. You don't have a co-packer or anything like that, right? You haven't changed that?
Correct. When we started to get really larger in scope, we outgrew our kitchen here, and we were going to either build something or buy something off-site, or, we've got 13 acres here. We made the decision to keep our overhead low, and while expanding the distribution building that I'm in now, we later in the game said, if we're going to build one story, why don't we just spend a little bit more money and build 2 floors This was supposed to be an adjacent room for an office at one point for me, which it still could be. I just didn't want to be so lonely and isolated from the rest of the business that I was up here in this shipping center. So we chose to build on site. So yes, we still make the food here. We have 27 freezers and refrigeration units. We've got a walk-in freezer in another building. And so the products get produced here, froze here, cured here, and then they're shuttled into the 9 or 10 freezers that are below me, which if you followed me on Facebook, you've seen the conveyor belt in the shipping center many times. So we just keep everything here. And I'm really glad now, on the post side of COVID, that we did keep our overhead low, and it works really well for us. And it just, everything just seems to work. It's just in a great place.
I would talk about working. Talk me through the ingredients that are in LRS and then some of the success that breeders have had. Very likely because of the ingredients that are in there. They've broken through new frontiers. There's lots to go into that, but arguably a lot of that you could say is because of the food being LRS.
Well, one of the things that, what really launched our brand to get it in the hands of a lot of stores and people was the cleanliness of the food, the feeding response in fish, and the fact that we were making everything in a small batch like a craft beer. So what we learned when the food started to have successes where larvae were able to go longer, before they went to settlement and fish were doing well, obviously people said, what is this guy doing in North Carolina with no biology degree, no experience? How is this food randomly through anecdotal evidence at first, being, so sought after, and why is it doing so well? And what we learned is that when you get fresh food out of the ocean, literally from Wilmington, North Carolina, or surrounding areas in Virginia, places like that, and the shrimp were in the ocean 3 or 4 days before we processed them, like the oysters and the clams and things like that. Absent of a long time in the freezer where food breaks down, by the time it gets to the end user within a few weeks possibly, it's so fresh and intact that the amino acids and the lipids and the beneficial nutrients are just higher by lack of degradation. And we do use expensive high-end seafood that I've opened packs of food and eaten on camera before. I can't do that now. The food by law has to say not for human consumption, so the lawyers squashed that little food demo. But basically, the food is just a quality, clean, nutrient-dense product that I think we've been named in 12 breeding studies or projects on our website, lrsfoods.com. So they're all listed. So basically, just word of mouth spread, and we develop different blends, and that's kind of here we are.
Dude, that's super cool. So funny. Like when we finally hooked this whole thing up, I ordered. It was like pack ship here, listed, available within what, 24, 48 hours ish? That was just crazy, by the way, for turnaround time.
2-day ground to York, PA. We grew up not far from there in Downingtown, PA, outside of Westchester.
Yeah, so we acquired the deal. We did whatever. Everything's in house, listed, gone, available to customers, and that's how we work, right?
Yeah, we produce the food. We drop ship it to you 2-day ground, UPS. We ship with dry ice. You did an unpacking video, as a lot of people have done, and pretty much it. We've got a relationship now after what, 10 years we've been talking, Ken? At least 8, right?
This is a long story, man. So I wanted to carry your food as the only frozen fish food back when we started, but we didn't really know what we were doing back then. Me, to be honest with you, I didn't really know what this thing was going to end up being. I really didn't think it would turn into all this, but it took a very long time, and I'm glad we were able to make it work, man. Really.
Well, the thing, Ken, one of the things that was really, really important to me that was not done well prior to us coming along was that the shipping and getting the product to the end user was very important to me, because everybody told me horror stories about large companies that are now defunct, some of the online retailers that wouldn't use dry ice. The food would show up thawed. It would be mushy. It would be nasty. So everybody said, avoid mail order. And then at that time, when we were first getting started, everybody was saying, and I firmly believe this, that your product is kind of like a science diet. Used to be the dog food that you had to get at a veterinarian's office. They said, don't lessen your quality by just going all out to the deep discount, Amazon free, Prime, all that stuff. They said, if you get yourself aligned with brick and mortar from the get-go, get them to believe in your product, get them to use it in the store. Eventually, the online following will come, but you have to get cemented and get the basic hobbyists to know who you are through the local fish stores And then people that aren't serviced by a local fish store in far-reaching areas, or maybe they don't like their local fish store for whatever reason, they need an online component, and we've used another company for a long time, which is Premium Aquatics. They've been very good for us. They use dry ice, and they're still good for us. But what I liked about saltwateraquarium.com at this juncture is you guys are on multiple social media platforms that I'm not. TikTok, Instagram, X, all these great things that you guys promote that it's a little bit over my scope at this point. So I let you guys do that for me right now.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, everyone out there, comes in dry ice, in a cooler, FedEx priority overnight. You're never going to get a postal service package with frozen food. You're not going to get UPS ground. Even if you're next door, I'm still paying the fee to priority overnight it because I care, not because of any other reason. I could probably do it a little cheaper, maybe ground, maybe mess around with some of those other options. But just like the live animals, priority overnight on everything.
Right.
Awesome.
And
So Larry,
that was
as you know, sometimes things go wrong in shipping. If we order our LRS, we get it in, and let's say the shipping was delayed over a couple days, or for some reason the dry ice has evaporated. At what point is it too mushy or too warm? In which case we should reorder.
Well, the USDA says for food safe handling guidelines, if food is kept below 50 degrees Fahrenheit, bacteria is not supposed to start forming or start growing. So what I always tell people is if you get the food and it, for whatever reason, maybe you got home from work late, if it's starting to be a little bit mushy like ice or snow, you're fine. You're probably not going to ever notice a difference. If it's lukewarm, one of the questions I get is, Larry, I got home from the pet store with a pack of food, 7 ounces, brand new. I used it one time and left it on the counter. 10 hours later, I woke up and it stinks. And I basically say, if you left your sushi out all night from the restaurant, would you want to put it in the fridge and save it and eat it? Probably there, it's not safe at all. So what you want to avoid is freezing, thawing, because at the cellular level, it causes breakdown from the shearing of the ice particles forming in a slower quality residential freezer. So at best, keep it frozen right up until the time you feed it. That includes if you can take a cooler to the pet store in the summer months. Don't let the food sit on the dash or sit on the black leather seat and get thawed out in the 30-minute drive home. Basically, just try to do what you can to make it as fresh as we make it here and keep it frozen in the manner that it should be until use.
All right.
That's a
Go
great,
ahead, Jimmy.
Yeah, someone on the YouTube, Larry, asked, do you recommend that you've talked about this before, microwaving, something to do, talk about probiotics and prebiotics. Do you recommend microwaving the food to prevent acrobacter? How does he say that word?
I don't know, Jimmy. I've never had any questions regarding heat, regarding frozen fish food. I don't know why you'd want to microwave it.
I don't know either.
One of the things I think people put a lot of overthinking into feeding, or at least our product. And like, for example, when I was lazy and I didn't have the time to take a lot of feeding tedious activities. So if you have a pack of our food and it's sized appropriately for your fish and you don't need to take it when it's still frozen and shave off any slivers for nano-sized fish or anything like that, I broke off a postage-sized stamp piece of my food, plopped it right in the tank and walk away. And you can thaw it in a cup, and a lot of people do that. And I did that as well for spot feeding corals with a turkey baster or whatever your special needs are. But you can go through a lot of laborious practices at feeding time that dirty utensils and make it a lot more hard than it would be. So, you'll get people saying that, the fish will get brain freeze if it's still floating in the water. Well, if they're ingesting it, it's probably close to at least 75, 80 degrees if it's thawed. So I don't think that's a real scare. The other thing,
break off a piece, throw it right in the tank, frozen.
It'll work that way. One of the things that I really, and if I can take a moment to kind of shed some light on a topic that comes up all the time, and it's one of these things that I wanted to explain it in a manner that if there's a lot of hearsay regarding people keeping frozen food thawed in your fridge for like a week. because it's convenient. They buy the squirt bottles for ketchup, and you take out a chunk of food and you mix it with tank water or RO and you put it in the fridge. And they say, oh, I've been doing this for 6 months or a year, 2 years, 10 years, and I've never had a fish die. It's not going to be a problem. We all know that fish eat decaying matter off of the reef, or a lot of fish. So your fish may or may not die from spoiled food. But the analogy I tell people is that if the boats go out in the Carolinas and catch the shrimp on a Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, they put it in the hull of the boat, come back to the dock on Saturday, my supplier's buying it there by the price, by the pound, whatever. We get those shrimp and other ingredients delivered every Monday. So Monday is spent processing and getting ready for production, peeling the shrimp, filleting, shucking oysters, things that are clams, things like that. So if we make that food on a Tuesday or Wednesday and freeze it, that shrimp had been caught 7 days prior, the previous Wednesday. They were in the boat, at the dock, bought, transported to me the fastest possible way I know how, unless I had my factory, whatever, at the dock. That shrimp was already out of the ocean and thawed for 7 days at 50 degrees or whatever we keep at 38 degrees in the freezer. So if you then take it home and it thaws out a little bit in the pet store on the ride home, or it may or may not in the car, and then you break off a 1-inch piece or 2-inch piece and you put it in water in the refrigerator for 7 more days, on the 7th day, that local North Carolina shrimp that you're feeding, it's starting to spoil. And it may not kill your fish, but here's the thing. If you're going to go out and buy filet mignon and you want a really good steak and you're paying filet mignon prices, why would you want it to degrade and taste tough or deteriorated or not have the proper nutrition? So if you're paying a premium price for LRS, which it is, no bones about it. We are the most expensive food. It is the highest quality food, I promise you. But you want to preserve it up until the point of feeding in the most intact, non-degraded state. So my advice is, yes, you can thaw the food out in a shaker bottle for a couple of days and it'll be fine. It's not going to hurt anything, but it's not optimal. So if you're going to feed degraded food, there's things out there that are lesser nutritious, like brine shrimp. It doesn't have all the ingredients and diversity that we do. So you can get brine shrimp a lot cheaper, and it'll be easier to feed, but it's not going to have the quality that you would want. So that's one myth, or one thing that is not the best. I'd like to just tell people.
So it comes right from the dock. You process it on Monday, and it gets frozen. It comes to us in dry ice, frozen. We keep it in Chicago, goes out overnight, FedEx, frozen with dry ice. It's the best possible quality that you can get, really.
Well, correct.
What I hear you saying.
Correct. And Ken, one of the things, and I'll tell you, Ken, this actually sealed the deal with you. And I don't even know if I told you this, but when you had said to me, because I believe I told you, I said, look, I said, I don't know that, there's really a lot of demand for this. You're handling me. Your internet, people buy frozen food locally because it's easier than transporting it. And when you sent me the photograph or the videos of your shipping department for frozen, I was impressed. I mean, your walk-in box is as big or bigger than mine. Your conveyor belts look equally long and good as mine. That might just be genetics, but you have a really good packing and shipping station. And the way that you showed me that your staff members have the coolers with the dry ice warning label and the scooper and the same color tub of dry ice that I got, I said, well, damn, if something ever happens down south, like a natural disaster, I'll just come up there temporarily, make the food, and we got your own shipping center.
Right.
It's the same as mine downstairs.
Yeah, dude, that is a great lead-in, because I paid for Hillary to go to Chicago for this live stream so we can get a live view of where we ship our frozen out of during your stream. So let's check it out. Hillary, you got audio?
I think so.
Oh, it looks great. Yeah,
Awesome.
Very cool. Larry's on with us. So this is part of our Chicago operation where we ship out all the frozen food?
Yes. Let me see if I can turn the camera around. Let's see. Front camera. Nope, that's not it.
You didn't even tell me about this, Ken. I set that lead in pretty with that intro.
That was like perfect.
I
didn't
know you were going to do an on-scene video with Hillary.
We didn't know either.
There it is.
So look at all the space that we have. And this is the goods.
So this is the picking area, not the long-term storage walk-in stuff. This is where we keep it at a perfect temperature. And actually, what's crazy, we have extra freezers. I didn't even tell you this, Larry, if you care that much. We will pack the orders in the boxes in the coolers, then put them back in the freezer just for that next hour or two until FedEx picks it up.
Yep.
Can you go ahead and show us a couple packs, Hillary?
Yeah, sure.
So everyone on stream who doesn't use LRS, this is what it looks like.
Yes. So
Hey, let's have Larry talk about that one right there, because before, when we were doing mic checks and stuff before we started live stream, Larry, you were talking about there were some folks that actually had some real success with breeding, and they attributed a lot of that to LRS food. This one says right on it, "Who's your daddy blend?" Tell me about this fertility frenzy. What makes this special?
You know, Fertility Frenzy was one of those things, and I got to give a credit where credit is due. I was persuaded to make that food by some key people in the industry that basically said, you know, Larry, we have asked other people to make a specific food for this purpose. Would you be interested? Because everyone else has turned us down. And I said, well, I don't know anything about breeding fish. So people like Todd Gardner, who's local in North Carolina, he's been to Macna, I believe, Aquarist of the Year. Richard Ross worked at the California Academy of Sciences up in Rhode Island Aquarium. Like, Jesus, I can picture his face. Andrew Ryan. So basically, I was sending them, helping me with feedback, and said, hey, try some of this ingredients, or, you know, squid is found to have this type of property with eggs or larvae. And so by trial and error, the fertility blend Fertility Frenzy was perfected, and we added a gelatin binder to that blend only for the purpose that it is pureed to a finer degree, and the gelatin holds the food together so it can feed anything from a fry all the way up to a broodstock adult fish. So that food isn't really designed to be thawed and agitated before feeding. It's designed to be fed intact. And so after we started playing with that food, we had it laboratory tested. We had extensive fatty acid profiles done. When breeders started having success with it, it turned out to be really a very good product. And that's when the demand, people said, what's going into this food? And then more lab work was done. And like I said, I think we've been named in 12 different breeding projects on our website that people found that the eggs went further towards, the larva lasted longer, like such as the blue hippo tang was one of the foods that we provided food to Kevin Barden. I almost forgot Kevin. Kevin Barden with the Blue Hippo Tang project. When Finding Nemo came out, Disney was upset that so many people that bought Clownfish were not prepared for them, and they perished.
Yeah.
So Disney had wanted Dory, which is the Blue Hippo, to be captive bred before the release of Finding Dory, the movie. Again, we mailed them food. They purchased food, or Kevin did rather. And at the time, we had a NDA, and they did successfully breed the Blue Hippo Tang down in Florida, and we were named as part of providing food for that. So there's been a lot of help. And believe it or not, when COVID hit, everybody was trapped home with aquariums, as we all know in the industry. We were working Saturdays. We were up almost 2x in sales. We had to drop fertility because the gelatin binder, it's the most labor-intensive food to make with the smallest yield. So for 5 years, fertility was gone. We were secretly, and I say secretly not to make my customers unhappy at home, but we were still making 1 pound slabs for aquaculture that whole time. A couple times a year, we would work overtime and make that and crank out, you know, a couple 100 pounds. But the food, I'm glad to have it back. And it actually coincided with, you know, signing up with you guys, that the first couple of batches were made in the summer when it was a little slower. So that's when we launched fertility again this summer. Actually, we first got it back out in the market.
Very cool. Very, very cool. Some of my customers were like, can you get this? And I'm like, I don't know. I never even heard of it. Let me ask the man. And you're like, yeah, I got it. I'll make it. I'm like, sure. He'll get to it in like 2 or 3 months. And then you're like, you text me on like a Monday. You're like, I got it. I'm like, what are you talking about? You said maybe you could make it. You did it in like 3 days, which is awesome.
Yep. Well, I figured if we don't do it now in the summer, in the fall, we're going to be really busy. In the past 3 days, as usual for Black Friday, I mean, I think I posted, we went through over 1,100 pounds of dry ice, and I was up morning, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. packing. So it was really busy. So I was glad that we got all that made for you. Funny thing, I actually registered personally the trademark. All of our blends are trademarked, but I registered Who's Your Daddy as a pet product name in class 31 for fish food. I've since let it lapse, but people said, why would you ever trademark that? I said, I want every adult male in America that goes into the pet store that breeds fish to walk up to a clerk and go, give me that Who's Your Daddy stuff that's back there, just to hear people say it across the store. So we made up shirts with all kinds of fish on them that said Who's Your Daddy and all that. But we had a little gimmick with it. It was fun.
Ken Brown is now registering that as you speak, just so you know.
Pretty sure who'syourdaddy.com is not in our industry.
Well,
So
all right,
I have
Larry.
another question. Oh,
Go ahead,
Mark.
Jimmy. No, the tank behind me, his lights have turned off. This client, I built 3 tanks for this client. There's another one upstairs above his garage in his wellness center that has some angels fish in it. So I'm going to go up there. Jimmy, you pop the question. Talk about that for a
Okay.
minute. We're going to go live with a little live feeding demo of the LRS food in an angelfish only tank. There's some higher dollar angelfish in there, like the banded angel. So Jimmy, take it away.
Yeah. So, and Hillary, you can chime in on this as well. I saved this question because I've got a new resident in my quarantine that I'm super excited about. It's the fish that I got this new tank for. I just got a porcupine puffer fish. And I don't know if Hillary's going to answer this or you're going to answer it. But I've got the whole slew of LRS food. What is the question, Hillary? What do I feed this guy, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I've been cutting up the chunky and I'm feeding him on the end of tongs and he's going for some of it, but I don't know. He'll go for krill if I use just the krill, but is that particular fish, do you know anything about or what would be your best food for a porcupine puffer fish? That's
I have not had a porcupine puffer. We actually had a dog-faced puffer in a horse livestock tank in our den for months and months, and my wife would feed him. I think we called him Maxwell. I have a YouTube video somewhere where she actually fed him silver sides every day, and he would do circles for her. And he was like a trained pet. He would eat everything. I don't know, Jimmy, if you've tried whole clams from the grocery store, go buy some fresh clams or some fresh oysters, freeze them. That's the easiest way to get them to pop open real quick and then drop it in whole. I thought you were going to ask me about that before.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to mention him trimming his beak. What some customers have done with our foods is they'll take an oyster shell or something porous like that, an aggregate, and they'll mash food in there and drop it in so that a puffer will nibble it and hopefully trim their beak. I've never heard of it or had it done. Allegedly, puffers left unchecked, they can grow beaks like a rabbit, or, the mammal, the rabbit, I guess.
I just learned this today,
Yes.
and I already have this fish. These are the things I'm trying to be a better keeper of fish and be a little more educated with my choices. But this fish, I saw it years ago, and I was like, I want to have one of those one day, and I got it. And I just learned that about people trimming their beaks. So I'm like, oh, great. This is something I didn't know. But Hillary, about the food, like I said, I've been using Larry's Chunky, and I've only had this fish for 2 days. So, and he is eating. He ate little pieces of the Chunky right off the end of the tongs. He's becoming a little more interested in it. And I have some frozen krill as well, and he'll go after that. But I saw another video on YouTube saying that they'll get finicky if you give them krill, and that's like crack to them. And there's a gentleman that has a YouTube video that his fish died because it got lockjaw from only eating krill. Have you ever heard of that?
I have. That's something that we looked at freshwater foods and done a recipe, and I believe that's called a thiaminase imbalance. Thiaminase or thiamine. That is something that if you feed too much of a deficient food for a saltwater fish, they can become deficient in that, and they can get lockjaw. I believe it's called a thiaminase deficiency. Again, it's one of those things. He asked us. We do have a large segment of our customer base that feed our Fish Frenzy. It's got the polychaete worms, the fish eggs. They used to have live black worms in it during COVID. The farm that we used to get worms from dried up, California had a drought as well, so we don't have blackworms anymore in there. But that's a question when people ask about feeding saltwater fish, freshwater organisms, and vice versa, that I hear that about that lockjaw. I'm not a biologist. I can give you the concept, and Google may be your best friend there.
Yeah, okay. So what I am discovering in these conversations, what you said earlier, I typically, with a lot of my food, I'll break off a piece of your frenzy and I'll put it in a cup before it goes in my reef tank 10 minutes later. And I go in there and all those tangs and the fish I have in there, they'll just go for any little piece.
Yeah.
What I've noticed with this puffer fish, he wants to grab a chunk. He's not going after the little stuff that's floating in the water. So that I should probably throw in a chunk frozen, I'm guessing.
Correct.
Hillary, what do you think?
Silver size.
I have some silver sides as well.
Could be good.
Okay.
Hold on. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. Like, I think, Larry, with the chunks of food that you have in that chunky, I think given those whole to your puffer, provided like he can fit it in his mouth, I think that is the perfect thing, and it'll help file down. So yours is a porcupine. They have more of like crushing plates that smash together as opposed to those beaks, but it works for both types of puffer fish. So like, Larry, I talk about your food all the time. I love this chunky blend. Just
will you pull out, Hillary? Will you pull out a package of that chunky and flip it over so we can all see it?
Can we grab a back of the chunky so we can see it?
The reason is you can see the large chunks in there, and what I found with some of my fish that are. Oh, did I lose you?
All right, here
can
we
you
go.
hear me?
Okay. Yep, I can hear you.
I just heard my AirPods do something. So on the back,
we're good.
I mean, there's some big chunks in there.
Yeah.
Right.
Look at
Hi,
that.
Mark. There's Mark.
So like, say hi, Mark.
Right. And there's, hi.
What a good model you are. You don't have to hold that really cold food. Hillary was holding that food, showing it to everybody. I'm like, her hand's freezing right now because I know what it does for me when I was videoing it last week. It gets cold. It's so cold. But yeah, there's some large chunks in there now. I have a panther grouper. I have a clown trigger. Those guys go after those larger chunks. So I like that.
Jimmy,
there's a food like that.
Jimmy,
yeah,
held up there. One of the things that has made us different from day one.
You can flip it.
Can you guys hear me? Because I'm getting messages and you guys are clipping. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, you hear me?
Okay. Yeah. If you
your feedback there's a little feedback, but you're good.
Yeah, I'm on an iPhone on the same Wi-Fi I've been for an hour. But our staff, they take due diligence and a lot of effort to clean and peel all those shrimp that come out of the Carolina coast. And we could just toss the shrimp in there with the shells and all, but you'd be left with shells floating through your aquarium. So we literally sit and peel, Jesus, I don't know how many tons annually of shrimp sitting, peeling, and just in a temperature-controlled environment, watching TV. But we do take the time. Everything is rinsed. Those scallops that you see there are the same scallops that are served in our local restaurants.
Yeah, so your suppliers, this is coming off the coast of Carolinas, and it's being caught, and it's going to the same people who are buying it for restaurants.
Correct. The bulk of the 100% mostly of the shrimp are, but things like the squid obviously come from frozen water. Scallops come way north of here, not from here. So oysters and clams, they can come from the Bay Area, the Virginia area. We get what we can frozen. We also use Piscean energetics, PE mysis in our foods. We're, I believe, the only blended specialty food that has the PE mysis logo on our
Larry's
packaging.
breaking up for me. Can you guys hear him?
Yeah, it's good. It's just a little feedback at times. I don't know what's causing it.
I don't know either. So I don't know this mine, but what I was going to say is the smaller foods, not the chunky, have PE mysis in there. So that does help boost the nutritional content of our blends and the lipids and the fats.
Are you getting a massage right now, or are you just...
Well, I'm up in this client's wellness room where he has a massage table. Let me give you a quick tour so I can set the stage here.
Oh, I don't have a wellness room.
Yep. Well,
I mean, I don't have a wellness room either. I got
shower,
my office I've been in. So.
Steam shower, massage.
Mark,
table.
we have a video.
You went black. I don't see you.
Uh-oh.
He doesn't have his cameraman there.
Yeah, whenever he picked it up, it went black.
Now we're
There
back.
you go.
Okay, here we go. Let's start over. Wellness area. We're going to do a film here in just a second. Let me set the stage. shower, body jets. Take notes, Ken. You need this at the office. All right. We have massage table. Of course, you got your Peloton because, you got to work out. But what everyone wants to see is the angelfish only tank. This is over his garage. So he's called this Haven. I call it Heaven because it's pretty much only angelfish in here. And he wanted to do rare angels. There's a tinker-eye butterfly. There's a banded angel in here. So we have some scribble downstairs. I'll show you that. Of course, we have a clownfish tank tied into the system as well for his grandsons. But I mean, you're going to have a wellness center. Why not have a relaxing fish tank? So if you're getting a massage, you can look at your tank, right? What's more relaxing than that? So we've got some dudes in here. I'm going to feed right here before they go to sleep. And then I'll go downstairs. We just got some fish in this downstairs in quarantine today. I'll back off so these guys are, there we go. So yes, Jimmy, there you go. There's a trigger fish in here as well. The angels are a little shy. The tinker eye will come out. There we go. So we got some new fish in today. They literally came in right before we started the stream. I'm going to try to feed them as well and see if we can get them to grab some LRS. These guys, there's the trigger. The tinker eye was just out. There he is. He's hiding. He's got a little stage fright here. There you go, buddy. Come out. Show what you got. All right. So LRS in this tank, angelfish, pretty much angelfish only. Let's go downstairs and look at the new arrivals. Everybody loves system tours. Maybe we'll get to that.
So what
All right,
LRS
Jimmy.
blend is this, Jimmy or Mark?
This is Fish Frenzy. So we have Gold Flake Angel. By the way, this is semi-reef safe with caution. I've had these. They started eating my acanthos, but they're really pretty fish. Those are scribbled angels. They just came in today. As you can see, they're a little shy. A plug for quarantine. In a week, these fish will not jump around like this because they're used to me and the client. So let's just give these guys. They just came in a couple hours ago. Let's see if they come out here. I'm not expecting much because they're new arrivals. So just settling in. They flew in from New York. There we go. The Gold Flake is going at it. Boom. Smashing the food. He just got here 3 hours ago. He's already smashing the food. The scribbles will likely get to it. They're a little scared. But there you go. If it ain't fresh and it doesn't enlist the feeding response, it's not going to do that. So there you go, Larry. There's your food in action again on fish that just arrived.
Well, that's awesome, Mark. It's funny. I get comments on forums and social media where people say, so-and-so opens the fridge and this food stinks. And I said, what you think is a little bit of an odor, that's the exact reason our food is so successful at getting fish to eat. And believe it or not, one of the things that has been really good for our customer base is that fish losses from retailers are 30% less from new arrivals than they were with other foods in the past. So not only do our foods help, keep fish healthier and thriving, but they'll result in less fish losses, oddly, or for the hobbyist as well. So when you get your fish home and it is stressed or scared, there's tank mates that are aggressive, it should hopefully get it eating quicker than a dry food or something that doesn't have that aroma to it. So that's one of the things that I think helps the product. It may stink to us. Put it in a second Ziploc bag is what I'd recommend to people, or keep it in a Tupperware container to fend off any freezer burn from the freezer.
Larry, someone on social here asked, how long can you have it in the freezer? Does it expire if you have it in the freezer frozen? I don't know if they're buying a huge bulk and aren't using it up, but how long can you keep a food?
Again, I've found packs of food that fall behind the cracks, up to a couple of years, and they still look fine, unless they get really crystallized or exposed to oxygen or the air. Obviously the younger the food or the newer the food, anything less than a year would be optimal. I wouldn't want to go much longer than that, and I really couldn't imagine that you would buy that much food that you feel the need.
Right.
Unless you lived way out in the boonies, but now that's solved with Ken. If you don't have a local fish store now, you've got saltwater aquarium that can drop ship. So just, and that was the thing during COVID. This was also a blessing for us, is that in COVID, people got so worried with toilet paper and everything. Customers were going into pet stores and grabbing the 10-pack bundle that you saw and going home. And the store owner would be saying, Jimmy, some for the next guy coming in. So we would get, pet stores would order the big order of food, and a day later say, send the food again. Everybody saw we got it on Facebook and it's gone. So during COVID, people were hoarding food, and people with 90-gallon aquarium probably still to this day, 5 years later, probably still have that food. But no, so yeah, there's the food lasts a long time, but it's like a steak. It may or may not have a definitive date to go bad and turn poisonous, but you know, your steak isn't going to taste the good a year after you bought it.
Yeah.
Dude,
No.
I just want to say, look at those racks of food in the cooler. I don't know if I'm like a goofball or what, but to me, like, that's super cool right now.
Racks,
like, we are
stacks.
ready to go loaded. I love it.
Yeah.
It's so cool.
This is kind of unrelated, and it may not necessarily be for Larry, or it is also for Larry. There's a new auto feeder that just came out for frozen foods that Mark's demoing right now. But it's really, I think it's designed really for cubes, isn't it, Mark?
Yeah, I mean, you can put whatever you want with it because it melts, it thaws the food into like
So
a slurry, keeps it cold.
Okay. So my question
can
is,
put it whatever
is
you
this
want.
the only form that you send it in, or in these kind of plates, I'll call them? Is this the only way that your foods ship? Do you do
Right.
cubes?
He's
Me-
wondering
yeah,
if
me-
it's
are you
cubes
talking-
versus flat packs is what he's asking.
Yeah. I see flat
okay,
packs,
no, I'm
but do
sorry.
you have cubes as well?
I don't, Jimmy. That's a question that got asked of me often. And Nuri Fisher, the president of Piscine that owns Mysis, PE Mysis, he's been a very good mentor to me throughout this whole process. And I've learned a lot. One of the things I learned is the cube machine to make these cubes is extremely expensive, but it's also very labor intensive. I think something like 4 hours to clean it at the end of a day. So in addition, we were told by the manufacturers of said products that we would need to add more water and pulverize our food finer,
Okay.
much like the other products on the market. So we didn't want to have to destroy the blend. So we polled people. We did do polling, and they said no, because if you have a nano tank, you can break off a piece the size of a nickel. If you got a 200-gallon tank, you can break off a piece of a business card. So there really wasn't one size fits all cube. And since our food doesn't have added water, even frozen right out of the freezer, it will break like pliable plastic or cut with a knife into little small sections. So I just tell customers, take a knife that's really sharp and slice down two sides of our bag, peel it back, cut it like a tic-tac pattern for your size cubes that you want, put it in a double Ziploc, and then you got your cubes. And I put one of those in a disposable salad dressing container with some shredded nori, and I label them, and they just, a lot of customers do that. You open it up and get the lid off, you dump in the food and the nori or vitamins, whatever, and that way you can control what your house sitter's feeding while you're away, because that can be a nightmare as well. But so no, we have not looked. We've looked into making cubes and we shied away from it. It would be a lot of work, a lot of money, and the product might not be as good as what it is now, the way we like it.
Yeah, it really resonates because I've just now experiencing that now that I have 2 tanks, and I like to get a little bit of mysis in with these fowler fish. But for the most part, they're eating the chunky, but I only buy the mysis in the cubes, and then I got to cut them, and it's hard. It's like a hard cube. Where your food, I'm just reaching in and I'll break off a plate, and I do what you say. I take a knife, I cut the cubes, and the ones that I'm not using, I just put them back into your packaging. Right. And that works out good. So, I mean, it's not a thing for me. The only reason I brought it up was the auto feeder that's out, and I didn't know if it could be used that way. Mark has one. I don't. I just have my eye on it. We're coming into the holidays. Next week's Thanksgiving. People are going to have folks who are going to be taking care of their tanks while they're away from home. And overfeeding is the biggest thing that happens that you don't want to happen when you've got someone taking care of your tank who doesn't normally take care of it. So, go ahead.
For Mark, I was just going to touch on the topic of the cubes. One of the things that over the years we found, I mean, there's a lot of creative things that people can do with our food. For example, we've seen people take the nano food and put it in one of those circular cheese graters that you see at restaurants, and they shred the food that way for small clownfish that breeders are breeding. We've had other people do other things. And when Jimmy, you commented about the Piscine Energetics or PE Mysis having like that harder cube, it's not that they add water, but that entire organism, the mysis in the water, there's got to be water to fill the void between the exoskeletons, or else there would be air pockets, which would be freezer burn. So That's not a bad thing in that regard, but our food has enough natural proteins. There's no air spaces, just like pudding, tapioca pudding has no air spaces. So in addition, one of the things that customers do, we'll get a mixture of emails both ways. Either people say the food's too chunky or the food's too small. It's just like a lot of other foods. So what I tell customers is to try to make it most of a one-size-fits-all blend. The foods are sized, the Reef Frenzy, Fish Frenzy, Herb. Herb is a little bit bigger because tangs are a little longer, but about a 2 or 3 to 8 inch fish is average. But then again, if the food is frozen, take a little knife and just slice off a couple slivers, shave it into the tank. Or another thing I see a lot that harms the food is customers will take a pack of food, open the Ziploc bag, put it on the counter, prepare the water, make a cup of coffee after dinner. The food sits out, they zip it back up, put it in the fridge or freezer. Every day you do that, it gets condensation. That's why halfway through the bag, it looks white and there's frost. When I would feed my fish, I don't have any anymore, just so busy, but I would open my freezer, pop open the bag, break off a piece, zip the bag shut, put it in the freezer, close it, kick the door with a bottom freezer, and go feed. Easy. Again, I like to keep it simple. That's why when you make it just an auto feeder and all of those things, they're great, I guess, if you're traveling. But that's just one of those things. I'm not lazy, but I like to keep things less points of failure for me.
Sure. Great.
Are we all? Did everything work? Or
Yeah, we're good. We're good. Mark's coming back.
Yeah.
So Larry,
So
what this is your time to just say to any of the folks who are watching right now, just the elevator spiel. In case they're just joining us, about your food. We heard your background. What are the key things that set you apart? Why should I get LRS, not brand Z?
Well, I think one of the things is it's very, very clean. One of the things we heard developing the food is that, take out the exoskeletons from shrimp, keep it cleaner. We pull the muscle out of every oyster because that's really hard for fish to break down.
And I want to point out, sorry to interrupt. I want to point out because I watched one of Mark's videos he made when he came to visit you. You're doing all of this by hand. I saw your wife doing this, shelling all that stuff, cleaning it all by hand.
Jimmy, it's a lot of work. And over the last 13 years, there have been several other people like myself that saw what we did and saw the Facebook page and said, man, my club made food for years. I'm going to make that recipe. And they launch it into the marketplace. And they find out that it is extremely tiresome. Long hours. Initially, when we were driving to 55 pet stores up and down the East Coast, giving out samples, I didn't sleep. I gained 30 pounds. I had high blood pressure. And it wasn't that I was not athletic. It was just working, growing the business. It's your baby. So the thing that makes our food different is we've always stuck to the core principles of quality. We haven't found lesser quality ingredients, and we haven't gone the route to, other ways to make the food less pure. We could add fillers or substitute certain things, but if you want the highest quality food with the quickest delivery from the ocean to your freezer, that's proven through lab studies and all the data that's on the website and the breeding projects, that it is a good, nutritious blend that can prevent you from having to buy 20 different cubes of the mysis, the brine, the bloodworms, or whatever it would be. Right. So basically it's got, everything in there for a lot of tank inhabitants. And you're supporting a family, American business. We're hobbyists at heart. We live in North Carolina. We have a 13-acre farm. Both my children grew up in the business. They're both successful doing their own things now. My wife, fortunately, probably for her, she's out of the kitchen now. We've got a great staff. Everybody that's worked here has been here for over a year straight. So it affords me the opportunity now that the COVID surge and all of that hoopla and getting ramped up and growing. Now, I can able to do more enjoyable things and then also market more. We've been playing catch up for a couple of years because the brand has been so well known, and there have been some other industry things that have shaken up supply chains. So blessed for us, we have not had to really do much marketing, which is why when Ken came back at me, I'm not on TikTok. I just found out what X was, except for in the porn thing. No, I'm just kidding. But I have a Twitter account, but I have an Instagram account. But so that's why we're, kind of getting into the fresh faces like Ken. And I know this as well. The hobby turns over 18 to 24 months for a lot of people. So when people knew Larry and all of us going to trade shows, doing goofy things and passing out, fun toys or paying people's bar tabs at Macna or whatever, that Larry hasn't been out there because we didn't do it at COVID and we just weren't able to. So it's been fun to get back out there and let people know who we are.
Well, definitely come hang out at one of the Reefapaloozas with us at our booth this year if you're not participating yourself.
I got the bar tab this time.
And Ken will pick up your bar tab.
You're
and be ready for that surge now that we got a warehouse full of LRS food out there.
I'm only saying that because he's no longer drinking, right?
Yeah,
I don't want to get into it, but
Ken. Yeah, you would.
I know. I'll pay the bar tab.
Yeah, you would. Now, sober for a year. You should have took me up on that when I was at. No, that's a joke that we used to have a running joke on how big the bar tab could be at Macna. But that was kind
I'm not going to say anything, but the Macna in DC, I'm pretty sure 3K one night. I don't know how that happened. But
oh man.
Yeah, what people don't realize, doing trade shows, for us, the reason that we originally stopped the trade show circuit, it wasn't that we didn't want to. It's just when we would pack up and leave on a Thursday night and do a 3-day show and then be back here to work on Monday when a couple hundred pounds of shrimp alone, we just couldn't physically do it with a small family business. And we love the trade shows. We love the party. We love to see everybody. But what we found initially, Ken, towards the later years is that everybody that came by the booth said, hey, we love your product. Follow you on Facebook. Your grandchild looks beautiful. We love your bulldog mascot. Say hey to your kids for me. And everybody already was either using our food or knew about it. So, yeah, I have nothing. I love traveling. I don't know if, with the airlines now, who knows where we'll be in a couple of months.
Well, Larry, you talked about peeling the shrimp and having to go from 3-day hustle trade show, showing up Monday morning to peel shrimp. That's one of the reasons that I switched to your foods way back when. You talked about the cleanliness too. There's other foods you would put in the tank and you would see the shrimp exoskeleton and the fish might pick at it, but then they spit it out and I would watch it float around the tank. I'm like, unless it gets in the filter sock, because there weren't rollers back then, even if it does, it's going to start breaking down. This is polluting the tank. This is a dirty food with a lot of stuff that doesn't get eaten. Your shrimp already peeled. That meaty shrimp goes in there, ground if it's chunky, nano, or even just regular fish or herbivore blends. It gets destroyed with no crappy exoskeleton floating around your tank.
Yeah. And I'm glad you touched on something like that because one of the things about, you said like the dirty stuff floating around the tank, people ask all the time about, does this food have phosphates in it? Does that food have this? Every living organism that I know of has phosphorus in its tissue. And a meat product for humans or any animal absent of phosphorus is not going to be worth ingesting. I've been told you can't process it. There's just void of any nutrition. So yeah, all foods have phosphates. You have to balance nutrients in with nutrients out. And if you're feeding something like a single feed item like Aquariums, which I also sell, which is very clean, that will have less particulate matter just floating in the aquarium because we do add things like the oysters and the ground up squid and the pulverized things that become liquefied a little bit for the invertebrates in the water column. So you do have to still do your water changes. You do have to run carbon. So I think as the hobbyists that struggle, we struggle with nuisance algae and we try to oftentimes sacrifice the fish health to keep nutrients ultra low. And sometimes that can be part of the problem with keeping fish alive or they get prone to ick or things like that. So I think we have to balance nutrients to keep our fish and livestock healthy, but not also over pollute the aquarium.
Yep, it's a balance. You got to feed them, but what you don't feed or it doesn't get eaten, may get eaten by your cleanup crew, but it's still nutrients into the system. Even if it gets eaten, that's good. Still nutrients in there. You have to get it out. The nice thing with your food is very easy for me to play with that because I know the food is very, very clean. That's what I have in my freezer. I mix in other stuff as well, really the Hikari stuff. But the main staple of my diet or my fish's diets, my clients' fish's diets is LRS. I personally do a lot of the herbivore blend. Some of you were talking about that in the comments. That's a great way to get more nori into your tank because there are pieces of nori in the blend of the food. Your tangs and all, your rabbit fish will absolutely love that. Especially if maybe you're out of town and you're like, you know what, I can't ask my fish buddy or my housekeeper or the kid next door who's watching the house to clip the nori on there. They're going to lose the magnet side. Who knows where it may go. Just bump up your little bit amount of food with the herbivore diet and you're going to get those fish over the hump until you're back. with that nori that's mixed into that blend.
Well, and I'm glad you brought that up. One of the products that we've had for over a decade is we looked at different sheet seaweed products in the marketplace, and especially now with tariffs and things, we've had the same product from the same supplier that goes into our foods, and we also sell. And it's just a quick synopsis. Nori or sheet seaweed is bought and sold in the international markets, and it's graded on purity, palatability, vibrance, imperfections, and there's various grades. And the more money you spend, the more vibrant and fresh and palatable and clean and bright the nori or seaweed is. So we have a certified area that comes from Japan. There are certified waters. We have the lab data for that as well. So our seaweed that Ken also sells is, and all of our local fish stores, is extremely palatable, and fish love it. And it's a little thicker than I've seen some of the others, so it doesn't deteriorate and blow all around as fast. That seaweed was very, very popular during all of those breeding projects regarding tangs as well, including the yellow tangs in Hawaii. The Oceanic Institute is another place that's been very supportive of our breeding efforts, and very thankful for all of those people. But yeah, seaweed is one of those things where there's a big variation on what comes out of other areas in Korea and China and Japan. So seaweed is not one of these things where, the cheapest on bulk is always the best. And we see that because we wouldn't sell droves of that unadvertised seaweed product month after month, year after year, if it wasn't really absorbed or liked by the fish. Again, it is not the cheapest by the sheet, but it is very good quality, and it's very clean and very bright, and the fish love it.
So Larry, we got time for one question here. They want to know, how often do you recommend feeding, daily or twice a day?
I like to feed twice a day. I believe small amounts allows the fish to ingest it in a more timeline that's advantageous to when the lights are on. And also smaller feedings may allow less food to end up in the rockwork and become detritus and end up going unseen by the fish. So if you have inverts and cleaner shrimp, things like that, that'll work. That's great. But I just think for health, and I'm not a biologist, but I fed my fish twice a day. And that's, again, sometimes that's at night what took so long is, we'd be ready to go out to eat, and I get done work as a cop before I quit and make fish food. And it was taking like 30 minutes to thaw out all that stuff. So with our food, really, you can just break it open, pop it in as you walk by the tank, or if someone's home at the house.
All right, I want to cue Mark up real quick, since we're in the warehouse with the warehouse cam, and we're live showing the foods. When people buy LRS from us, show us what happens.
All right.
All right.
We get an invoice, it tells us what we want to pull. Since you've been talking about herbivore frenzy, I'll grab one of these. On our invoice, it'll tell us what to do. We have our pre-made boxes. We have hundreds of these boxes made up. We also have, you have to have on here the ice certification for dry ice, and you have to tell how much weight of dry ice is in each box. So they'll come like this. And our label for shipping will also say what we have in it in regards to the ice, being the ice product, this material product, whatever they want to say, but yes. We stick this in here like this. We take this paper over here and we fold it like this. So we have it. Special gloves. It's 300 degrees below zero, this ice. Take a piece of ice, not this paper I'm showing you, but I'm going to break it up. It lasts longer. Take it like this and put it in our box. Like so. We don't seal the plastic. We just let it sit in here because the gases that it offsets has to breathe or it'll pop the box. Take this like this. Here. Take this here. This is ready to ship. We have a special pickup from FedEx on these boxes for the dry ice. That's
Let me stop you right there, Mark.
Mhm.
I don't know what it's like in Chicago, but that's unacceptable.
Oh.
We have much nicer winters here. Whatever he's paying you, I'll pay you 10% to come run my shipping center. I'll pay 10% higher. You're hired.
You can't have him. You can't have him. You can't have him.
My back is hurting more. The more I ride these motorcycles, the more my back hurts. So come on, I'll hire you to do my job in the shipping center.
Larry, you've known me for years. Larry. You know better. I'm loyal.
Well, Mark, thanks for shipping my box of food. I appreciate that. Look forward to getting that next week, next Tuesday, since we ship overnight on our frozen food. Larry, thanks for joining us. on a Friday night.
Thank you, Larry, man. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So
Yeah,
awesome.
Thank you.
I appreciate
Thanks everyone
you guys.
for joining us as well. If you're just tuning in, it's like almost painful to say we got 3 hours left on the live stream, which means more guests, more giveaways, and you never know what Ken Brown, who likes to sneak stuff in there, and it's like, let's just hit this button and see who pays attention kind of stuff. He loves doing that kind of thing. You never know where we're going to end up on this thing. Our next guest is a longtime veteran of the saltwater tank hobby. I've known this guy, I think the first time I met him was maybe 2010, way back in the day. Now he's got a product out that we've talked about some. You've seen this in our trade show coverage, talk about Avid Aqua, magnets, feeders. There's an electronic display that they're working on as well. Terrence, I mean, go ahead and jump in here. You're on the West Coast, aka the left coast in California. It's still like 6 o'clock for you. You're just on your first drink. This is no big deal for you to join on a Friday night, but thanks for being here.
Thank you so much for having me, guys. I hope I'm coming through okay on this live stream. Didn't have a full radio check on this gear, but anyway, yeah, thanks for having me. And I remember the days when I had to do these long ones as well, because it was part of the promotion stuff at Neptune Systems that I started way back when, long before you guys did. Yeah, it was it's definitely taxing to see how many hours are going by. So you got to have fun while you're doing it too.
All right, so you even have one in front of us. Let's start with that because, I mean, Ken Brown was a computer programmer. He's an original electronic nerd. Jimmy and I are both nerds as well a little bit. Talk to us about that display in front of you. What is it?
Yeah, funny story, though. Degree in computer science. I have one, and guess who else has one?
Oh, him?
The guy on the camera.
Yeah.
Ah,
That's why we get along so well. We talk the same language. It's not COBOL, but we talk the same language.
Do you like text each other in binary or something? That's why you guys get along so well?
Not quite, but it is one of the kind of secret sauces to what I do, because I do have kind of an insider knowledge of how some of this stuff all goes together and what you can do or what you can't do or what the possibilities are. And if you also keep up with what's the hottest technology, which I kind of do, and keep learning things for myself, then you're also able to make great products and relate to a particular market and then make things for them that they want, know what's possible. And so, yeah, the computer science background certainly helps, but I'm not writing code now. That's for sure. That's not what I'm doing, but
I don't think anybody is.
I was going to say AI does that.
I was actually going to get it. Yeah, I was going to say that, like, if you're hardcore banging out code right now, you're losing. So it's crazy the way things are. It kind of blows me away, and it stands to reason, because there's other industries that have gone this way too, where you did things the hard way for a long time, and then all of a sudden now things have changed, and you kind of advise on the technology or whatever it is you're doing, as opposed to getting down into the weeds and dealing with it. And that's where software development is right now, and it's exciting to see where it's going to go.
All right. So luckily you're not a coder, but you are someone who's had a lot of background in the saltwater aquarium world. Let's talk about Avid Aqua. So first, I got to do my due diligence here. Bring everyone up to speed on what kind of your flagship product is, and then we'll talk about the cool nerdy thing that's in front of you that's new and upcoming.
Yeah. So I started Avid Aqua a little over, I guess, a year ago in real, but over 2 years ago, I got together with Ryan Snodgrass from a company called Slide Lock, and we came together to work on some products and inventions that I was able to work on even while I was kind of restricted after leaving Neptune Systems. And so we eventually came together, and then he had products that he had that were very, very cool, very kind of leading edge in the area, but they weren't exactly exciting for me. But they had some really neat features that when we brought the companies together, I was like, I don't know if I want to be doing that stuff too. But the first thing to kind of talk about is the Mod Mag. So Ryan had a had a magnet. He had a system on Frag Racks that was a hybrid system where you still had an acrylic frag rack, but then he had created an ABS plastic super sealed magnet to solve the problem of leaky magnets. And he did that by taking the two halves of the magnet and making them so that they double sealed, and then they were ultrasonically sealed, which is where basically sound waves are made onto the plastic, and then it melts into itself. And this was unique for me because it really solved a problem that a lot of customers had, which were these leaky magnets. It's just that the whole idea of having a frag rack was kind of boring to me. And so I was like, yeah, I don't know. When we do our other stuff, you can do what you want with that, but I'm not really super interested. And then I kind of slept on it for about, I don't know, a couple of weeks. And I came back to him and I said, you know what? I think I know how I can be excited about frag racks. And he's like, well, how's that? I said, well, what if we did this to them? What if we turned them into, a multi-use kind of product where not only do you get the advantage of the magnet on the inside and basically all of the advantages of the Mod Mag design that you have, but you can put multiple things on it at once. And I drew up some initial drawings of how we might go about it. And we worked together to create this Mod Mag, which stands for modular magnet, that allows you to attach things inside and outside, multiple things, all at the same time on the same set of magnets.
Dude, I love mine. I'll be honest with you. There's so much you could do now and almost so much potential in the future for a magnet system like that.
Yeah, and the thing about it too, that when we talk about sealing the magnets, the most magnet systems that are out there today are put together with glue, and then most of those are done with acrylic. And acrylic, as you know, absorbs water. Or maybe many people don't know that, but acrylic actually absorbs water. That's why the kind of tops that used to be on your overflows and stuff would bow, and you have all kinds of issues with that. And what happens when you make it into any other kind of product, especially one that's going to hold a magnet, is it swells a little bit, and then the glue bind or the plastic bind on there on the PVC, or not PVC, sorry, the acrylic. It starts to break, and then it lets a little bit of water in. It rusts. You might even not know that it's rusting in your tank because it doesn't even show any signs yet. I don't know, Mark, have you had any rusty magnets in your time? I know I have, but I think it's pretty common for most people who've been in the hobby a long time.
Yeah, no, I got a pile of them that have, like exactly what you said. They bulged out and they rust. And then a lot of times, it's especially going to happen with like auto top off brackets, something that's down in your sump, tube holders that you don't see because you're not in there and you're looking everything over in your sump every single time. You just kind of forget that it's down there. You don't look at it. Something goes wrong with your tank. Maybe send out some water parameters, or then you're like, well, let me actually take a minute here and look over my system. And you're like, oh, that magnet has busted. Who knows what it's leaching into my tank? You take it out, maybe run some carbon. Two Little Fishies has a Metazord product, which is great for soaking up heavy metals in your water. Your system then likely is going to start to turn around.
Yeah, and the thing that there is quite a misunderstanding, in my opinion, on is that in days of old, when you played in the playground and got the iron filings in the playground, and your magnet was made out of iron, if that thing rusted in your tank, it might not be that big of a deal because it was just iron. But the magnets of today are neodymium magnets, which have nickel and a bunch of other compounds in them that, I don't want to sit there and say that they are good, not good, or anything, but I just don't want any kind of foreign stuff in my tank. And I do know people who have had issues with one magnet or another actually causing harm in their tank. But anyway, because of that too, because it's hard to tell if a magnet is leaking, we also created another feature in the product. So some people, when they get it, they're like, why is my magnet loose inside the holder that it's in? And that's by design as well, because if your magnet did swell, right, and get water in there, it would affect how that sound is. Maybe not make the sound at all, maybe be slower, many different things. But we are so certain that these magnets don't leak is that all of our magnet products have a lifetime warranty because they don't leak. And honest to God, we haven't had one back. Ryan, I think, has had one in 10,000 magnets before he joined up with me. The bond is 500 times stronger than an acrylic glue bond on these magnets.
Speaking of acrylic glue, how about that? Look familiar? This is what You're talking about acrylic? It's sunken
Mhm.
acrylic? I can see it, which is good. I kind of like that this is clear. I can keep an eye on this magnet. But this is exactly what you're talking about. These are the ones that you say are more likely to fail.
Yeah, and I mean that's clearly, no pun intended. It is the way that they do it to compensate for the fact that you can't really check your magnet, and they know it's likely to fail. So that's why you make it clear like that. But anyway, this is the mod mag, and then what we have is a bunch of products that utilize that system. So this is our Stingray, a product, which is a frag rack that holds up to 12 frags. And anybody that knows me in the industry knows I like pretty packaging. It's kind of my thing. So when you get the product like this, it already comes with the magnet. I stuck another one on there, and some other goodies in there too. So here it comes. You'll see it's got the special slide lock, retention system for your frags. You can take a frag and put it in there and it'll stay in. You can take, different size ones and they stay in. So it's really great. It's also great so that you don't, with the long row, you don't have to worry about having big ones and small ones. You can maximize the space on your frag rack, which is, it's important. Space is critical inside your tank. And it's got white and gray. So if you like the white with the extra reflectiveness or just the coolness of the white, you can have it, or you can have the gray. Then what else is here? Comes with this little gripper.
So the mod mag is the basis of everything, right? You start with the magnet.
Correct. So that's how it goes on and off. You just put it on like this. It slides on. Now you've got the inside for your tank. Now, in addition to that, on the outside magnet, you actually can take the outside magnet, pull off the beauty ring that's on here. And when you take that off, you can then put on a silicone pad that we have with it to give you just that extra amount of grip, right? And that'll go all on there. And then that way on the outside, it gives you that extra grip, that little suction against the tank to keep it from going. But then if you want to move your frag rack up and down in the tank, this one inside the tank will still slide up and down while you pull this one away from the glass and slide it up and down so you can bring it up to the top and put your frags in and whatnot.
Now,
but wait, there's more.
Yes, you got it. During the next 50-ish minutes or so, you purchase any Avid Aqua product, we're going to give you a mini traveler that's going to be auto added to your cart, so So make sure that Ken Brown throw up that QR code. If you buy any Avid Aqua product, that mini traveler is already going to be added to your cart. Talk us through. We've seen the frag racks. Now talk us through. We got our frags grown out. We're going to the frag swap. We're either selling stuff and we want to keep it safe on the way there, or we want to have a great way to bring back that super cool coral that we're buying at the frag swap, Reef Palooza, local fish store.
Okay, so this is the Traveler Mini, and you've probably seen coral travelers before, or coral carriers before, and what we did is we took it up a notch with this product. And in addition to taking it up a notch, we also brought the price down, so it's super affordable. So again, beautiful packaging, because that's what I like, right? This beautiful, awesome packaging. So you get the coral case or carrier that comes like this, and what you'll notice, first of all, that's unique about our system is that it doesn't have a screw top, okay? So that's kind of important because sand often gets into the threads on anything that you have around an aquarium or frag. And then, it's like, and then when you think it's all the way sealed, it's not all the way sealed. And you really can't look and see where it is in the threads on this. If you get any sand in it, they're right there in the seal. You can take it out. It goes on, it snaps down, and you're ready to go. So that's the first really cool feature. It snaps, it feels very positive. So inside you have the actual carrier, and the unique part about this is it can go either way. Again, there's a red and a gray on there, and you go and you buy your corals at the shop or at the trade show, the Reef Palooza, and you put those corals in here like that, and it holds them, right? And again, woo, look at that, it's amazing. And now you put them in your little carrier like that, and you put the cap back on, and I'm probably going to blow this because it's live on camera. There we go. Good enough. So you put that on there. Then when you're on the way home, you put it in this koozie that comes with it, and that stabilizes the temperature, whether it's hot outside or it's cold outside, doesn't matter. It's going to help you stabilize the temperature of the water, and it fits into a standard cup holder. So it'll fit into your car cup holder or the cup holder on your backpack. And of course you have a nice little handle for it. Now you get home. Okay. So this is where it gets really fun, and where it's much nicer than some of the stuff out there. First of all, you have now a dipping station for your corals. You can take your dip, whatever your favorite dip is. What's your favorite dip there, out there in Tennessee land?
I use Two Little Fishies Revive.
Oh, there you go.
Queso.
What's that? I didn't hear that one.
You said queso, like for nachos.
I heard queso. Like, what do you
Queso.
eat? Queso? Jimmy,
Okay.
no. That's
My
not
favorite dip is queso, Terrence.
There you go. I thought you were going to tell me skinny. But you take this out and you put the Revive in there, and you do one of these things, you clean it off. And if you had it that direction, you actually see the bugs better, even because it's white, right? And now you're done. You pour the stuff out, and all of a sudden, like, your wife calls and says, "Hey, dinner's ready." And you're like, "Oh, crap, what am I going to do?" So you're like, "Look, I got to put these things in the tank. I'm not going to be able to get to them till tomorrow." So you take it off of this. You go over to your Mod Mag, right? Oops, that one doesn't have a, hold on, I got to find one that's free. You take your Mod Mag, you slide it onto here like this, right? And then all of a sudden now you go to your tank, and you can just put this in your tank and wait till tomorrow to figure out where you're going to put your frags. So that, I think, is the really super cool kind of process of now going and buying and putting corals back to your tank at home.
I mean, some people roll with the Big Gulp in their cup holder. You're going to roll with the Traveler, the Mini Traveler, because when you're a reef junkie, that's how you roll.
Yeah. And, since we're here selling, Mark, you get one of those free with any Avid Aqua purchase. And all Avid Aqua purchases right now for Black Friday are how much off, Ken?
I have a graphic for that.
Oh, there we go. Johnny.
They're 20% off. I know.
Yeah, 20% off on all of them. So, the next thing that's really cool with the with this system, because we said we can even make this better and more expandable, is if you owned the Stingray, right, which is this one, the 12 rack one, and you're like, you know what, I got more corals, I want to put more corals in my tank. Well, now you only have to spend another $15 or $17, and you buy another one of these called the Next Level Kit, and it comes with this, and it comes with this little doodad here, and you just put that in like that. You take this, put it in like this, and voila, you now have cool stadium seating for frags in your aquarium.
So, Terrence, full disclosure here, I am guilty of putting my frag on the frag rack. I'm like, all right, I'll figure out where I'm going to put it. Later on, I leave it. It grows over the plug onto the frag rack. And then, sometimes I will cut the frag rack and make that a frag of coral, put it on a disc and start over. How easy is it to cut the Stingray or the Next Level Kit if Lazy Mr. Saltwater Tank has a frag that overgrows a plug onto the Stingray?
I mean, I guess you could do that. I guess you could, take the whole thing off. It was on one of these. In fact, we even have another frag rack solution, which is called the Sawfish, which is for 2 or 3 frags that will fit on it. And that might be, for the one you think you're going to get lazy, or people like to use it for the LPS corals. But yeah, I mean, you could cut the piece of this off, but why would you want to ruin this beautiful thing, though?
I knew you were going to go there.
I wouldn't want to do that.
It's just so you would cry. You would feel it, right? There'd be an imbalance on the force somewhere, and be like.
And you can go to another one too, Mark. You can add another. You can add a third, and the magnet strength on the units that you buy as a kit. Anything that you buy as a kit with the magnet is for up to 1/2-inch aquariums, and it's actually a little bit more than that, but we've kind of downrated it just to be sure. And if you want to have more strength, even on 1/2-inch, you can get the Giga magnet, buy that separate, buy this kit, and you can have the same frag rack, but with a stronger kind of adhesion, or for 3/4-inch glass.
Few things drive me as crazy when you have a frag rack. Maybe you even have too many frags on it, but you're like putting them on there, and then like you barely touch it, or a fish barely touches it, and the thing you watch it in your tank, it goes, ooh, and you're like, oh no, and all your frags go, boom, and then they probably get picked up in the flow, and they go, shoom, right down your tank. You're like, oh no,
Yeah.
I have not had that problem on the with
There's still
that
physics.
Stingray
I mean, these are not, you know, miracle magnets or something like that. Oh, there's a good product, miracle magnet. They're not miracle magnets, but so you still have the laws of physics. I mean, if you stick 3 of these on there and stick a gigantic LPS frag out on the far out one, I'm sorry, it still, you know, might not make it, but it will hold 3 of them with the next level kit with reasonably heavy frags. And then this is the next cool thing is, again, I told you guys that inside and outside the aquarium, you can do things with these. I've had many people, without prompting them, say that this is like having reef Legos, right? Or reef tank Legos, because there's so many different things that you can do with it. I didn't even show you and I didn't even show the other thing. Where did it go? Must have flew off here, but we have a 30-degree adapter to lean your frag rack forward. Oh, there it is. So this little adapter right here, when you put that in there, you now have the ability to, and I gotta figure out if I can get this while I'm here. Anyway, I'm just gonna put it like this for now. I'm not gonna do the whole thing. To lean out toward the light your frags. And I didn't explain it on the last one too. When you put them multiple ones out, they not only get the benefit of getting more light than they would in a standard frag rack, like our Manta Ray standard frag rack, but they also get better flow because the corals behind them aren't blocking the water flow from the backs of the corals. So that's also a real good advantage. So inside and outside the aquarium is what I said with the magnets, right? So let me get this guy back on here. We've got him in the aquarium, right? Now, outside the aquarium, let's say you want to watch your fish. Well, we got something for that. This is the adapter for the Wise camera. So if you have one of these Wise cameras like this one or this one, this is the version 4. This, I think, is the version 3. You can buy the Wise camera adapter and only buy the accessory because you already own the frag rack. And then you buy the camera. And I think Saltwater Aquarium has the cameras as well, by the way, for sale. So you can buy everything in one stop. And with it, I don't have one in here, but we have a lens that allows you to bring the picture in closer. And we have a filter to make the picture look better when you have that blue camera.
And Terrence, I discovered that those little kits of the clip-on lenses that we all buy for our iPhones, that's the same diameter. Those fit right into your mount as well. So if you've already owned, you know which ones I'm talking about. What is that brand that we sell a lot of, Ken?
Orpec?
Yeah, those will fit right in there. So if you already own those, in addition to the filters you send, those fit in there great. I've had that camera mount on my reef tank since I very first saw this product at our booth, and it's really cool because I can look at my tank anytime I want.
Yeah, it's a really neat addition to be able to have that anytime you want. It's like another kind of monitoring for your aquarium because you can actually see what's happening if your tank's cloudy or your corals are recessed, your LPS are recessed. You can see any of that. Like you're out on vacation, you just even have just anxiety, right? Like I want to really kind of just know what's going on in my tank right now, even though I've got somebody taking care of it. They have no idea what a coral is, and so it's. I mean, we're talking even if you bought it with the magnet and the camera, I think together they're, I don't know, what are they, like $80 or something, Ken? $90?
Just a little bit under, actually, but yeah.
Yeah. So, well, especially now with the discounting on the site for
the discount,
all the Avid Aqua stuff. I mean, it's stupid inexpensive. It's just like if you don't have one, I'd be like, well, what? Before the issue is that there was no great way to mount one of these cameras. It's not like this is some revelation. It happens to be what I think is the best value out there. It's why we designed this for that camera. But the camera is not the biggest part of the coolness factor. It's how do I mount it to my tank, right? How do I mount it to my tank so that there is no glare because it sits right against the glass? And this does that, right? And how do I get it to see my fish when they're closer, when this camera is manufactured for a distance of maybe from where I am here to my camera, which is 3 or 4 feet. It's not going to work in an aquarium. So with the macro lens that we provide, now you get that ability to see things, you know, when they're 8 inches away and see them in focus. So
yeah, what's crazy to me about the Avid Aqua line, I know I would carry it even if it wasn't yours, Terrence, but every single little piece, there is like a decade of thought behind it. Like someone actually sat down and said, a frag rack normally is like this. There's 20 different brands. They're all the same. How can we make this better? How can we make this different? And that's every single piece of your line. Someone has sat down and analyzed exactly what you can add to make it better than what it currently is on the market.
I appreciate you noticing that, because it really is, it really is kind of our brand promise, which sometimes people think that's kind of corny or whatever, but it really is this idea that we are reef keepers from a long time. We know what people really would love to have if they themselves could build something. And then Ryan, myself, Joe, others come together with our minds and say, hey, I got this idea to do this. What if we did it this way? And then the other one goes, yeah, but I always wanted to do this, and I always wanted to have that. And then I go, oh, but yeah, but then we could do this. And they're like, yeah, but if we could only solve this problem. And I go, well, we can solve it that way. And it's this collaborative effort of reef keepers that brings gear together, that it's really fun for me. It makes, I mean, I don't want a job anymore in my life. I've had some jobs. This is not a job for me. This is an experience and a fun way of coming together with people I enjoy being with and making products for an industry that I enjoy being a part of. And I appreciate that you see that thought went into all of these products.
Yeah, it's very similar to me too. Like this is a long time ago, we had talked and you're like, are you going to grow the company and sell it off and do all this stuff? And I'm like, this is kind of like a lifestyle business. So I created the company to kind of live in that environment, and I can kind of manage the environment around me, and I get that kind of vibe.
I get that now. I get that more than before now. I do. It is fun. It's fun, and it's fun to work with people also like yourself and other manufacturers and whatnot that I enjoy being around to help come up with stuff and to collaborate on different products. Definitely cool. One of the other outside things, just to go back to that, for cameras is the Avid Cam. And the Avid Cam basically is a way for you to mount on the outside a cell phone camera, has a tripod mount in it, and it's got a built-in GoPro mount as well. And now you can actually use your own camera, use your own webcam if you want. If you have a 1/4 inch, what do you call it, tripod mount on any webcam that you have, or a Ring door camera, you can mount that on there. You can take an old cell phone, you can take a GoPro, and you can stream even 24/7 from a GoPro now without having to have a phone or computer next to it. I think from GoPro 9 forward. This is a really cool way to take photographs or video of fish so that they're not spooked, because you can leave it up there next to your tank and just let it roll and then get some really great shots. And obviously it can go on the inside of the aquarium too with the GoPro camera, or, if waterproof iPhone or what have you, and shoot some in-camera photography and video. And again, if you bought this, right, the Avid Cam is just like $16, $17, right? So you can accessorize any way you want. You can put two frag racks here, and you can put an Avid Cam on the outside. So, and then in addition to that, we have other frag racks, like I said, the Sawfish, which I don't have one handy here. We also have the Manta Ray. I'll steal a Manta Ray out of this. Well, I might as well talk about
before you move on, I know
yeah.
that you already said that, but the Avid Cam, I have one in my hand.
Okay.
This screws a 1/4-20. This is the standard out there for any camera stuff. Someone asked on the YouTube a little while ago, do you make a camera mount that's not just for the Ys, for security cameras? They said the Ambicu G4. Now I looked that up on Amazon. I can't see that it has a 1/4-20, but it does have a mount on the back. And if it unscrews, it's likely this.
It's likely,
so
yeah.
This thing's very versatile. And one of the things that I like that Terrence didn't even mention, he skipped right past it. How this thing adjusts.
Thank you.
It adjusts in the mod mag. I love this thing because I can get YouTube videos. The height adjustment on it, you don't have a screw to tighten down. It's magnetic, and it just stops at the different points, and it'll support the weight of your phone. So you just lift it up till it hits the next notch.
So this is one of those things, Jimmy.
The phone mount has a 1/4-20 on the back, so you can get it looking down. It's super versatile. I love this thing.
This is one of those things that, Ken was just talking about it, like, what would you do? And thought has gone into stuff. When we were coming up with this, and by the way, it's got holes in it, so you can DIY your own 3D printed stuff and use it to hold that with nylon screws or with titanium screws. But this whole magnetic idea on here where the detents are, stops right on it. Anybody else, and you've seen things in the past, would be like, okay, let's put a set screw on there. And I basically said, hey, wait a second. We've got a magnet here. We're going to put this on there. What if we put metal embedded inside here and double use that magnet to create this cool thing? And so that sparked some stuff in Ryan's mind, and he went out and started to play with things. And we basically figured out how to do that. And it just takes a product to the next level of kind of coolness, right? And
totally.
And thought, and I love it. That's what I love doing.
Well, I did want to say one thing about this promo. We're giving away the free mini traveler cup on any Avid Aqua product, and the full Avid Aqua line right now on the website is 20% off. I may be running out of cups. I think I dedicated 50 for the stream, and I'm seeing them fly off the shelves. Most people are buying the Wise cam mount, or a Stingray seems to be some of your most popular.
Yeah, I can see that. And I can see also why they would fly off the shelf, because they are $20 retail, which means you're selling them today for what, $16?
And if you buy one, you get one for free.
Oh my God.
So you get 2 for $16. I'll just give them away.
You didn't even have a minimum on that Avid Aqua product?
No minimums. You buy whatever you want. The accounting department is going to fire me. I'm glad I'm the accounting department.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy. So
I authorize it.
That means for anybody who can still get one while they're there, if you bought it that way, they're literally, $8 a pop. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I might have not done the math. I kind of did what would be cool. And now looking back, I'm like, yeah, I mean, I guess that's all right. I'm a casino guy, so
it's okay. It's going to get them into the universe, Ken. They're going to come back and they're going to buy a bunch of other Avid Aqua stuff from you and go, okay, this at least got them in there. And it is, by the way, from a marketing guy's perspective, take off the programmer guy's perspective, put the marketing guy's perspective on. When you can come into a fish store and you can see this, or onto an e-commerce site like yours and see this available for $20 and see the coolness and everything, it's an introduction to the brand that is undeniable, that you just want to get more stuff, because it is done with such finesse that you just get a level of trust and engagement with the brand. So don't feel too bad, I think, Ken, because you're building customers forever, man.
Yeah, and to me, it's a cool product. It's cool. I want people to have it. Like, I want them to use it. This is the cup I'm going to be carrying at all my trade shows moving forward. Like, I like the new hotness, as I call it. So whenever I see new hotness, I kind of go overboard a little.
Well, I do appreciate all your help to Avid Aqua and our, burgeoning starting company this year at events and whatnot, Ken. It didn't go unnoticed, and we really, really, truly appreciate you helping us get out there and get out there and see the public. I do. Thank you so much for that.
I gotta know, Ken, are you gonna have Terrence make a Pokemon card mini traveler? I mean, it's got to go in with the mix, right?
I mean, I do have a Pokemon problem, I will admit. I don't want to get into it too deep right now, but
I think it's great.
Yeah,
like,
I need to sell a lot more products on the website.
Industrial Fallout.
I will promise on your 10,000th one of these sold, I will give you the most baller Pokemon traveler you'd ever thought of.
All right, everyone, buy more. Let's make this happen during the live stream. We want to see what he comes up with.
The gold-plated Traveler Mini Pokemon Edition. There you go.
Only 10,000?
Only 10,000, man. I love Ken. Only 10,000. There you go.
All right, Terrence.
Okay, we're talking about travelers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And you want to talk about what's probably the best deal in the Avid Aqua line for this event, in my opinion, it's going to be the Traveler Mega. The Traveler Mega, when I show it to you in a second, just so you know, I priced this product in a way where I was looking more at where the price point needed to be in order to make it attractive to everybody, rather than where my margins were going to be. And because of that, it became the best value product that we have. And so obviously when you take this little guy out, you're going to get 3 or 4 frags and it's great. But when you go to a trade show or a thing like Reefapalooza, Frag Swap, whatever it is, you often want to come back with 5, 6, 10, 12, you know, maybe 40 frags. Okay. Some people, and by the way, we didn't talk about, we have a trio version of this too, that holds 3 times as much, that you can find out on the website. But this is the one that I would tell everybody to get today, because it is so cool. So this is the Traveler Mega, and it has 2 manta ray frag racks in it. So these manta ray frag racks you can buy separately. Let's not get my fingers snapped.
But we want to see that, Terrence. Come on, snap them.
This is now it is a kind of an issue with my job, and my wife Nancy is scared to death of magnets because they're always slamming together. And no joke, today I was on a call, and I'm a desk fidgeter, and I was fidgeting with a ruler, and there was a magnet on the other side of my desk, a Mod Mag, and it's a big metal ruler, like a 16-inch ruler. And all of a sudden it went for the magnet and flung over there, and my coffee cup was in between, and it just flung the coffee cup right off my desk. I was like, oh no. But it is an occupational hazard for anybody at Avid Aqua. You're working around magnets, and I will tell everybody out there, have respect for the magnets. You will get a blood blister if you do not. It will hurt.
Yeah, no good.
Especially if you get the Giga magnets, the ones for 3/4 inch. But this is the manta ray, and somebody else will have to help me out with exactly how many it holds, because I can't remember off the top of my head.
A lot.
26.
26.
What?
Thank you.
That.
No, I think this is 26 times 2 is 52 for the Mega.
Yep.
And
There you go.
And so same thing, you put them in here, it holds them. You can have big ones, small ones, all the different types and sizes of frags. Then what you do is it just goes right in there and snaps onto the side. So you can have it high or low inside there. You could have, I've seen people put them the other direction too, so that they can have them running this way and have frags pointing, you know, left and right. And same thing, you get home, you want to give your frags a bath, you put your solution in there, you take it like this, you do like the Wendy's salad shake, you know, and then all of a sudden your corals are clean, they've gone through the frag dishwasher. Now you can rinse them, take them out, put them in your aquarium, but you don't have to just put them wherever. You now have 2 frag racks to use as you wish until the next time you go to a trade show. Same thing when you're going to be going to a frag swap and bringing corals. You can load all the corals up onto one of these, right, in your aquarium. And right before you go, you fill this up with water, you take it out of the tank and stick it right inside the little box, and away you go to your coral frag swap. And it's usually $95, which I was trying to say that's why it's such a good bargain, because you get 2, you know, straight up frag racks in here. But today, what does that work out to, Ken? I'm going to do the math, but it's got to be what, $67 or something like that, $77?
Not much.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the bargain of the show, right there. If they're still out there, they're still available, you know, get one. I also take my fish home in this. I take the frag racks out, and when I go to the fish store, if I get some fish, I, you know, fill up with water and take them in this, because again, you have this koozie, and the koozie basically keeps everything as temperature controlled as you can for the ride home. And you will see, if you go to any of these shows, you will see now that they're like Avid Aqua groupies. You see people walking around everywhere with their little Avid Aqua Traveler Megas. So
okay,
really fun.
So we talked about magnets, we talked about frag racks, Traveler stuff, but you've had this electronic gizmo in front of
You're
you.
not there yet, man. We're not done yet with the
come
magnet
on.
stuff.
Okay, fine. I'll leave it back to you. You can roll in. What else am I missing, Terrence? Because, oh, by the way, the Traveler Mega, let me refresh the
my favorite
page.
thing.
It's
The probe
still
holders.
available. Oh, yeah. Probe holders and dosing tubes. Talk to us about
There's
that.
still Traveler Megas available while they last, and you'll get a free Traveler Mini when you buy one.
Yep. Huge discount. They're usually $94, and then it's on sale at 20% off. So, I mean, that knocks it down to about $75. That's awesome. What a
That
deal.
is ridiculous.
And if you buy one or any Avid Aqua product, you get the free mini Traveler as well. I think Ken disappeared to try to figure out how we could undo that.
I think it's all free tonight. I think everything Avid Aqua is free.
Hurry,
No,
hurry,
Jimmy,
get in
don't
there
go
before
there.
he changes the website. Hurry.
Don't throw Ken under the bus like that. Okay, so dosing.
don't remember.
Oh, I do. I have one. Yes. Probe holder, dosing tube holder.
Yes. So
I have my temperature probe holder upside down. Terrence had to tell me that I was doing it wrong. I had my stupid little gripper on the wrong side of my glass.
yeah. So one of the things too that some people may like this, some people don't, I'm sure, but we kind of like the explore it yourself kind of approach to the products. For one, it helps us. Well, we try to make products that it's obvious. You're not going to need a user manual to figure out how to use the product, right? That's kind of our thing to begin with, that, whether it's software side of stuff that we're doing or on some of this hardware stuff, is try to make things as obvious as they can be. Many of you probably don't know that when I was at Neptune Systems, the current NPR, as you see it, I actually designed that thing while I was at the manufacturer in China on one trip, and it's only changed once since then and gone from white to gray. The probe holder, the NPR, magnetic probe rack. For a number of years, I wanted to update it, but when you're doing the Trident and you're doing other things, it's kind of like there are priorities that you have and what you can do, and we hadn't updated it. So when I saw that Ryan had a probe holder, I was like, oh, this is cool. So let's take your probe holder and let's make it better yet, right? So the first thing was, obviously, let's do it in the mod mag, so it fits into the same kind of slot. And it's super small. I don't know if you can tell how small that is, but here's that camera, right? It is, I guess we have to use a banana. Is that the thing on the internet now, guys? Is use a
Really?
Yeah,
banana comparison? Okay, that's the meme. But it holds 4 probes in the 4-probe version, and then 2 other tubes, which I'll explain in a second. But I knew for a while that we could do it better, more compact, and take away some of the pain points that existed in it. For instance, you'll see there's no set screws on this probe holder. Obviously, a probe holder is something that's in your tank all the time. Having that mod mag with the issue for leaking, not a good thing to have leaks. So it's in there all the time. You almost never see it down there in the sump. So using the mod mag is great. Additionally, and I don't have a probe here to actually slide into this, but I do have another gadget that comes with it, which is a temperature probe adapter. So what this thing is if you use an Inkbird heater controller or a Hydros or any other product that has one of those small little capsule size heater nub things, they often are just floating around in your aquarium and not really neat. With this, you put that little heater electrode into here, slide it up, the cord goes right out the top, and now you have essentially a real probe, and that real probe can fit right down into your probe holder, nice and neat. So cleans up the whole thing for a Hydros user or somebody who has some other heater controller. So that comes with it. And then the other two holes that I mentioned, most people look at those and they go, are those for dosing tubes? I guess you could use them for dosing tubes, but the reality is you wouldn't really want to dose things near your probes, right? Because it's going to affect the readings. What they're for is, I said, why don't we have a way to manage those tiny little tubes from the Tridents or other automatic testing systems? So we include these little straws with a funnel at the top, and you put that down in there, and now your little tube slides all the way down in there, and you can keep it off the bottom, so it's not picking up detritus. It's not going to easily slide right out of the tank or get knocked out of the tank. And there's two of those on the probe holder. Questions, guys?
And you make a 2 probe holder and a 4 probe holder, correct?
Yes, that is correct. So,
and don't even bother buying the 2 probe, anybody, because
No, forget it.
eventually
Just get the
you're gonna use the temperature sensor. You're gonna want the salinity probe, the pH probe. You actually end up buying 2 of the 4 probers. So don't
This
even
is
buy
true.
it. Don't buy the 2 probe.
Don't buy the 2 probe, he says. Well, the only reason I will give, the only reason I'll give to push the 2 probe at all, for sure, is if somebody has like an Apex Junior or whatnot, and they don't have more than those 2 probes, and they have like a nano with a very compact space requirement in the back of that nano tank, the 2 probe one is only about 3/4 of an inch from the front to the back on the inside, plus the magnet. So the total amount is probably 1.25 inches of space that it takes front to back. And so it's very compact. So that, in that case,
it's thought out. It is for somebody.
Correct.
You thought
that
of
is exactly it. And we do sell quite a few of them, even though the price point, it would surprise you, right? And in fact, it's very astute of you, Jimmy, because when we were deciding what to make, obviously you just don't go out and make these things and boom, you have to do molds and designs, and there's work going into everything. And I had said at the time, like, who's going to want a 2 probe one? Why are we going to put time and effort and a mold and everything into that? And, and Ryan, my partner, said, oh yeah, well, there are people that want that for this other purpose, and they do want it, and they will buy it. I'm like, even if it's only like $5 or $10, less than the 4 probe one, who would do that? And he's like, yeah, and he was right.
It's those freshwater people.
Freshwater people. Yeah, they don't need 4 probes, and you're right. The smaller footprint in your smaller tanks and makes total sense. The other thing I like about all your products, Terrence, is they look really nice in my Red Sea color scheme, and they look good with your Trident stuff as well. So, although I've been on you about making black ones.
Yeah. I mean, look, the way it is that everybody wants colors. It's impossible. Ken would kill me if I all of a sudden said, hey, Ken, guess what? Every one of our products comes in 5 colors. Is like, really, Terrence?
I'm going to buy the one I like.
Yeah. So it's just one of those things you have to decide on when you're making products. And so when we were coming up with the branding for Avid Aqua, I wasn't at first super excited about the red, but I figured, you know what, it's neutral enough with the gray, and it adds a little, je ne sais quoi, so to speak, to the brand, and it's recognizable. And if you had it in something that was already red or orange, like the Neptune stuff, it would still be okay. Wouldn't clash too badly. So I'm liking the way the brand is coming out, and don't expect. I mean, I think we're gonna do the Henry Ford on this. We'll give you a probe holder in every color as long as it's red, gray, and white.
Terrence, I love that you're pushing the neutrals. It's very interior designer. Yeah, you're pushing the neutrals.
Dude, I just wanted to jump in and say we are getting so many orders right now. I'm probably going to need another pallet soon.
Oh, man.
Go, Terrence. Go.
Like every 2 minutes people are buying.
I hope you're not hyping it. I hope it's for real.
No. Here we go. I'll go right here. Jason G, 947, probably on the stream. Quattro Magnetic 4, Mega Traveler, MTO 7, free cup. Same minute. Thomas D, Stingray Magnetic Traveler. 2 minutes before, Mega Traveler, Mega Mod, Black Wise Cam with the camera, the new bundle software you told me to load, kit, Traveler Mini function. 1 minute before, Wise Cam combo kit, Avid Cam Traveler, another Wise Cam kit with a black camera. Like, that was the last 3 minutes, just so you're aware. What you're doing is making a difference.
I always wanted to be on QVC.
I was going to say, somebody commented, and they said in the comment, this is like watching the home shopping channel for reefers.
I just can't help it.
I think that's Hillary, right?
I don't know who said it. I just thought it was hilarious because it feels like that. But, these are all cool things. We want them anyway. Yeah.
Well, and it's a struggle to show people when the marketplace has so many products, 5,000 frag racks, to show people what we would buy. Like, what is cool? What should they buy? Yes, I got to carry this rack or that rack or that rack. But if I'm buying this and I have the knowledge I do, I'm buying these.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And
I want to jump back on this thing real quick.
Yeah.
Because you talked about, you have the holes in there, you can put the screws in there, and there are a lot of things. If you have a 3D printer, you can print things that will fit in there. This is my tip that I did. I get in there with my mag scraper to clean off my tank, and I can just take and drag now that I have the grip on the right side, I can take and drag my camera out of the way. But what I've gone and done on the back of my Wise camera mount is I put that stick-on two-sided tape with the Velcro piece on there. So now I just grab my Wise camera and I go like this on the back of it, and it cleans around it without me having to move it and hit with the scraper, because I have the wire going up to it nicely tucked in a wire holder. So in order to keep it looking nice, I just made the Wise camera mount inside, the magnet inside there be the scraper.
And I mean, that is the coolest thing, is that you get to play around and try different things. But a little insider thing, over here off camera over here is another little product, and part of what that product is exactly what you kind of did on your own. So,
are you going to show us
stay
tonight?
tuned. That's a little inside information. I'm not going to show it tonight or anything, but
show it.
No, it's not happening.
He's not going to show it, but I'll tell you, I don't even have the finished product. I have a prototype thing, and I'm like trying it out. I'm like, Terrence, this is it. This is so it. And I didn't even load it and set it up right. And it's way better than anyone out there. Sorry, you can't get it yet. It's coming though. So just wait.
Yeah, that's the granddaddy. And so we're doing a lot of fun things.
I'm willing to be a tester.
I'm sure. I'm sure a lot of people on the stream will be too. And
your panther fish, your panther grouper is going to eat it, Jimmy. All right, Terrence, we're talking about all this stuff. We've nearly burned up the whole hour talking about all the cool stuff that you do. So you got to talk about the inside. It's even on the background behind you.
Yeah. So for a number of years, I was not able to do technology products after leaving Neptune Systems. That finished out last year, and I got to work at that point when that ended on some new products. And the first one of those products is the product called the Insight. You see it right here. And it is a display device for your Apex, and it'll work with other systems and things as well in the future, because it's definitely moddable, so to speak. But right now it's for your Apex, so that you can monitor your Apex at a glance from anywhere in your house. Does not need to be physically connected to your Apex. And all the data that your Apex has will show on there. There's a bunch of other AI things that we're working on. You can initiate feed modes by simply tapping a little thing at the bottom and then initiating a feed mode right there, which, since this is connected to my tank, I'm not going to do right now. And one of the real things that's the impetus for making it happen is I wanted to be able to, like your thermostat in your house, kind of get rid of the anxiety of knowing what's going on in my aquarium without having to pull my phone out, right? Or without having to, be a tech geek and come up with some tablet kind of solution and just see the dashboard. And so this is what we've come up with, and it's currently in beta. And you guys can ask a whole bunch of questions, but there are some beta units still available. It's a for sale beta. It's out on avidaqua.com. You'll see a link to it. And it's like $40 off what the retail will be. Retail on this will be $199.95 for the Pro model, which I'll talk about in a second, and $159.95 for the base model. The Pro model has, this is the really cool part, it has environmental sensors for your room. You'll see them right up here. That is your temperature of the room, your humidity of the room, and most importantly, your CO2 of the room. Lastly, there's another sensor inside. We don't even know how we're going to quite use it yet. It's called VOC, which is volatile organic compounds. And we believe that we'll be able to characterize your aquarium to understand how it smells. It's basically a digital nose, and determine when things are not normal under your aquarium. Something has happened. Something maybe is starting to cook off under your aquarium, or you have a spawning event, or we don't even know what it could possibly be. So I'll leave it with that. You guys can ask me the questions.
I mean, Jimmy can speak for himself, but some of us, our aquariums don't stink.
Well,
Kidding. Totally kidding.
Those are cool things. I didn't realize it had all them built-in sensors and did all that other stuff, which is appealing. Of course, the question I have is, because I'm a newbie and I entered just recently, I have a Red Sea tank, so I have a lot of Red Sea controllers, and then I have Hydros controllers. May we ever see anything like this for any of those types of systems?
It's entirely possible. We have a methodology where we could definitely adapt to do that. I have high confidence in that, but we are not kind of in control of everything. What that means is with the Apex, because the Apex is unique in that it has a local access kind of over your network, as opposed to through Bluetooth or directly to your phone through Bluetooth, through an app. We have the ability to access the information on your Apex locally without the cloud. And that's what it does. It does not need to have the internet to access that information. On the other hand, other systems use Bluetooth to make a communication with their app often, okay? Some of them may also use Wi-Fi, but they may or may not open up a way for us to be able to get access to that information. So would we do that for those other products? It's going to be that as a question of whether or not we can cross that barrier. And then it's going to be how big is the market and the demand in those spaces to where it makes sense for us to spend the resources to make that happen, sure. Right? And those two things together will determine whether or not it happens on the Insight.
Yeah.
But I can tell you that we have there's other devices out there that do monitoring on your aquarium, which I can't directly divulge who they are, but that we likely will have a way to get their information on there. And we also have other things coming from ourselves and others that'll get more information from your aquarium and put it into the Insight.
Yeah. It looks cool. I want one on my tank just because it looks cool.
Jimmy, you can come to my place and see mine.
Yeah, and so speaking
Where's
of looks
yours?
cool,
Do you have one for real?
I do.
Yeah, I can divulge this. He can't necessarily. Mark has actually been on the alpha team for the product, not the beta team. So he's like uber cool, right?
Oh,
so yeah, so
I'm an A-lister.
Whatever.
Yeah, for sure. So it's powered by USB-C, by the way, and there's 3 mounting options. Since you were talking about it, looks cool. There's 3 ways that you can use it, and you can have more than one too, by the way. You could have one in your kitchen and one at your aquarium, and they could be looking at different things on the aquarium. They could be pointing to different apexes, but it mounts 3 ways. So it can mount in a panel, and when it mounts in a panel, there's actually a little strap that exists that you slide up on the back, and tension mounts it into the panel, okay? That's one way. The second way is obviously going to connect into a mod mag, so it just hangs on a mod mag. So if you have a door on your stand, you can just put the magnet on the other side of your door, and now all of a sudden you have it there. Or if you had the frag rack on the inside and you wanted it just on the outside of your frag rack, boom, you hang it on there. So that's the mod mag. And then you'll see there's these little feet on here. So you can't see here, but I'll try to do it on my hand. It sits like that on a counter. So now you can put that on an end table, or you can put it, on your nightstand. I don't know, maybe that's not for what most people want, but definitely on the end table, like in your living room. So,
is there a battery powered version?
We don't have a battery for it, but you could use any power delivery battery that you would use for your phone.
Yeah, because you said it's USB-C, right?
Correct. And
Okay.
so if you wanted to, I'll get this off the screen. I don't know what came up on the screen. Oh, I hit settings. Got to kill that. Put it back. So yeah, so if you wanted to use power delivery, you could definitely do that. And some of those battery packs are huge. Who knows? I don't even know how long it might last. It might last a couple of weeks on one of those.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's got a battery. I mean, I'm charging AirPods and stuff. We all got some type of battery for charging our phones or the smaller ones that, yeah, I like that idea. USB-C powered. That's great.
Yeah, in fact, Rich Ross actually has taken his around his house to see what his CO2 readings were in different parts where he has different pieces of his distributed aquarium system to see how the CO2 levels were, or the
yeah, that's really
level.
interesting, because I was sitting here thinking I didn't want to bring it up because it really is designed for Apex, but it has some other functionality like that there's things that it does independently on its own. And I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool. And I thought about that, but I'm like, I don't want to.
Well, and on top of that, we're hoping that because we're actually approached by the Neptune system side, they want to get that data back into the Neptune system. So you'll be able to take your CO2 data, hopefully, right?
Oh, wow. It'll go into theirs.
Yeah, exactly. Through IOTA with the Apex system, Internet of Things Apex, right? IOTA, that you'll be able to bring the CO2 and the humidity and whatnot back in, and then you'd be able to switch on or off a particular fan or another device with the Apex. So there you go. That's also another cool benefit of it.
Awesome. All right, Terrence, thank you so much for joining us, man. We really did an awesome job. Sorry, what?
Any user questions, or we're out of time?
Let me look real quick before you go.
Ken has a
People are really just excited about the product.
Get them while they're hot. Ken says they're selling out.
Yeah, they are. I'm about ready to turn this off.
Oh, don't do that. Terrence, thanks for being with us tonight. Talking about everything Avid Aqua. It's cool to see you kind of shift gears and do something different, but now you can sneaking back in the electronic tech side of the aquarium hobby. Thanks for being here. Have a great time. Jimmy, eat your heart out, buddy. You'll get an insight one day. They're super cool. With that, thanks, Terrence. Have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you guys for having me on and allowing me to have some time during your stream. Everybody pick up those products at 20% off. And, look for us out there, avidaqua.com. And, have a great Thanksgiving, everybody. Enjoy your family.
Hey.
Take care.
Yeah, see you, Terrence and Ryan. Keep making rad stuff, dudes.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Appreciate it, guys. Bye-bye.
With that, we are rolling into the 4th hour of the live stream. It's kind of been the bro hang for a little bit. That's kind of part of that's kind of how it is in the saltwater tank hobby. But let's switch gears a little bit here. Let's bring in Hillary, because people, when she was on earlier, they're like, Hillary. Absolutely, yes, Hillary. Hillary, take it away. She's going to be on there talking with Brian from Tropic Marin. I'm turning the stage over to you, Hillary. Jazz us.
Hello. It's good to see everybody tonight. Thank you so much for joining us and spending part of your evening with us. But like Mark said, we are going to talk with Brian, who I feel is kind of relatively new face in Tropic Marin. Now, first and foremost, is it Tropic Marin or Tropic Marin? How do you say it?
Tropic Marin.
Okay. I've been saying it wrong. So
first off, let's just say not new face. If you called saltwateraquarium.com over the last 3 years, you may have talked to him on the phone at a trade show. But absolutely, congratulations on the Tropic Marin gig, man. I think I'm super happy for you, dude. It's so cool.
I appreciate it, brother. I always do. I love the sport. Saltwater was always a family. Can't pass up a great opportunity as well.
You've got dead fish on your wall, Brian. Fish are friends.
And food.
And food.
and decorations, apparently.
This guy feeds some people.
Yeah.
That's a big old bluefin.
Ooh, yummy. Hey, how are you, man? So I don't mean to bust in. I just haven't seen Brian in a while. He's got this cool new gig at Tropic Marin, and I just wanted to say hi. I'll let Hillary take. Hey, it's good to see you, man.
Oh, by the way, I don't think it should be newbie reefer anymore. I think it should be expert reefer.
Expert reefer.
Yeah, it's
I
been
will.
going on
Talking
for
the
a minute.
language now, right?
I
You-
have this
you-
whole new vocabulary. I'm working on becoming expert reefer. Right now, I've graduated a user. I'll have to go look it up in the comments. I'm now Jimmy Two Tanks, which isn't really the full truth because I have a freshwater tank as well. So it could be three tanks. But and I have a quarantine tank. That could be 4 tanks. But
I don't know. Jimmy Two Tanks sounds like a Greg drawing.
a Greg
in the making.
drawing.
It kind of does.
That sounds like a new shirt coming up.
Oh, I love it. All right, let's talk your product. Sorry, Hillary. I just got excited when I saw Brian.
No, we're always excited to see Brian. So tell us, I think the last time I saw you was Reefapalooza, California. Can we talk about some of the new products that you have? It's a multi-step product that it's like already set and geared to go for your aquariums. Can we start out talking about the new stuff?
Yeah, we could talk about it. Released on November 1st. Available already at saltwateraquarium.com. But we have the new block analysis system, which consists of our new ICP test as well as the solutions. We wanted to make things simple, right? A lot more convenient. Same thing that All for Reef did, and that's how I talk to everybody. If you like All for Reef, and a lot of people obviously do, you'll like this system. So what it's doing is it's taking your ICP test, which is nothing new on the market, test the normal 37 elements. We have the basic kit, which does your 37 elements. We have the plus that does the same elements as well as your RO water and 9 additional parameters and nutrient levels. But what's cool is when you get the results back, you can fix it by individual elements, which we're used to when we deal with ICPs and dealing with certain depletions in our system. But what's happened is now we have the block analysis solutions. So now you can dose multiple trace elements in one solution. The nice part about that is when you get your corrections, you can actually add these bottles to a dosing pump. You don't have to microdose it 1 drop, 2 drops, every other day or something like that. No, if you might get an instruction, say 20 mLs of block iodine for 5 days, right? Something, an example like this. You put on your dosing pump, you go to your Apex, go to your Hydros, and you can program to set that much and then go down to the stable dosage, right? But thinking a little bit further ahead when we talk about the solutions and the test, we came out with the 3-pack and the 6-pack. And why we did that is we want to give savings to the consumer, right? So if you get a 3-pack or a 6-pack, the individual boxes inside don't have the fancy packaging. They're just white boxes. That saves money, which the consumer gets to save as well. We wanted that because we want people testing more often than when they have a problem, right? Because ICP, even when I was with saltwater, somebody would call and I would say, have you ever run an ICP test? No? Well, you probably should. Not to sound mean or anything, but we're not going to play a guessing game, right? Hillary, you're an expert. Mark's an expert. Jimmy's now an expert. You come to a trade show and you talk to us, right? We would always tell you the same thing. Well, what are your levels? And you get the same answer all the time. My levels are great.
Yep. We know that they're not great because you're talking to us that you have a problem.
Yeah, but you might be testing something on a tritation kit or your HANA kit, that's not being picked up, right? If your strontium's depleted, you're not testing for that at home. No, you need to run it through an ICP. So what I like to talk to people about is get on a monthly basis, right? I have a lot of companies that are doing it, stores that are doing it for a maintenance thing. Catch the problem before it becomes a problem, right? Before you lose your aquapore, before you lose your torch, before you lose that prized coral that you spent so much money on or have had for so many years, simply do the testing.
Yep.
Know what your tank looks like on a ICP result when it's good and when it's not good. Because you can catch those mistakes real quick before you start seeing signs of stress.
Yes. And right now you have no excuse. This feels so salesy, but I'm going to say it anyway. So anytime during the stream right now, if you buy any of the Tropic Marin products, we're going to go ahead. If you scan this code that's on the screen right now, we're going to throw in a free ICP test. So you really do have no excuse. Go ahead and get those tests and test it and send it in so you know. That way you have a baseline for starting out.
Absolutely. no, definitely take advantage of it. Take advantage of that. You know, be on the lookout for sales and stuff coming up through the holiday season. We just want people to test, right? We want people to test. We want people to know their systems. You can call me, you can email me, you can call the folks at Saltwater. We'll help you through everything that you need. But I'm always going to say, when's the last time you ran a test? When's the last time you ran an ICP test? And it's the same thing. I'm going to be honest. It's the same thing when it comes down to salinity, right? We see a lot of issues with salinity, and a lot of things I think out there have user error, right?
A whole
And
bunch of things.
I dealt with it when I was younger, when I first started out, you know, but a hydrometer is the scientific way of doing it, right? Pull out an hydrometer. I pulled mine out. I mean, the thing is massive, but it's always accurate, right?
Yeah.
And I've been using that for almost a decade.
Nice.
So, I mean,
Tried
they
and true.
work. And it's what they use in chemistry labs. So if it's good enough for a chemist, it's good enough for our aquarium.
That's true. So I feel like you talking about salt kind of gives us a perfect segue into the salt. And I'm actually going to ask you to give me an education because I don't have any experience using any of the Tropic Marin salt. But I'm here in Chicago at the warehouse, and earlier, after we talked about the food, I got the full walkthrough of all of the pallets of salt that are ready to go here in our Chicago warehouse. So can you tell me a little bit about the two different types of salt? Yeah. Can you tell me about the two different? Oh, okay. Well, please educate me on the salt.
All right. So we have 4 lines of salt, right? We have our Pro Reef, which we love, right? As Reef Aquarius, we love our Pro Reef. Now, Pro Reef has a slightly lower alkalinity level and a little bit higher of a calcium level, which is what the corals like. It's going to match natural seawater.
Okay.
So that's any reef tank. It doesn't matter what kind, mixed reef, SPS, LPS. That's what we always recommend for everybody as our starting point. If you want to go a different way, or you have fish only system, we have what's called the classic salt. Now the classic has a little bit higher alkalinity, right? About 8.5 to 9, but then it has a lower calcium, right? We do this so that there's not buffers in the salt. So based off of the classic salt, you also have your bioactive salt, which has your prebiotics and probiotics in the salt. It also has a baseline of carbon dosing in it, right? So this kind of spirals down to different products. So I'm sorry for this part in advance, but
no, people need to know, man, because they don't know.
Yeah.
People they have no idea.
Yeah.
Even
Yeah.
Hillary,
So-
she's like, I have no idea.
Educate me.
Yeah, so you have your bioactive, right? It has that base level of carbon dosing in it. And what it is your classic salt with your probiotics in it, but it also has a product called Reef Active. Reef Active, and you'll see some videos coming in the future, but you can also look back. We do have some on our site. Reef Active is basically the beginning level of carbon dosing. And you could do it separately from, without doing a water change. You can mix it in a little bit of tank water, dump it in your system, and you're good. Do that once a week. No problem. Bioactive salt already has the Reef Active mixed into the blend. Now, I said that these salts are starting off of our classic salt. If you're using Pro Reef, by all means, you can use Reef Active with your Pro Reef and have that baseline. So what it's doing is it's helping breaking down the system and allowing your phosphates to kind of turn a little bit more into particulates so that our corals can absorb the particulates, because the corals actually feed off the phosphate particulates, not actual phosphate in the water column.
Okay.
So that's where the breakdown is. And then you have this symbiotic salt. Symbiotic salt is great for like our shrimp tanks, invert tanks, the macroalgae tanks and stuff like that. That has a little bit more advance of the probiotics and prebiotics in the salt mix.
Okay. So I've got a couple of questions. If I give you, can I give you a type of tank, and can you tell me what type of salt that you would recommend?
Yes, of course.
All right.
That's what I'm here for.
Let's start out with one of my favorite types of tanks, and that's a Fowler tank. So obviously, yeah, let's start out with the Fowler tank.
Fowler
Cool.
tank, classic, 100%. That is what it's created for, is for the regular fish tank.
Okay. I suspect maybe too, you could probably use that for like a brackish tank as well. Just you wouldn't need to mix it as strong.
As heavy, yeah. You can also use the bioactive salt if you want, but the classic is just fine.
Do you think, so I'm thinking, you know, Jimmy was talking earlier about his brand new pufferfish, and I'm thinking about a lot of fish that we keep in the Fowler tanks can be messy fish. Do you think it would be more beneficial to have that bioactive salt as opposed to just the classic?
It depends on the system, right? Because we're not so, depending on what the tank looks like, right? And it's going to go down to your setup and your maintenance and all that.
Yeah.
But usually Fowler tanks, any kind of fish only tank, people aren't usually concerned about their phosphate and nitrate unless they're not in line. Because when they're not in line, then we have issues, right? You can get your cyanobacteria, you can get hair algae, you can get, and now it's ugly.
Yeah.
But if you take a Fowler tank and it looks clean, do you care what your levels are? Most people don't.
No.
That's my experience. That's when I talk to hobbyists, you know, oh, I just have fish. When's the last time you test? I don't test. Okay. Fair enough. Your fish are happy, they're fat, they're thriving.
Looking good.
I guess. I mean, yeah, you haven't changed a filter sock in 4 years. That's cool. I mean, you know, but
Wait, are you looking at me? Are you looking at me with that comment?
We won't get there. We won't talk about that.
Wait, is this a true story?
I took them out because I got tired of changing them.
Hey, that tank's a monster though that you got there. So just put that out there. If you haven't seen the 700 videos, go ahead and watch those because that tank is a beast.
It's a big tank. So now let's move on to tanks with soft corals in them. Would you still stick with the same sort of salt, or would you change it up?
No, any type of coral, I'm still going to go to Pro Reef, right?
Okay.
Because we're matching more of the natural seawater. I think a lot of people for a few years got stuck on the pH chasing number. And I feel like we're finally like starting to calm down. Like we really don't need to chase a number. I feel the same way about DKH, right? In our alkalinity.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of people were told a number somewhere along the line or read it in a forum or whatever. I don't know what happened, but years ago. And people chased that number. And even prior to Tropic Marin, right? I always use Tropic Marin salt. It was what I've known, what I've loved, and I could trust it. But match the salt you're using, number one, when you're dosing, right? Why? Because you don't want swings of any kind. And you don't want to have to dose your freshly mixed salt water to a specific level that you feel you need to be at when, you know, in our area, in our company, we have the chemist that came up with this. The professionals came up with the ratio for a reason, based off of ingredients for a reason. We don't have to chase a DKH of 10, 11, 12, whatever, you know, whatever somebody might want to go after. Stick with your salt mix and dose off of that accordingly. You want to make micro adjustments, you know, Pro Reef's going to mix it 7.5, 7.7, somewhere like that. And you want to be more at 8, that's one thing. But trying to have a salt that's 7.5 DKH and wanting it to be at 9.5, 10 it's too much to deal with. So I always push people, just match your salt, be stable. But I mean, going back to your question, yes, if it's got coral in the tank, Pro Reef is the answer.
I think that answered my next few examples. I was going to ask you about like mixed reefs or like SPS or LPS, but if it's got coral in it, you're saying Pro Reef.
Yeah, and you can use classic on a reef tank. You absolutely can, but for calcification, we want a little bit higher calcium, right? Yeah. So when you mix classic, and you're going to get, you know, I think off the top of my head is like 360 to 380 calcium. That's way too low for our reef tank. Yeah. So again, you would have to be dosing your calcium immediately, which is not something you want to do on a brand new water change.
No.
So.
All right. So dosing, can we talk about some of the other products that you have in your lineup? I got to admit, I'm using this conversation as a intro to Tropic Marin because I'm not super familiar with a lot of the products, but I've seen them. I know that they have a really big following. They're high quality products.
I feel like there's going to be a package showing up at your door. at some point.
Let's
like,
learn. I like that. But
yeah.
I really
So
do feel though that that's the best way to learn about a product is to like take it and like, oh hey, cool, like it does this, and then build on your knowledge base.
so, and Ken can talk about this a little bit. So a few years ago, we did something on like, and Ken, remind me what we called it, staff picks or employee picks or something like that. Where
Yeah, exactly. It was employee picks. Like, what products are you using on your tank at home? Because honestly, we're not big corporate business. We're not just here pushing numbers. We actually have fish. Everyone you've talked to on the live stream has a fish tank, at least one. They're dealing with salt water on a daily basis. We're not just making this stuff up, right?
So we came up with this, right? It was Ken's idea, and I spent a couple days making sure we have everybody's stuff, right? Now, most people don't know this. I started off, I'm a hobbyist. I'm still a hobbyist. There's a tank right here in the wall next to me where the lights are going off. But I used to go up to the warehouse to do the maintenance on this monstrosity of a tank. And I would spend all day cleaning this tank because we had a coral delivery coming in the next day, right? But we would always get the call, well, what do you recommend? That's always what it is. And Hilly, I'm sure you can attest to this. You go to trade shows, somebody, well, what do you do? Because if it works for you, it can work for them, right? So
100%.
this goes down to the dosing products, right? Let's go to number one, right? Number one on the market is Alpha Reef, right?
Probably our best selling, just to interject, probably our best selling dosing product overall. And also Pro Reef Salt today is our best selling salt over everything else we sell, and we sell all of it. Just so the 200 people watching have a little background as to why you're on the stream today.
I appreciate it. And, you know, we love the support. You know, we go back a long time. So it's, yeah. So Alpha Reef is the number one product. And why is it, right? Whether you get the liquid version or the powder version, and we'll touch on that in a second. It's an all-in-one. Okay. Now we talked about the salt with the adjustments.
Mhm.
I want to say something for anybody who's ever used Alpha Reef or concerned about using Alpha Reef, whatever the case may be. On the instructions, it tells you to go off of your alkalinity. Very successful off of that. Some folks have had issues where if they go off the alkalinity because they chase a certain number, their calcium will spike. So I always recommend in that case, so that people that are watching or that see this video later, whatever the case may be, it's okay to go off of your calcium number and adjust accordingly to adjust your alkalinity. And I just want to make that said. But all in all, Alpha Reef, Hillary, all in one dosing. So
I like that.
if you like a system like mine, or like we have in Gettysburg there, any tank that Mark's touched or a lot of people have, everything's automated, right?
100%.
Dosing pumps are not cheap, right? I don't know what the Neptune dose goes for nowadays, but they're not cheap, and you only get 2 heads. So running Alpha Reef, which is all your major elements and your trace elements in one dose, makes life a lot easier. So what we used to do is we would recommend people dose Alpha Reef, and then you could dose like aminos with the other one to feed your tank. But Alpha Reef is the start, right? Now, Alpha Reef is also based off of what's called the balling method. And this is where that package coming to your house is going to come into play, because you would love this. Hans Werner Balling, he came up with this method. He came up with, the 3-part, and it's great. So it's A, B, and C, similar to what we know, a little bit different. But Alpha Reef is based off of that with our A elements and our K elements all mixed into one. So instead of having 5 dosing pumps, you have 1.
Okay.
Right? And that's where it comes to.
What's crazy to me is you're the only company that I know of in the entire marketplace that has a single dosing product that covers everything.
Yeah.
How is that possible that you're the only one doing it? Like, why are these other companies not doing that?
Well, I've seen some people starting to try and do it now. I have seen something recently, but I'm gonna be honest, right? And this comes down to ICP, on my true thoughts on ICP. Yeah, you need the machine, but it's the people. You need the chemist, right? You can get Alpha Reef, and a chemist, I'm sure, can break it down and try to figure out what's in there and the ratio and all this, but it's still not made the same way. The other thing, and this is very important to know, right, is we are a pharmaceutical grade company.
Okay.
All right. What does that mean? We use pharmaceutical grade products to start. That's why we are one of the leaders in salt manufacturing and additive manufacturing and other lines of salt products, right? Pharmaceutical grade. That's why the swings are very minute, because the control is so high. We also have samples on every single item that goes out. So, Hillary, if I send you a bucket of salt and you think you have an issue with the salt, you call me up, you send me an email, you give me the bucket number. And I'm going to go back and I'm going to get the sample from that bucket, and they're going to run an ICP on that bucket.
What?
So just to be aware, some people say it's too expensive in the chat. This is part of the reason the price is what it is.
Yeah.
It's because you're starting with the absolute best pharmaceutical grade everything, not cutting corners where some other brands might. Correct?
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, it's even down to the facility, right? I'm hoping, that I might be able to get some videos when I'm there in May for Interzoo to show this. I mean, obviously there's some stuff we won't be able to show, but to show some things like this. Because yes, like you said, Ken, people need to know this is why the price is there, right? You have the people on board that create this product, but it's also the testing and the manufacturing processes of this salt and other products on the line that make it this way, that make the price go up a little bit. I wish I could make the price lower. I do. Unfortunately, it can't. And I'm going to be honest, full transparency, we're fighting tariffs and we're trying not to raise prices because it's hard, right? And we know it's an expensive salt. I've been paying top price for this salt for years. I know more than most. But if you start with the best, you don't have to, you could take a lot of elemental factors out of it, right? And I get it once in a while, an email or a phone call about the salt. Oh, I think I have a bad batch of salt, and all this. And again, what's your bucket number? And I will get the testing from Germany and we will go through the results so that I can prove, hey, this is this. This is how it's supposed to be. This is exactly where it needs to be. Okay. I'm not going to stop there, right? I'm still a hobbyist and I love playing around. I'm going to help you figure out the problem. I did that for many years on that side of the business, and I will help you. And I also know, being on the retail side of things, usually the first product to be blamed is salt. Not the RO filters that haven't been changed in 3 years.
I was going to ask you, you mentioned something earlier about like the water. Do you feel comfortable talking a little bit about source water and how important it is? Like
100%, because so I live in Florida, and we have a lot of storms here, obviously, throughout the year. And the cities will change their treatment without announcing it.
What?
Yeah. They don't have to announce it. They don't have to write you a letter and tell you, oh, we changed the process of this or this or this. The only thing they have to tell you is if the water's not safe, that you have to boil your water.
Oh my gosh. So if you know that your water is good and then just, figure out your tank is having issues, it could be that the city has actually changed the water on you.
Yeah, and we had a long conversation about this, Jeremy from Aqua FX, when we were going over a client's issues about trying to figure out what was going on with his tank, and ran the ICP and all this. But when he ran the ICP, he didn't run one that gave the RO sample. He went with a little bit cheaper version. I'm like, and we didn't think about it, right? I even as somebody in the industry, I overlooked the fact that he didn't get that test. Whatever. Source water is the start. All right. And testing your RO water is critical, because you might not know if your mixed bed, even though it's color changing and it hasn't fully depleted, it might be bad. It might be bad. I've seen DI resins be bad before.
Yep.
It's very possible. Does it happen often? No, but it is possible. But what is possible, again, is a city changing their treatment process and not telling you. And now all of a sudden you need a chloramine booster. What do they call it, Ken? The chloramine blaster or something like that?
Yeah, it's a blaster. So it is safe to say, like, the single most important thing about mixing your salt is probably the water you start with. Like, how many customers of mine, they don't properly maintain their RODI, they're not changing the resin, or they don't even use one. You would be amazed at the amount of people that don't even use one.
Hey, is the grandpa there in Chicago?
Yeah, he's somewhere.
Is he there?
He is back here somewhere.
You should bring him in right now for this answer, because you want to talk about horrible source water. Where you are right now is ridiculous. When we used to have to work on that facility and try to get that water down, and the system he has in place that AquaFX had helped design is insane. If you go in the room there,
we're gonna show it. We're gonna show it after your segment. We're gonna do a tour of the Chicago facility.
It's
and we're gonna
probably
show
dirty.
The RO.
It's probably dirty, but hey,
it might be dirty, but we're gonna show it off anyway.
It's a refrigerator room. Don't worry about that. No, but that system is designed.
Someone came behind me.
Hey, Pop.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, how is your Chicago source water?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Sorry, put you on the spot, Pop. You're not on, Hillary.
Not working.
There we go.
My source water comes into this building on average at about 795 to 820 TDS, and
TDS.
goes through one DI system, then through our softener, then through another chlorine softener, and then we go through another RO system, 3,000 gallon a day RO system, to bring it down to where we have to go. Exactly.
And
we change our membranes 2 to 3 times a year, easy, at $400 a piece.
Yeah. Plus the
So
extra
who was the
carbon.
smart people to put a coral farm there?
Yes, there's a coral farm there. Hey, I wasn't moving. Sorry.
We won't get into that. No, hey, I just wanted to point that out because Hillary, you talk about source water and we're talking about this.
Yeah.
The system that Jeremy helped design with Mark for that facility, and Mark went through it, and this is what I'm talking about, is when the city changes the treatment process. We went through it with that facility, with that system where, remember, Mark, it blew up the membrane.
Yep, membrane was gone.
It destroyed a membrane that cost $400 or $500 in less than a month.
Yeah, Jeremy sent me 3. Very, very helpful, Jeremy, about all that. Great.
But then we had to put the extra carbon tank in there because of that.
Carbon tank in front of everything. Yep. Exactly.
So, but yeah, so talking about source water being incredibly important, everything starts with the source water, no matter where you are, and knowing what your source water has in it so that you know how to treat it. And like AquaFX can help you based on your city if you're unsure or if you think you have an issue, or just, again, run an ICP test, get the sample back. So it'll tell you what you need. You might know that you have chloramine in there and you need that blaster to add onto your system because the regular mixed bed doesn't take that much out. So starting with that is key, right? Because a lot of people with an RO system, and I'm going to tell you this, when they're under the sink or in the garage or whatever it might be, especially automated folks like myself, tend to go a little bit longer without changing their RO filters. So, yeah, it's key to know. And running that monthly test will tell you that. Again, it's the same thing with watching something deplete in your system. It'll tell you that in your RO system as well if you're running the plus. So. Sorry to go off on a tangent, but you have the perfect example.
Yeah, right here.
Right there in the other room. You're probably what, in the front room there? In front of the discus tank?
Yeah.
So in the room behind the bathroom is that RO
2 more
unit.
bathrooms back, the water room. You're right.
I mean, you're in the perfect facility talking about source water.
Yep.
Are you guys mobile? You can show the stacks of Tropic Marin salt real quick while Tropic Marin's on.
Yeah, we can do that. Sure.
I think people might like to see.
Is there a container there too as well? Ready to get on?
Yeah, outside. There's a container outside.
Yeah. Or 3.
All right, let me see. Hold on. How do I switch the camera view?
Nobody said to put Hillary on the spot like this.
All right, let's go.
Let's go.
Nice shirt.
Hold on, you gotta walk slow.
Oh, I forgot about QB. Let's go. Let's go.
We just want to show mainly the salt. We'll get into the details of the rest later.
Don't look about this. You can't see it yet. Hold on.
This is our Chicago facility, one of the 2 that we own and operate.
Can we play on this?
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. Yes.
Okay. So,
Okay.
as Hilly was saying earlier, the 4 different salt. We line them up so that we don't have these tubes. We pre-box them, and we also label them. And we also label each box so that they go out. You got the bio, you got the symbiotic, and you got the classic. And then our Tropic Marin is over here, and it's already pre-boxed. And we also have another 10 pallets here. And if you look up and around, Hillary, hold on. You can see another classic, another pro, and I think we got, another, and the rest of a pro right here. That's what we got right now, and we'll bring in a lot more. We had to charge our forklift, so we didn't bring more in this weekend. Oh, no, this
We
week.
should have about
Right.
1,400 buckets outside too.
Yes, we should, but we'll talk about that later.
Yeah, very cool. Very cool.
All right. I'm very grateful for you, Brian. No problem.
You know we love you.
Anything else?
No, thanks for showing that.
Okay, anything
Yeah.
else?
Thanks for staying up late.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, Pop Pop.
It's tough. I know it's tough for. I know somebody that's a lot harder for him besides me down in Florida. I know he's supposed to be in bed about 2 hours
You
ago.
can see my eyes. It's way past my bedtime.
Come on, bring it back up front. Let's go.
I like this. Got a logo shirt.
Yeah, right. It's very cool. Very cool.
Always representing. Oh, you just passed the RO room.
You want to see
You can
really
do the
quick what
ORA
he's
real
talking
quick.
about?
Yeah, just do the ORA real quick. We're gonna get into
Okay,
it.
it's a little dirty in here because we worked all the week. But like he said, softener, first carbon, salt, another carbon, 3,000 gallon per day RO unit. Then it's pumped from the RO unit to that tank and then housed there and shipped back through a double DI and through another filtering system and then to the far room over here. I'd walk this way. And we have
This is just crazy.
And we all have our holding system of 1,000 gallons here that before we ship it to any of our tanks, it goes through its last DI bottle. And those are changed every other month or every month, depending on when they wear. We have a guy come out every month and test them for us. So we have to make sure that they're perfect. So that's basically a quick rundown on our RO system here, which keeps our water perfect before we start.
Appreciate it.
All right? No problem.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Sorry, had to call him out on it.
No, so it's just like it's a perfect example of what we're trying to do, and it's very hard to relay that to people through a website or an email or even at a trade show. Yeah, we want what's right for you, but this is the time and effort that we've put in from day one to make that happen. Like none of this happens by accident, and that's just kind of what I want to show.
I could tell you how many hours that me and Mark have plumbing, just plumbing in that building.
Yes. Unbelievable on hours. And still on and on and on and on. Since you deserted me, man.
Hey.
I'm teasing
Greener
you, bro.
passages. Greener passages.
I don't blame him. Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do.
I love my
All right.
life.
I'm gonna go set up for our next setup, okay?
Oh, sweet.
And get our stuff for animals ready. So if you need me for anything else, I'm in the back, all right? See
Talk to you.
you a little bit, guys.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
But yeah,
That was really cool.
yeah. So you know your source border, right? So that go on all. Let's be simple, right? Let's not overthink things. Start with good clean water. Start with good salt. From there, there's many options to go for dosing to replenish your system. Obviously, All for Reef will be the number one. Why? Because it's all in one. You only need one dosing pump to make your life easy. Plain
I like that.
and simple.
Like-
There's many other products that I can recommend. You know, like I said, we talked about Reef Actif a little bit, and I owe Ken a video and owe the community a video for carbon dosing to kind of get back into a little bit and simplify it as much as we can and maybe get some kind of experiment going. But it's a lot easier than what people think it is, right? And it's a lot more advanced than just dosing vodka like it used to be. So keep it simple. Keep it
Yeah,
simple.
that's what we want to do. We want to keep it simple. Life
Keep
is
it-
so
keep it-
complicated. Yeah.
Keep it stable. The more you can keep your tank stable, you know, and understand that. And again, going back to the testing, the monthly testing minimum, you know, test your salinity, run an ICP test, you know. I believe you guys are giving some away. Like I said,
Yes.
they have the individual, the 3-pack and the 6-packs in stock. The 3-packs and 6-packs, you save money purchasing them. I would highly recommend it. If you have them on hand, you'll test them, right? It's the same thing. If you have a Trident, don't buy the 2-month kit, buy the 6-month kit. Because you know when you put that 2-month kit in, you're going to say, okay, I need to go order it. You're going to forget, and then you're going to run out because it happens. And now you have to properly clean your Trident.
Yep.
So,
Just to jump in here, we have 7 free kits left out of the 101.
Whoa.
okay.
Good job, guys. I'm really proud of you.
Awesome. I guess we got to get you some more.
Yes, and
Yeah.
Mark's going to have a boatload of salt to pack tomorrow morning at 6 or whatever.
Tell them I'll come up there and help them when it's not cold.
It's actually not too cold right now. I was surprised.
What's the
It's
temperature?
always cold.
It was like 46.
Yeah, no, thank you.
That's not bad. Okay, it's not Florida.
Yeah, we're good. No.
It's warmer than Washington, though, so.
Well, you come down to Florida anytime you want. Come down to Global. Come have fun.
Yes, that'd be awesome.
So,
I had another question for you.
yes, ma'am.
I want to say it was about ICP, and it completely skipped my mind.
Uh-oh.
So I'll jump in on ICP. So you collect your RO water, you collect your tank water, and you drop it in the mail. What happens?
You drop it in the mail, it's going to get consolidated into the US. We have our consolidation site, and then it gets shipped out to Germany right now twice a week, every Tuesday and Thursday. And goes back to Germany, gets tested by the people again. Everybody can buy a machine. Well, not everybody, but people can buy a machine, but you can't buy the people that read the machine. All right. And you get your results roughly 7 to 10 days. So right now, things are working very well. We've been testing it for months and months before the launch. I did see a very big influx since the launch on the 3rd.
I bet you saw some crazy numbers because it went baller at the beginning.
So we're actually thinking about the possibility of starting to ship Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, or Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday, just to help alleviate Germany a little bit. They haven't complained yet, but you know, I like to overwork people as much as I can. So if we need to, that's what we'll do, because we want everything to come back in a timely manner, right? If you're running an ICP test, it's for a reason. Obviously, I want people to do it monthly, but there's a lot of people that are doing it because they have an issue. They need an answer now. Touching on the ICP and the block solutions, because we didn't really talk much about them other than it's a group of trace elements that could be batched together because they deplete in a specific ratio. We have 5 indicator elements, but it's not a set. And I just want people to know that you can buy the bottles individually. All right. Not everybody will need these 5 bottles. There's a few trace elements that as you start testing your tank, you're going to notice deplete a lot faster than others, right? Like boron and bromine and strontium are usually pretty quick to deplete, but hard to replenish, right? Meaning the more you replenish, they absorb more. So that's something to think about when you're doing the testing. All in all, it's still cheaper than having to do individual elements. And it's a lot more convenient because you can put it on a dosing pump.
Heck yeah. Make it easier.
Yeah, it's just, I just wanted to touch on that a little bit because we didn't really get on that. We talked about the ICP, how there's the regular and the plus version, and then we have the single, the 3, and the 6-pack. The bottles are only available in 1 liter right now. If we feel the need for a smaller bottle or even a bigger bottle, we will address that in May, I think.
Okay.
So we'll see what the market says from now.
I know what my ICP question was, and I'm asking this if there's anybody that's watching the stream that doesn't know what an ICP test is. We've been talking a lot about them. Could you give us the basic? You don't need to run down everything that it tests, but ICP test 101. What is it?
ICP test 101. So there's 2 different systems, right? And I am not a scientist, so I'm not going to pretend to be one, right? I'm a hobbyist. that.
Yeah. I guess like why should they use this over like the little
So-
Hannah checkers or whatever?
So what?
that they can
Okay,
make real cheap?
yeah. So you have your levels, right? And we used to talk about this with every product, and we could talk about it with salt and everything else. There's different levels, right? You have an entry level, you have an intermediate level, you have an advanced level when it comes to products in this industry, in this hobby. And that includes test kits, right? When you talk down to expert, the ICP is your expert, right?
That's a good way to put it. I like that.
And I'm gonna make this really simple where a lot of folks can appreciate this or identify with this. If you go to the ER and you get an X-ray done or an MRI done, all right, it's not the machine. You're only as good as the radiologist that interprets that report and those images for the doctor to give you. Okay, ICP is similar, right? There's different levels of the machines, you know, same thing as like an MRI machine. There's different levels of how fancy they are and what they're capable of, but they're only as good as the people that can read the results. All right. Going back, you have your regular testing, your Hannah kits, your drip kits, right? Which again, I think they work on a day-to-day basis. For the most part, we sell, you know, regular drip test kits as well, and they're great. But there's user error in there. There's environmental factors in there. The only true way to find out is to run it through that ICP test and have your lasers go through it and have everything tested at the micro level with the proper reagents, right? The proper additives in that machine that are needed to make this as accurate as possible, right? And it's also in a controlled environment, right? There's a lot of environmental factors. That's why I say to do it. But there's also so many elements that you cannot test for at home. You can't just buy that kit from the shelf, right? It's not at saltwatergram.com. Why? Because it doesn't exist. It's
Because they don't make it.
I'm sorry, but they only have a few, right? Like it was a big thing when they came out with like the copper test kits or I forgot what brand it was that came out with. We did like a 6-pack or an 8-pack, and like that was every product they made, right? Or Hannah now has the Marine Master, right? But that's all it's testing. It's not testing the trace elements that you need, right? And the trace elements are usually going to be what the reason behind your issue is, right? If it's not your source water, most likely it's a depletion of trace elements that you thought you were replenishing. Well, doing that 10% water change a week isn't replenishing your trace elements. It's not enough. So
It's very different from the wild ocean.
Yeah.
When you think about everything that's going on in all of those processes.
yeah, and you know, they're constantly being fed. That's why the coral grows at the rate it grows at, you know, when people don't touch things, right? That's why we used to always, what's the rule of thumb? Keep your hands out of your tank.
Yep.
For
Exactly.
decades, that's what people tell you. How do you be successful with this? Keep your hands out of your tank. Keep it stable.
We just sold out of all the free ICPs gone. Just want to let you know they're all
Awesome.
gone.
Awesome. That's good to hear. So I expect 100 and something test kits in a couple weeks.
Yeah, they're on their way, man. We're gonna pack them out 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. So
No, that's awesome. And if anybody has any questions, I mean, feel free to reach out to customer service at Saltwater. They'll direct you to me. We are people, right? We used to tell people that for years. We are people, right? And I will 100%, if I can't answer your question, there's a whole team of experts in Germany that will answer that question. It might be a few hours because of time difference, but we will get to the answer. I won't give you a fluffed thing just to come up with. No, I'll ask them if I need to. I haven't yet, but it is chemistry, right? I know the products that I know, and I know the line long before I ever came to work for the company. You know, I had a
There's something to be said for that.
yeah, I mean, I had a very, very good relationship with, you know, with Lou, you know, God bless his soul, passed away from cancer, but we were friends. And the same way somebody will talk to me or talk to you or talk to Ken or Mark, whoever, is the same way I would talk to Lou. Lou was a wealth of knowledge. 28 years he ran Tropic Marin USA. That man was a wealth of knowledge and always there. And I'm going to say this on his honor. I always like to be first at a trade show in the morning. We set up on Friday. Saturday morning before we go do anything we do before people show up, I would go to the show to test everything, test our lights, test our tank when we had water in the booth, make sure no leaks, whatever. Lou was always there. He didn't have water in his booth. He didn't need to be there, but he was always there doing the same thing. Making sure his projector worked, his computer worked, to make sure his slides were on, or his presentation was ready, right? That was the man. But he had so much knowledge in between those years that when I sat with him, when I came on the Tropic Marin, it was like a headache because you're drinking from a fire hose. And I'm like, it's stuff I already know, but the way Lou tells you was amazing, you know?
Yes.
So again, if anybody has a question on anything with the ICP or the salt or all three, any product, reach out to saltwateraquarium.com. They will forward you on to me. We will help you every which way we can, even if you think it's an issue with the product. And we will, if it is, we'll take care of it. Most likely it's not, but we're going to help you come down to what the issue actually is. We want people to be successful and enjoy their reef tanks or their fish tanks in general.
Yes,
Awesome,
I like
man.
that.
So glad to have you on. Thanks for everything. I speak
Yeah,
for
brother.
everyone on the team that we miss you, but I'm glad you're still here. You're
Yeah,
not going
appreciate it.
nowhere.
I'll get you some more free kits up there for your clients and advanced free for Jimmy
Advanced free for Jimmy.
and or what? No, what we say? Two tank.
Jimmy
Two
two
tanks. I expect a Jimmy 2 tank shirt at Reefapalooza Orlando this year. Thank you very much.
That's
Pretty
hilarious.
sure Greg's already working on it. So
As long as it has the little logo like in the 70s ads, all the as seen on TV. I
Yeah.
need the as seen on YouTube.
There you go. There you go.
I like that.
So funny.
awesome. Thank you very much.
All right, gentlemen, ladies, Hillary, boys,
I
good seeing
think
you all.
Kyle Elder just gave us $200
Oh,
on YouTube.
Marcus Lerius.
is that the guy that was gonna make a cleaning station or something?
Yeah, like a saltwater fish cleaning station.
like a
something?
cleaning station for the side of my house like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I see people talking,
I think
but
that's
I can't hear
Kyle, like
anything.
Adaptive Reef Kyle. Kyle.
No, I don't know.
Awesome. All right, Mark, are you ready?
Ready for what, Ken?
Ready for Mark,
I can't hear anything.
the other Mark, to do a facility tour of our Chicago operations minus the coral farm. We're going to do the coral farm next Friday because it would be way too long. So for this video, I'd like you to show everyone. We're up to 210 live viewers. Start with frozen food. We already showed a little bit of that, but go over the lines, cover the frozen food, take a look at the reef nutrition, live and refrigeration, storage, the all the products we have, talk a little bit about reef nutrition. And then Mark is the invertebrate man. Show him all the cleanup crews, talk about the snails, show the holding tanks, and hey, it is what it is. This is what we do. Your show.
You're in good hands, Mark. Hillary has 8 shots of espresso with her coffee, so
Where's my
she probably got you one. You're good.
Food. We already showed a little bit of that, but go over the lines, cover the frozen food. Take a look at the.
They're watching the stream now. I think they're having
They have no audio.
difficulty.
The all the products.
A little
we
bit of
have,
a delay there,
talk about
Ken.
Nutrition, and then Mark is the invertebrate man, showing all the cleanup crews, talk about the snails,
No problem.
the tanks, and hey, it is what it is. This is what we do. Here.
All right, let's probably head in the back, right? Or you want to
Give
talk
me-
about a little bit here?
Hillary has 8 shots of espresso with her coffee, so she probably got you one. You're good.
Okay, we're all good over here.
All right. I'm gonna close this and join again once I get my gimbal and everything attached.
All right, sounds good. So 2 minutes. Brian, you're more than welcome to stay with us.
Yeah, you're good. Have fun.
Cool.
I'm gonna go get the boy ready. He's on his VR talking about dolphins.
Oh yeah, that's because the Miami Dolphins are the best team in football.
Horrible. Horrible. Horrible.
Everyone can dream, Ken. Look at Jimmy. He's watching the Maple Leafs lose again. All right. So Hillary is with Mark at our Chicago facility. That's our live facility. It does other things as well. But for the next hour or so, it's going to be our live tour of our invertebrate system there, Coral Farm we're going to save for another day because it is huge. It's huge. Can't get it all into the live stream tonight because I know some of you have been asking where are the giveaways, who won TANKSGiving. All that is coming after the tour of the Chicago facility. It's coming. With that, let's Jimmy, what's been your favorite part of the stream so far?
What's going on with your hair?
What, me?
Did you just take a shower?
Yeah, Jimmy, I just jumped off the live stream and took
probably
a shower.
Well, you've been gone for a while.
I had to recharge my AirPods and my phone. What do you not like my haircut? What is this, Jimmy?
You just have to be camera ready, dude, when you show up.
Okay. Since it's one of those nights with Jimmy, what else would you like me to talk about, Jimmy? Or better yet, let's go back to the original question before you tried to sidetrack us again. What has been your favorite part of the stream so far?
My favorite part of the stream, I really liked Larry from LRS. He's got a really cool 70s biker rock and roll Kiss vibe, and he really knows his stuff. So I like that he kind of was into this out of a hobbyist to turned into a business. I mean, it's the American dream, right? It's that was fun hanging out with him, getting to know him and LRS food a little bit.
Yeah, that's part of the reason that I wanted to bring him in like so many years ago, because we're both like small business. Half the people that work for me, I either grew up with, I met at church, or the golf course. Like, it's something to be said for the small business American dream. Yes, it's cliche, if you will, but it's kind of real.
Or you heckled them at trade shows enough and they finally said yes.
That would probably be you and maybe Brian and maybe Mark. Yeah, I guess I did.
That worked too. Hey, if it works, run with it. No judgment whatsoever at all. I'll tell you what, why don't we go while we're waiting on Chicago? We got any viewer questions. You want to pop us a question? We'll take some questions. Thanks y'all for being with us. If you've been here since hour 0, 4, 6, 5 hours ago, I can't.
Somebody just donated $50 for a haircut for you.
That's Kyle Elder. He said you got to get a haircut, bro.
I actually got a haircut earlier this week, but I stopped going to the expensive gal. I went to the same people my kids go to, but that's another story. There's not much left to work with. Maybe you want me to shave it off? Maybe we should shave it off next week on the live stream. You want to do that?
Yeah, kind of.
No,
kinda.
yeah, tracks.
I will talk about the upcoming promo for the rest of the stream. These are Red Sea's new coral glasses. Anything from our Coral Farm category on our website. You can scan the QR code, go in there. We have an amazing amount of what you see is what you can get corals now. I think we preloaded close to 600 different pieces of what you see is what you get corals just for this week. These are one of the best, probably the best glasses I've used to cut the blue light from an aquarium. So check that out while you're watching the rest of the stream. Here's a question. Someone says, will we ever get to meet Mrs. Saltwater? Ooh. No, not happening. I never met her.
I don't think she exists.
Oh.
I've met one of her children. Bridger's been to my house. Junior Saltwater. Right.
Yeah, no, she has no interest in being on camera at all. She leaves it to me.
Ta-da!
I mean, what if someone told her that she needed a haircut? How would that make you feel?
We can run down like what the plan is here. So we're going to do a little tour of Chicago, probably 10 minutes, less than a half an hour. Then we're going to do a little bit of trivia. Mark and Hillary. Greg is coming on for his classic Christmas trivia, I think. I didn't even look at the sheet yet. And then we're going to give away the rest of TANKSGiving. And then I'm going to sleep for...
Wait a minute. No. We're not giving away the rest of TANKSGiving. We got a whole nother week and then some of TANKSGiving to go.
Yeah, the 14th to the 20th of TANKSGiving. That's a Red Sea Reefer 350, Neptune Systems Adaptive Reef Apex Control Board, a Vitalis fish food package, P&W custom micro reef tank, Current USA IC loop LED, any size you want. $200 credit for more Avid Aqua gear and a $200 credit for real reef, whatever you want.
$200 for Avid Aqua. You can buy everything they sell for that much. That's crazy.
Yeah, I didn't think that very well, but I didn't think giving away $50 anyone would really care that much.
Hey, it works. We'll keep doing it. And let's talk about next week while we're waiting for Chicago. We're back next Friday, Black Friday, for another marathon 6-hour live stream. I'm going to need coffee this time. You got to find me a good coffee shop in Gettysburg, Ken, because Starbucks ain't going to cut it. We'll be on for 6 hours again.
10 cases of Celsius Astro Vibe Blue Raspberry. So it would be great.
Stuff, huh?
10 calories.
Astro Vibe sounds a little too close to something else, but we'll leave that alone. Okay. Next Friday, 6 p.m. Eastern time. We're going until midnight. Again, 6-hour live stream, giveaways, special for that day, special for people who are on the stream. We'll have guests again jumping in on the stream. Certainly, once you're done eating that horrible, wretched bird called turkey, sit down with us on Friday. You're done shopping. You can hop online, shop our website. You can shop live with us because, again, you never know what we're going to give away. All kinds of craziness. You never go, Ken Brown is going to be like, I feel like doing this. Like, boom. It's like the golden
brands
buzzer.
that are on sale if you want. I forgot about it.
The directive was everything's on sale as of midnight. I guess it's really Saturday. So in an hour, actually it's 11:01. So exactly an hour, everything that's going to go on sale goes on sale. We got all kinds of stuff already on sale. Ken's rolling you through that now. But anything that hasn't been gone on sale is now going to go on sale in the next hour at 12:01, Saturday the 22nd.
Actually, it's on right now, Mark. Sorry.
Oh, see? There you go. Ken Brown did one of his. Oops, I pressed the button too early.
Yeah, it went live at midnight last night, everything.
Oh, everything that's going to go on sale is now on sale. Now's the time to buy, because the biggest discounts of the year are now live here at saltwateraquarium.com. All kinds of craziness out there. Ken just rolled you through some of them. If you're thinking next Friday there's going to be something better, not. If it's going on sale, it's on sale. As of right now, the boss hit the button early. That sounds like Ken Brown. Ken, like, what? Give us a quick rundown. Some of the big stuff that's on sale. Just fill people in.
Yeah, so one of our key brands, Ecotech Marine, on sale. All of the Aperture brands are on sale. That's Ecotech Marine, AI, Nios, Neptune Systems, MaxSpec, DD Aquatics, all of the stuff that they manufacture and carry exclusive. Also, if you take a look, I'll just drop some stuff in here. Like Coral View brands, Hydros is probably one of our best-selling lines today. We sold an amazing amount of Hydros. So if you're in the market for a controller, got to check that out. Reef Octopus, the #1 brand of protein skimmers in the market. I cannot imagine how many large boxes we have to pack right now. I'm not even trying to look at it, but I do thank you for all the support. Reef Octopus, amazing line of skimmers, Abyss pumps, ice cap. I mean, here's one of my favorite graphics. Let me clean this up. Tropic Marin, they have 15% off the line, 22% on Pro Reef Salt, and 22% on Alpha Reef powder and liquids. Toonsy, full line discount. Fritz, full line discount. Red Sea Reefers G3, brand new tanks just released last month. 12% off the entire line of Red Sea tanks. Also, Red Sea, 12% off all the gear, the salt, the supplements. Probably our best-selling brand over all of the brands that we carry is Red Sea. They have done an amazing job over the last year. The technology is far above most of the other companies in this space. Hanna Instruments testing, Sicce pumps they were on earlier. Mark Ray's telling me he's ready. So just about everything you can imagine is on sale. And we have scheduled 2 Saturday 6 to 6 packing sessions in 3 different warehouses to try to manage all of that. So I'll apologize in advance if we do get a day or 2 behind, but we are trying our best to manage all the mess I created.
I mean, back in the day, Ken, like when I first started, you would get like a week behind?
Yeah, we have been a week behind around this time. I did hire 4 more people in the last just shortly,
Right,
all for packing staff Gettysburg. We got 8 people up in Chicago,
We're on now.
but we're going to
Yeah,
turn
right.
it over to Mark. Here we go.
Hey, how's it
really
going?
quickly, hey, Mark, hang on one second. Before we
Oh.
start this, a few people are asking, how do I enter? They want to know how to enter the giveaways. So, Callahan, go over that again real quick.
All right. Every day in the month of November, we're giving away an aquarium or aquarium gear. The way you enter is hop onto our social media, Facebook, Instagram. The boss even may put it on TikTok because he's like that. Go, hey, I like this, comment on it, and then go to saltwateraquarium.com/TANKSGiving. On that page, there's a list of the giveaways for each day. So you can list them out because you don't enter once and you get entered into all the giveaways. You go, I want to enter for the Red Sea tank. Click here. You put your name and email address in. And then if you win, then we email you. And this happens every year. We email people, we email them a couple times, and they never reply. And the prize never gets claimed. So make sure that you're getting our emails. Check your spam folder, check your junk folders, check your social folders. If you're on Gmail, move that stuff into your inbox. Even put a filter on your inbox so when you get an email from us, your computer dings and your lights flash in your fish tank to make sure you don't miss it. You can enter. Remember, you got to enter every day for the giveaway that you want. saltwateraquarium.com/TANKSGiving.
So you have to go to the website, saltwateraquarium.com/TANKSGiving. And the only way you're going to find out if you're a winner is an email. So if someone tries to get any information from you, that's not how we operate. We will email you.
Yeah. Anyone talks to you on social that says, hey, you won, not us.
No.
Ignore them. Block them.
I'm going to cross my fingers right now. I think Facebook, Instagram figured out that scam bot stuff because we have not had a single scam bot that I've had to block all year, which is the first year ever. But
Oh, wow. Okay.
And then the
Well,
one
with
other
that-
question was, are there any coupon codes? We're seeing all of these discounts, 12% off Red Sea, all this. Do they have to enter any codes anywhere?
nope, just put it in your cart. Discount shows up.
All right.
No fancy sneaky stuff. We're trying to be upfront. This is the discount. Buy it or don't buy it. We love your support, but if you don't want to, we understand that as well.
Okay. That's the important stuff. We've got Mark ready in Chicago. I'm excited because I've never been to your facility. Let's see what you got up there in the cold.
All right, well, we have our inverts here. We have a lot of our corals we'll get into later. We have some fish here. Just showing, Hillary was picking on me about the hair algae in this tank. And I said, well, this is our dirtiest tank for one reason. These are lettuce nudibranchs. If I don't have any hair algae and I don't have the messy stuff, they die because that's what they eat. And then that's one of the things I was explaining to her. Most of our tanks are spotless and we can keep as clean as possible. Down here, I don't know if you can see these or not, but these are really a cool item we sell. These are upside down jellyfish. They live really nice in tide pools or slow moving, low flow tanks. And we sell a lot of them to people all over the United States. In our invert systems, we have many different inverts. They're all separated. They're all not kept with anything wild or anything that's come in that's not tank raised. Like I'll show you some things in this room here. So in our room here, we have our chocolate chips starfish. We have our tank raised ORA clowns. So there's nothing wild in here. This is all stuff that we've gotten. It's all kept separate. So you don't get any diseases. And they're the only things that'll be in this tank. Down here, you have some electric blues and the short spines. And there's a few fish that are always in here. They don't sell out of here. You keep these just for food and things to move around in here. We have our special that we had told Ken about. I brought in about 50 or so of the blood shrimp. I know he's got them on special. They're a great deal for that. And we have a lot of those here. Down below, I don't know if she can see them or not, but those are our sand sifting stars. They're in a sand base, just like they'd be out in the wild. And we keep everything as close as we possibly can to the way you're going to catch them or see them in the wild. And then over on this one over here, we have cleaner shrimp. And we always keep one banded shrimp with them or a arrow crab because they don't like to get along really nice to each other with two arrow crabs or two banded shrimp in the same tank. Unless, of course, the bandits are a mated pair. But so we keep one of the animals that don't get along with others that well and separate in each tank. Over here, we have some of our anemones, and we have some that is really cool, even older than me, according to some of my buddies I work with. we have our horseshoe crabs down here. One of the
They're
ones-
prehistoric.
Yes, exactly right. They're prehistoric. And they sit in the sand here. And this is our overflow tank. Works out great for the anemones. They stay inside and the flow comes up from the center and over the top.
Hold on. I've got a fun fact. Did you know that horseshoe crabs have blue blood?
I did not know that.
They
I did not know
do.
that.
They have blue blood. They can molt, and their blood is used to test medical equipment. I don't know if they still do it to that extent today, but
So while we're in
They're
this
actually
room,
using their blood to treat ocular diseases. So
Oh, that's-
their
that's what-
blood, horseshoe crabs, blue blood actually have some characteristic. I don't know what exactly ocular diseases, but I recall that their blood is used for eye diseases.
yeah.
Fun facts.
So we're in the sealing room where everything that's been picked will come to in a black bin, and they come in a bag similar to this here. And they have a sticker on them. We have, as you can see, all the stickers of the different inverts we carry, plus more over here, and they're prepared. And then what we do is, it's a really cool bag. It's sealed. We put water in it first with a crab or whatever it is. And this one here is for a 10 gallons standard, which is the larger kit. Each bag has the number on it so that we have them. And if you look over here, there's bins. They're all pre-made. So they just grab a bin when they get the invoice and start setting up the invoices that way. And then we put water in it and we flip it upside down with the animals are in here and we seal it here. And this is how you would get it home. This is a standard bit. I don't know if you can get a picture of this, but these are all the animals that would come in a 10 standard. So that's how this would work. And we do hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of bags every week, or more than that, probably thousands of bags every week. So this is one of our rooms here. Keep it here. We go down here a little bit. For another one of our invert rooms. On top here, we have all of our spirits that are found in the same location as our feather duster, kept in the same place, and also our flame scallops. They're all from the same region. They all stay together. And these peppermint shrimp are wild caught peppermint shrimp in the same area. Well, we put all these peppermint shrimp in all of our different tanks to keep the tanks clean without using any kind of chemicals or any kind of bug be gone or anything like that to kill off any kind of pest. The peppermint shrimp eat all that up and clean it all up. Down here we have some serpentine stars here, down here, and there should be a couple of fish here and there just to keep the food going. So we try and keep everything as natural as possible. And then the fish over here on this invert system, we run Chato down here, and also down below here is all of our, we have more conchs down here, fighting conchs. They live right in the Chato and they keep it clean. Up here you have your red legs. We go through thousands of those a week. Blue legs, the same thing. And our bumblebee snails, again over here.
Bumblebee snails are great for taking care of vermitids. You got to get a bunch of them, but they really do work.
Up on top up here, we have, it's hard to see, but these are all your wild caught peppermints. And also below here, in that same tank, is our brittle stars that are caught in the same area with the wild caught. So they're kept separate always. And up here, we have our pin cushions and our pencil urchins. We carry a large variety of inverts and they're always replenished to keep them clean. Everything's special for them in here. Up here you have your scarlets, crab, up here. And then down here, we also have our ORA tank raised peppermints along with the margaritas. No, you can't drink those, Hillary. And down below, we have some of our emeralds. Right now, we have emerald. We go through about a couple hundred of those a week also. But here's one of the really cool sellers, and it's really cool. Snail. You can pick it up. It's called an Asaria snail. When they're in the sand, they look just like I would say like a submarine with a telescope up. All you see is their little telescope. See this right here? This sticks above the sand, and when they're cruising through, and as soon as you throw food in the tank, all of them just come up like straight up out of the sand, like a submarine. And then we also have in here all of our tank raised tuxedo urchins. They're the small ones. We're letting them grow out a little bit longer before we sell them. Those are from ORA also.
Tiny. Oh, they're so cute.
And this room here, for the quickie in this room, and we'll go down a little bit further. Crossing us here is our Cato. So a lot of Cato, but this also works as a great filtration for a lot of animals that put in a lot of waste into the system. So these are all right here are our trochus. We have the wild caught trochus, and we also have the very large trochus that came in as a special we have out here also. They came in with them. They didn't charge.
Take your hand over there so they can see.
I can show you one.
Yeah, they're big.
Yeah.
We got a bunch of those from you. They're cool.
These are the size of a golf ball. Really cool. Really, really cool.
Like, there's some bigger ones even still.
Oh, yeah. There's some bigger ones in here. Yeah, there's another bigger one here. Hillary's happy about. I think she's having dreams of her old time when we sent her the first kit when she opened up. Oh, my God. They're so big, all these things. This is the largest I've ever seen.
I'll never live that down.
Hey, Mark, I didn't send you a picture yet, but Amy sent me a snail that I have in my Fowler tank. It's about the size of a baseball.
Let me see real quick. Come here. Come on, me this way. Let me see if I can find it. I don't know. But it's probably hiding. I have one in here too somewhere, but I don't know where it's at. She sent me one of the other one that she had for you. From you.
Yeah, I'm worried about it not getting enough food. It's so big.
It'll eat through
the tank's too clean.
So here's one of our tanks we hold from our specially bred one-offs from ORA clowns. We have the different clowns separated in here. This tank's a little hard to see with the lights off like this.
Oh, they're so pretty.
Yeah, they're one-offs. There's only one of a kind for the pair.
Are those on the website?
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. And down here, well, Ken, I got to get some yellow things and more purple things. I'm all out, all sold out. So, and bring in some. I think we're going to bring in yellow things next. And then, of course, our tank grade. We can't get the live pot tank out. A little bit further up here. These are our astrias inside of here. These are all out of Florida Keys. They're caught by. I believe you if we watched our. Last time we were down there, it was Mark, myself, and Jimmy. We went diving and collected some of these. It was a lot of fun. Did that. And then in this tank, since they like to climb out, these are our Mexican turbos. And they're all back in stock. Water's cooler now, so we can get them. Certain times of the year, we have to sell just plain tropical turbos, which are a great turbo also. But because the water's so hot, that you can't get the Mexican turbos anymore for a little while because of the temperature. But these are all tropical turbos and Mexican turbos together. So you can order either one if you like the tropicals. They're a little bit smaller. They don't move things around as much. But if you want the big Mexican turbos, you order those separate. They're both on the website in different categories. Okay. So I was showing our inverts. That's basically our inverts for there. We have in some of the other tanks, we have some Sally Lightfoots that are hiding around. You look around. This is
Next week. We're not showing that yet.
So people always ask us where we get our shells. So when we're having our shells being picked up, and I tell my divers or I tell the people that are selling them to us, I said, don't throw away any of the ones that are empty. Send them. And they're like, what? I go, yeah, send me the empty shells too. And they're like, how do we charge for that? I said, I think free would be nice, but a couple pennies is okay. So what we do is we take the shells that come with us and the ones that we get that don't survive in here. We bleach them, we sterilize them, we rinse them, we dechlorinate them, and then they are dried. So they are 100% ready for you to use for any of your other crabs or that need new homes. So this is basically what we do here. Yeah, we have all different sizes. You see on the website, you can see the different sizes from the smalls, and they're like 10 packs, 50 packs. I think I have some over here set up for you over here. See over here.
Can I just send you my empty shells and then you'll send me back full ones?
Sure, Jim. For you, anything. So this is how they come to you. There's the different ones here. This one, take the lights off on this tank, but this is our section group over here.
Wait, hold on.
They don't need to play. We can't see.
Okay. That's actually true.
No sexy shrimp plant. So on that end, we have almost all our inverts I've shown you, shells that we do, and then I showed you how we package them, and then they go out next day air, in a box like this, next day air. It has paper in it. It has the bag in it, and then it's got a top with styro on top of it. We also, in most of the months, we have either one phone back here or two phones back here, and we're checking not just when they're leaving here, but where they might stop and where they might go. And that's the tricky part. This time of year, it's getting better. So we know it's pretty cold everywhere. But when you have different times of year, it's harder to figure that when you're leaving here and it's 75, 80, and it's going somewhere else where it's 25, 30, it's craziness. So you got to play the game with either you're using heat packs and trying to figure out when they're going to run out so that you can put an ice pack in there and a heat pack in there, and you can play the game with that. It's a little bit of a gamble, but I think we're doing pretty good with it. I don't have too many people say to us that we've had any issues with too many cold or too many hot animals. So that's about it for my inverts. So on the other hand, I don't know if we mentioned it. I don't know if Jimmy's mentioned it before on a video. I think he has. Our fish. We don't carry a lot of our fish here. We have another facility that we carry all of our fish out of, and they're quarantined there, and then we bring them here 3 or 4 times a week, depending on when we're shipping. And you can, I think there's a new thing on our website that you have a special request. You can request a fish. It'll come to me, and I will look to see if I can get that fish. And within a few days, I will let you know if we can have that fish or not. Some fish are really rare, and sometimes when the people hear the price, they're not too interested in that fish anymore. But that's about it for here in Chicago. And thanks for your orders, and thanks for your support for saltwateraquarium.com. So, Hillary, you want to talk about anything else? Do we have, are we speaking about the food or the
Do we have
nutrition, or what are we doing?
Do we have time to talk about reef nutrition, guys?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
All right. So I can show you the refrigeration that we keep them in. Hillary's an expert on reef nutrition, so we can talk about that.
I'm no Chad, but
So here's how we keep it. This is their full line,
whoa.
except for the Apex pods, which are not refrigerated. They're up front, and they're kept under light so they keep growing. And we feed them with Phyto so they don't
Y'all.
eat up all of their own nutrition in the thing.
So that's about a week's supply, right? So we refresh.
No,
every week.
No. This
Every
is
other
replenished twice a week.
Twice a week. Okay, twice a week. So you always have super fresh stuff, because
Yes.
if
We're
you
going
don't
through it
run
fast.
through this stuff, it cannot. We want you to have the fresh stuff for sure.
Look at this. Okay, so I help to work the reef nutrition booth at a lot of the trade shows. And if you come to the shows, you might not, like, we have these bottles here on display, but we don't always, it's not always ones that you are going to find at your local fish store. And one of the things that I love about Saltwater Aquarium is that you can get like the whole reef nutrition line in all of the different sizes. So you can see right here, you've got all of the different sizes, and we carry those. Now this specific line up here is for if you are doing live cultures, if you are
So you want to hear
breeding
something
fish and
funny?
stuff like that.
I just had another order. He orders from us about every other month. It's a oyster farm. It's 1 million oysters or 1 billion oysters in New Jersey, I believe it is.
What?
He orders from me all the time. And I try and talk to him. He orders 60 of these bottles every time. So I'm like, why don't you want to order the big ones? And I think he says he doesn't trust, like, to give a bigger bottle to somebody. So each individual bottle or whatever he uses is a perfect dose for what he's doing. So he prefers just to do it that way.
That makes
So
cool.
I just sent out 60 of them. A few
Billion oyster
days.
experience?
Yep, serious.
That's awesome.
Yep, it's in there.
So again, just with all of the different sizes, depending on whatever size tank, if you've got a giant tank, or if you're like myself and have some of the smaller tanks, you can get whatever size you need. You're not cornered into a specific size.
Yeah, you can yell.
Yeah.
And
ROE.
that's just reef nutrition right there.
This is just reef
It's
nutrition.
just reef nutrition, exactly.
You say you turn all of that in 2 times a week?
Yeah, we're doing about twice a week reloads right now.
Yeah, we reload twice a week now. Yeah. Oh yeah.
And actually, I'll just say one thing real quick. To be a certified vendor of reef nutrition, you're required to have a pickup location in Chicago, if you buy on the website and you're local and you want to pick it up, we can make that happen. We actually have a pickup location. Some of the other online vendors who sell online are kind of skirting that rule, but we do actually do what they tell us to do.
You can have a will call anytime you want some of this stuff. I was waiting to see you do that. I knew you were going to do that. I do it enough time. Yeah, this year. And we also want to talk a little bit about turbo tonight or no?
Yeah.
You can.
Yes, absolutely. Refrigerated stuff.
Okay, so here's the turbo line for all of your bacterias from Fritz. We have all of the 700 and 900 turbos, 900 being the saltwater, 700 being freshwater systems. These are excellent bacteria. Even here, when we do water changes, we add the freshwater or the saltwater. Not very much freshwater, but mostly saltwater for our facility here. Whenever we're doing water changes, we add more bacteria to it. It helps because of the large volume of animals we're carrying. That the bacteria helps the tank, and also it's great to start off a tank. So some of these tanks that we have over here, we'll do a water change of like 70 to 80%. Especially in the invert snail tanks and things like that. So when we put it back, I always add bacteria to the tank also with the water chain to make them cycle perfect and not hurt anything inside the system.
That's replenished weekly, right? They overnight us turbo stars once a week.
Oh yeah, yeah. This right here is at least once a week, and maybe sometimes. Well, I ordered twice this week already because I ran out of completely. This row here usually is 4 ounces on both sides of these. And we're completely out of not completely out. I should say the backup is gone, and it's coming on Monday. So we'll have some on Monday.
Man.
So that's what that's. But we go through this, at least what we have here, once a week. So it's always fresh. It's not a problem with that.
Okay, can you walk through all of the frozen foods, show all of the coolers, just go down the line so everyone can see what we have available? And it's also on sale, saltwateraquarium.com.
All right.
And Ken, just out of curiosity, what is the price point to get you free shipping for the frozen foods?
So frozen food will never ship free. It's a $30 flat fee that covers the dry ice, the cooler, the hazmat sticker, the priority FedEx overnight. Yes, the actual cost is more than $30. It's probably $45, $50 real cost.
I was gonna say just the dry ice alone with the certificate and having to send it through with the dry ice ticket and everything else. You're adding at least $10 to $12 per box, easy on those.
So just be aware when you order frozen food from us. Yes, I'm charging $30 because I feel like that's fair, but I'm also losing $20 in all those expenses. Hopefully, you order more than $20 worth of food. That's the game.
All right, as we were talking earlier, this is Larry's LRS foods. We carry the whole line right here, as you can see it, and I believe Ken carries all of the seaweeds in that also. So we have all that, right, Ken? From Larry's?
Yes. We have the full line of LRS. Everything he sells, I'll carry.
Okay, so we have that here.
Hey, and we did earlier when we spoke to Larry, we asked him about how long this stuff keeps. And, even when it's frozen, and he was saying a year. So that whole thing about if you're going to order some of this and the expense of the shipping, stock up on it a bit. As long as you have a freezer at home that you can put 10 of these packs in, or, order 10 at a time.
So here's another new line for us that is doing very well. Is our rods food. It's excellent. I've known rod foods for 20-some, 30-some years. I think it was probably, 25 years at least. Because I was one of the first guys to sell it for them at little trade shows. But it's a great product. And this is their full line here that we're carrying also now.
Yeah, what you'll see is a mix of chest freezers for somewhat picking, sometime long time storage. And we also have some picking freezers down at the end. We'll get to that.
Yep. And then on these freezers here, this is Reef Nutrition and Ocean Nutrition. So, it's San Francisco Bay and Reef Nutrition. I'm sorry. I'm okay. Ocean Nutrition. I'm all right. I'm getting a little late. Sorry. So here's one of the freezers here. We carry their full line also. That's available. You've got some. It won't come down. We got mysis shrimp in the flat packs. We have
Jimmy
clams on the half. This is probably for you, Jim. And we have silver side, and then down here we have packages of some say this is squid, frozen squid. So if you want to change up and choose some of that, you get that. So we have this line. And let's go down here and talk about what Ken's talking about. So right now we're a little low because we've been hit hard. We've sold a lot. The used racks here are all we get it in, we fill these, and this is where we pick from, so we don't have to keep opening that freezer and taking stuff out of it. We leave them to stay frozen. So we line up all the foods lines that we carry in here. So this right here is Ocean Nutrition. This one here, San Francisco Bay. And then the flat packs are only in there. We try and separate the stuff so we know where we're going. We grab it and we line it all up so that it's really quick and we don't keep the freezers open that long. And so this is all saltwater stuff here.
Hold on, give me just a second. Let me
Sure, go ahead.
slowly. No, we're good.
Claire? No.
I just want everybody to be able to see all the stuff that we have. We've got some krill down here.
This will be replenished again probably in the next couple of weeks, probably. All of it again.
We use some of these foods at the aquarium.
Yep, they do. So this one here. So this is another one which sells really well for us. This is still your San Francisco Bay and Ocean Nutrition. These are really good sellers. This is all the 2-pound rolls. You just roll it out and just break off a row of it. So you'll get a row for each row you have here. There's 2 pounds. It's not the hard flat pack. It rolls up. It takes up much less room than having 10 of the hard packs in there. So we have blood.
Hillary, have you not seen this?
No, there was like 1 or 2 of these freezers when I was here last time.
You know, I'm always working, Ken, trying to get it better for us. Come on now. Just kidding, brother. So then
It looks great, man. It looks really, really good, dude. I'm super impressed.
So this is more of our silver sides. And we also carry below here is where I know is the more silver sides and all the clams on the half shell. 2 pounds, quarter pound, they're 2 ounce, 4 ounce, 8 ounce, and 32 ounce of the clams on the half shell in here. And more silver sides and the flat packs of silver sides also here.
Came in the
And
sun.
3.5s.
It's so cute.
Yeah. And it's this one here. And then over here, this one we keep strictly our roller cubes. And as you can see, we're down to the roller cubes that are left in here. We have used all that stuff we just got in, Ken. We sold everything but what you're looking at right now. Those 2 things right there is all we have left. So I know we're supposed to be getting an order probably
Dude,
right
I don't
after.
think I can keep up with all this ordering. How much
Well, I'm
time
gonna have
do
to, and I'll start take care of it. Relax.
It's
We got a
crazy,
team.
dude.
We got a team, man. We can handle it. No problem.
This is
Okay, this is this one. And then I'll show you up front something. We try and keep the fresh water easier for us. We keep the fresh water separate so that we don't have any mistakes. Grabbing the wrong one.
What?
I gotta walk slower. I
I
forgot.
say you gotta walk slower.
The old lady behind me. So up front, I know this is Ken's favorite area with my freshwater
Look at
fish
this.
tanks. I know this is your favorite area, Ken. Freshwater fish tanks. And Ken, just for
Hold
you, did she
Wait,
tell you
hold on.
about this?
Hold on, we gotta show them this.
I'll show him this one. He'll love
Look
this.
at this.
Ooh, that's awesome.
How pretty are all those fish?
Dude,
Like that?
that's almost cool.
I love you
It's
too,
very
bro.
cool.
Watch your step. Watch your step.
Love our banner.
So this is our little break room and people resting, and this is where we keep all of our Apex pods and our bags that are pre-made up. Also, we have areas like this. Well, let's talk to you about the frozen food. This is where we keep our freshwater frozen food up here, so they can come. They know when they're getting a freshwater, or they come up here like our turtle diet and our freshwater multi packs, and most of our bloodworms. We sell a lot of bloodworms, and so the different sizes of bloodworms we sell. So that's basically why we keep it up here. It's easier. And down the road, I'm thinking we'll probably end up taking more of these stand-up freezers and put them in here and get rid of some of the stuff that's in here and move it upstairs so we have more room down here.
Look at this.
They don't need to have a break area, right?
What?
I'm kidding. I'm teasing. Employees have to relax. Other than that, I think that's about it for our quickie, and I'm looking forward to next Friday. We're gonna see it again. You can see a lot of female betas here.
Are those Julian's mangroves?
Yes, of course. Julian's mangroves. This whole setup is a Julian setup. This is the tank from him. This is like 10 years old. I took one of his tanks, but redid it for him. I did everything with Julian. The only thing I took out of here because it keeps growing too much algae was the stacks in this freshwater system. I think the calcium with the freshwater reacts differently. So it doesn't work like with a saltwater tank. In the saltwater tanks, we don't have any issues, but in the freshwater, they would just constantly grow algae just on those. But other than that, it's great for this. All right.
Okay,
well,
dude. So cool, man. Thank you for the tour. Next
You're
Friday, we'll tour the entire coral farm. We're showing everybody everything. So
Yep. And upstairs, we got a lot going on up there now too.
that's just amazing, dude. What you've been able to put together in what, 3 years from nothing, right?
Yep. From nothing. Yes, that's it. We've been here almost 3 years, right? Yeah, 3 years.
It's
Yeah.
close to 3 years. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just
Yes.
wild.
Yeah.
I never imagined it would be something like this. Like, it's just wild.
Well, I want to make it bigger, so we'll keep working, right?
bigger. Bigger's
so
not
next
always
week we're
better.
gonna see-
Bigger's not always
No,
better.
no, not always bigger, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know. You want to
Sell more, sell more, sell
We'll
more, and
do
make more
It's
nicer
fun.
stuff.
As long as we're having fun, I'm doing it.
Right.
If
I'm
we're not
there.
having fun, then
Yeah, you won't see me if I'm not having fun.
So we're
All
going
right,
to see
brother.
the fish next week.
we're going to see the corals. The
You're gonna
fish
show
are
the
in a
coral.
different
Yes,
facility
coral.
mostly. So
Yeah.
we don't
Yeah.
have time to bore everyone with everything. But I just want to
Before
give them a
1,000
taste
fish.
of like how we operate, what we're doing. Like
Yep.
we mean business. We're not just like some little whatever basement,
Yeah.
whatever. I don't know what you call it. But
Yeah, I've been in this
We are-
hobby now for, let's see, since I was 20, and I hate to say it, I'm 66. So yeah, a few years.
You're older than Jimmy.
I'm older than probably everybody in our team. So it happens.
Well then.
That's all right.
Yep.
It's all right.
Grandpa shirt. It's time for the grandpa shirt.
yeah,
I am a
so
grandpa. I'm
cool,
pretty
man.
happy about that. That's
Yeah,
good.
that's what I'm saying. It's got to say right on the back, grandpa. No
That's
shame
okay.
in that.
I'm proud of that. All right.
Okay.
All right,
It's
guys.
time for, first of all, thanks to
Hillary,
Mark
you
and
ready for
Hillary.
trivia? You need a
That was
minute.
a great tour.
Give me a
Thank
second to deconstruct and set back up.
Okay.
Okay. Now's the
Handle it.
time when we go to Greg Tracks, and we're changing it up this year because that's how we roll at saltwateraquarium.com. Hillary has some aquarium trivia. So if you're like me and you think Greg's Tracks movie and song and whatever pulling out of his trivia is way too hard, then we also have Hillary trivia. We do giveaways for that as well. Tracks, I went to Buc-ee's yesterday. Where's the Buc-ee's hat?
Where to what?
I went to Buc-ee's yesterday. Where's the Buc-ee's hat?
He's wearing a Bucky's hat. What are you talking
I'm
about?
wearing Bucky's hat.
Bro, it's on his head.
Oh, I can tell. It was now I can see
It's just
it.
it's a beaver.
So I had a bunch of folks last week, I guess, complain that I wasn't changing shirts like always. But seeing as I don't leave the camera during how we're doing it this year, I didn't think anybody wanted to see that about my wife. So I will be
Next
changing
week.
hats, changing hats all throughout trivia
Ooh.
this week. I'm going to talk a little about trivia, how we do it, how you win, the rules, all that kind of stuff, while we're waiting for Hillary to get ready. So there's going to be a total of 10 random trivia questions. We're going to alternate between Trivia's Reef Hillary. That's the fireball talk.
Guys, it's been late. It's late for a small business. Let's go.
Between Hillary's Reef trivia and my holiday song trivia. Simple
What?
prizes this year, but great prizes. Store credit, either $100 or $50 for every single question. I don't think we've ever had where the same person's won twice, but I'm sure we'd wiggle that out, whatever.
Did you give up on your movie trivia after I stumped you last year 4 out of 5
Your
times?
movie- I'm going to swear on this. Your movie trivia was bullshit. Anyway.
It's better than yours.
Anything. Random movies you like. Nothing to do with Christmas. It's Christmas. Gosh dang it. Anyway, how we win. I'm going to read a question, and we're going to wait for the answer. We're going to banter a little back and forth. Comments are going to be coming flying in. Ken is watching all the answers from Facebook, from YouTube. They're going through. It is not, and I can't say this enough times, it is not about the first person that answers right. It might be, but it's the first correct answer that Ken sees. That is who we're going for. He's got a list of the answers. I've got the list of the questions and answers here in front of me too. It's the first one he sees because they're going to be flying through. The first correct answer he sees wins. Do we all understand that? Because every year, just like how I stated, I work all weekend during Thanksgiving in the month. My computer just stays on at home on Saturday and Sunday. And I lost count this year of the number of people. I expect to be given the credit in my account because I was the first answer. Great. Please listen to the rules. Awesome that you answered first. Answer it and keep answering it. Go ahead and enter your answer, your correct answer, as many times as you want. That'll help Ken see you faster. It's the first correct answer that he sees. And some folks this year just bent out of shape. Don't play. You don't have to. We're just giving away stuff for having a good time. And thank you for spending time with us. So again, 5 holiday song trivias from me, 5 reef trivias from Hillary. Each one, and I'll say what it's worth right when we say it, is either $50 or $100 of saltwateraquarium.com store credit. When I read the question and we've picked the answer, it'll come up here on the screen so you'll see your name posted. If you won, you need to email me at sales@saltwateraquarium.com with your name, obviously your email. Make sure the email you're emailing me from, you've created an account if you aren't already shopping with us, because now you're getting store credit. It's right at the top of the page, the main homepage, sign in, register, right, like on the rightish hand side of the screen. So email in to sales@saltwateraquarium.com with the question and answer that you answered correctly on, because I'm going to correlate that here on my notes. Okay? Ready to go? Hillary, you ready?
I'm ready.
Let's start with your first reef question. Folks, we're going to kick off reef holiday trivia with a $100 gift card to saltwateraquarium.com. Hillary, question.
All right. Name 2 things that you can look at to determine the age of a fish. So I'm looking for 2 things that you can look at to determine the age of a fish.
Hillary, can I just give you one answer and win?
You could guess.
Doesn't
count, though.
People. 2 things. What 2 things can you look at to determine the age of a fish? Oh, man, I just work here. I do have a tank at home. Saltwater tank and all, but yeah, I reading her questions. Yeah, no idea. So again, this is for our reefing folks or super extreme hobbyists. Hopefully you know what the heck we're looking for. So yeah. Nothing coming up the bottom.
I will say I made them a little bit harder this year.
Here we go. All right, so we've got, so at Peak Hunter, I'm writing this down. 2 things for what do age of a fish, scales, and otillus.
Otillus. It's the ear bone of the fish.
Lovely.
They've got rings on the inside. If you look at them under a microscope, you can look at them like rings on a tree.
Awesome. Very cool. So Peak Hunter, whoever you are, email sales@saltwateraquarium.com. You just got $100 store credit. All righty. Song trivia. I always do Christmas movie trivia. We're doing some song stuff this year, changing it up a little bit. What is the answer to this question for? This one's new, easy. We're going to call this one 50. When you hear Last Christmas on the radio by George Michael and Andrew Ridgeley during the holiday season, you've officially been what? So it's like a TikTok-y thing. It's sort of like 2 years ago, folks are like doing this to each other, sending the songs. You have been this when you hear Last Christmas by George Michael and Andrew Ridgeley. You got to know who those 2 guys are and what their band was. That is your hint for what has happened to you if you hear Last Christmas. Ideas, Hillary? I don't know.
Yes, I do. I have an idea, but I don't know either of those guys. It's just a random guess.
Oh, I bet you would know it.
So this time I'm following.
Boom, there we go, Astrid. Good job, Astrid Hopkins. You just got $50 because you've been whammed. When you hear Last Christmas, you've been whammed. I've got a friend. She's a delightful woman. It's one of my wife's best friends. And she's like, I listen to Christmas music every day, and I wasn't whammed until December 29th last year. The very first thing I heard when I started playing Christmas music, when the radio started playing it in November, was Last Christmas, I gave you my heart. Anyway, wham. Good job, Astrid. Email sales@saltwateraquarium for your $50 store credit. Hillary, you're up next.
All right. What are they going to win for this one?
We're going to go 50.
Okay. For $50. Earlier this year, researchers discovered a cure for sea star wasting disease. What did they determine was the culprit of that disease? I'm looking for a scientific name on this one. You
Yeah.
can give me the full name or just the first one.
I do your name for $50. Come on, Google. Be these people's friend.
Don't tell them to Google it.
I bet half these folks are Googling it. Like
Okay, yeah,
Callahan, I was
probably.
like, well, Greg doesn't know the answers to this crap. I am full of worthless knowledge. Take me to your trivia nights, people. I know stupid stuff.
We should do saltwater trivia next time we have a show. Like
We
team going out.
All right. Oh my goodness. They even gave us an extra word. Hillary, I'm going to let you say what
Nope.
Aquilabadalis. I can't even say that. You want me to say this?
Go for it.
Bacterium Vibrio pectenikita. Nasha, I need to know something.
So Vibrio is a common disease that shows up in a lot of fish tanks. So when I saw this one, I was like, actually, that's really not surprising. But that's good because it's causing a lot of issues. Go research.
Awesome. So the folks who are coming in here with the at this, that, please make sure you include that in your email when you email sales@saltwateraquarium.com so I know who the heck you're. I'm like, I'm Tina Smith and I won. I don't have Tina Smith. Make sure you include these handles for me when you write in for your winnings. Good job. All righty. This one is from my other customer service associate. I've been asking in the office, hey, what's your favorite song? And I need a trivia question. So Liz in customer service, if you call and you don't get me, you're going to get Liz. And her favorite song is Christmas Wrapping by the Waitresses. So what did the lead singer and her friend she bumps into forget at the all-night grocery in Christmas Wrapping by the Waitresses? There's something they both forgot. It's really close to the end of the song, she says, is her hint. And Hillary knows this one. See, I'm not just making this crap up.
This is also my favorite Christmas song.
Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, a Christmas Wrapping, spelled WRAPPING, but it considered technically a rap song in case you didn't know that, which is why it is Christmas Wrapping. So Christmas Wrapping by the Waitresses, lead singer bumps into her friend at the all-night grocery. They both forgot something, and it was Carlos Otero says cranberries for the win. Good job, Carlos. You just got a $100 saltwater aquarium store credit. Email me at sales@saltwateraquarium.com to claim your winnings. All righty. Back over to you, Hillary. This one seemed kind of simple to me. Even I knew this one. So we're going to do $50 for Hillary's next one.
Okay. Larval sand dollars have a very unique method of self-defense if they can sense a predator fish nearby. What is it that they do to defend themselves?
Ooh. I don't know much, but I knew this one.
I talked about this in one of the cold water curiosity videos. So if you haven't seen that, definitely go back and watch it. There's all sorts of like nerdy trivia in those videos.
So sand dollars, larvals, have a unique method of self-defense when they sense a predator fish in the waters nearby. What is it that they do? Joey balls. Hey, Joey balls 7679. Yes, splitting, dividing themselves. I do love when like your eBay handles and your random Little Kitty Lick Lick was one of my first customers. And if you don't give me your real name in an email, I'm like, dear Little Kitty Lick Lick, thank you so much for asking this question, whatever. So Joey Balls 7679. You just got $50 store credit. Good job, Joey.
I love all of these hats that you have.
Yeah. All right. This next one, I'm doing $100. This is a $100 store credit because I think this one's kind of difficult because not a lot of folks know this one. Charlie Brown Christmas. It's got a main theme. What's the title of that main theme? It is not Charlie Brown Christmas. Da 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 boom 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 da 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 boom 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 boom. Has a name. It's actually a pretty simple name, but if you don't know it, what the heck? But now you'll all know it soon because Joey Balls 238 Whoopie Whoopie is going to give us an answer. It's used in multiple peanut specials, but it premiered with the Christmas special. There we go, Jonah. I think you won last week, but hey, good for you. Jonah Gwen, Linus and Lucy. So the Van Pelt children, their names Linus and Lucy, is the title of that song. Good job, $100. Email sales@saltwateraquarium.com for your credit. Hillary, you're up for $100 because I had no clue.
Yes. I'm hoping to teach people something with this one if they don't know the answer. What was the name of the marine biologist who, in 1832, invented the first aquarium as a way to study aquatic animals?
I don't know what was his name.
This person was a marine biologist that invented the first aquarium back in 1832, long, long time ago. I would be very impressed if you know this.
Hillary, I have a hint for you. It's a secret. They're going to Google it.
I'm sure they are.
Fastest Googler, fastest typer, fastest copy and paster wins $100 store credit to saltwateraquarium.com.
They'll learn something new.
Yes. To learn how
This person
fast
also
you
is
copy
really
and paste.
into
Here we
cephalopod
go.
research.
Mark Hextall 891. Oh, Jean Villapru Power? Villapru? Jean Jongjin. Sure. Awesome. Mark, email me at sales@saltwateraquarium.com. This one's easy. It's a good one. It's a simple Christmas trivia. Hee-haw, hee-haw, hee-haw. What nationality is Dominic the Donkey? What nationality is Dominic the Donkey? They say it a couple times, and the song's it's not racist. It's like the guy of this nationality is doing the song, but it's just like, oh man, that's kind of bad. Hee-haw, hee-haw, hee-haw. What kind of Christmas donkey is Dominic? Everyone knows this annoying Christmas song.
Oh, I want a hippopotamus for Christmas is another good one.
One of my daughters, she just got cast as Fiona in Shrek at the musical at her high school this year. But she was, 4, maybe 5, and she sang "I Want a Hippopotamus for Christmas" with a good buddy of mine, John, at a Christmas festival. There we go, Ryan Ritz. Italian, the Italian Christmas donkey. La 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 la. That makes me want to take a swig of Fireball. All right, Hillary, did I say that was $50? That was $50, Ryan. You want a $50 store credit? Email sales@saltwateraquarium.com. And again, a quick reminder: I only said it once last week, and then I said it again this week. It's not the first person that answers. Ryan could have been the 100th. But that's the first correct answer that Ken saw. So, a couple more to go. We got one each left to go.
All right.
$50 for your final one here, Hillary. Go for it.
What is the name of the snail that acts kind of like a decorator crab by adding shells from other mollusks to its own shell? Bonus points if you've ever seen one of these because they're really cool.
I have not.
You should Google it.
A lot of people are probably Googling it right now.
Yeah.
Oh. RoboSkull once. Drinkage. You want to hold that for me? Hold that. There we go. Name of the snail that acts like a decorator crab by adding shells from other mollusks to its own shell. Here we go. Opening doors with Doug. What the heck are these? Say a carrier snail. Good job. Opening doors with Doug. You just got $50 at saltwateraquarium.com. Email me, please. sales@saltwateraquarium. Again, folks, when you email me in, make sure the email you're emailing me from, you have an account with us. If not, right at the top of the webpage, sign in, register, create an account so that I can add your credit nice and simple. All righty, folks. Final question. In the 1980s, a bunch of stars got together. Michael Jackson, Boy George, The Boss, Cyndi Lauper, and many more, like Dan Aykroyd from Ghostbusters. They got together for one night only to record Do They Know It's Christmas Time at All? It wasn't just a collection of celebrities. This supergroup had a name. What was the name of the supergroup that sang and recorded that song in one night? Still played every single year. A really great documentary came out last Christmas about it. It's like an hour long. I want to say it was on HBO. If you got that. If not, I guess I should have looked at the title of that one, but no. It was really good. It was very interesting. There we go. Steven X27218 or 7. Yeah, 7X27218. Band-Aid. The supergroup was collectively known as Band-Aid. It was kind of, I think it was right around the same time as Live Aid, that big concert series that was going on. Like Freddie Mercury and Queen, the whole Bohemian Rhapsody movie with the Live Aid performance. It was something like that, but it wasn't a big concert tour. It was just a one-night recording to raise money. Yeah, it was awesome. Folks, that's holiday trivia for November 21st. More holiday and reefing trivia coming to you next week. Hillary, thanks so much. Mark, it's time to give away and announce our TANKSGiving winners so I can write all this stuff down too. He's busy reading a Coral magazine.
What? I'm trying to get smarter so I can win on trivia next week because I'm reading Hillary's Jawfish article so that I can learn something. How about you take some aquarium trivia out of your article for next week, Hillary?
You know, I thought about that, but then I figured it would be way too easy.
No. Why don't you try? At least try one. Humor me. Go for one. And check out the Jawfish magazine that has an article, Jawfishes in the Wild, an overview by Hillary Jaffe. Okay. With that, let's give away some stuff. Why are we giving away stuff? Because every day in the month of November and a little bit into December, because that's how we roll, we're giving away an aquarium or aquarium gear. If you just finding out about this, you must be stuck under your bio balls and your sump. Here's how this works. We give it away. Go on social media. You'll see the post, like and comment about it, and then go to saltwateraquarium.com/tanksgiving. On that page, you will see everything that we're giving away. Now, don't just enter once because you have to enter for the giveaway that you want. That way we know you actually want it. Because if you didn't want the tank and someone else really did, that would be a bummer. So register for the one you want. Click on the link. It'll take you to a page, name and email address so that we can get a hold of you if you won. And remember, if anyone contacts you on social media, says, hey, I need your contact information because you won, they're lying. We're only going to email you. So make sure your email is accurate. And of course, check your spam, junk, and social folders if you're on Gmail to make sure that you get the response from us and it goes in your inbox so you see it, so we don't have a winner that never responds to us, so they never get to claim.
Hey, Mark, I've got all the winner emails literally ready to go and posted here based on the emails that you gave me, folks. Last week, everybody claimed, which is great. So we've got all the winners. I've got it ready to go as soon as this live stream's over. Send. I at Sales of Saltwater Aquarium will be emailing winners. Still a couple of folks. Did I win? Did I tell you you won?
Well, that track says you won. You didn't win.
Yeah.
Rolls. Okay. November 20th, that was yesterday. A $200 credit for your choice of Real Reef rock. This is the rock that I use in all my tanks, myself and my clients' tanks. This tank right behind you, which I built for a client. Third tank I built for the guy, Real Reef rock. His tank upstairs, which if you're on the live stream earlier, it used Real Reef rock. $200 for your choice of Real Reef rock. They have branch rock. They have shelf rock. They have what I call football rock, kind of oval type rock. They also have the arch product, which I love. Different size arches. Some of the arches have 3 feet. It's a really cool way to make swim throughs on your tank, caves without having to glue rock, stack stuff, use rods. Blah. Forget it. That stuff way too hard. It doesn't have to be that hard. You can just use the Real Reef products. Okay, November 20th, $200 credit for your choice of Real Rock. Bob Brower, you're the winner on that one. Congrats on that. Have to say I'm jealous. Would love to have some real reef arches in my tank. They were not out yet when I built the tank. Jimmy is threatening to come and tear out some of Aquascape and put some of those in. Okay. November 19th, $200 credit for Avid Aqua gear. Terrence from Avid Aqua was on earlier. I still think $200 is going to get you everything that Avid Aqua sells. That's a sweet giveaway, from frag racks to coral transport items, an upcoming display at some point. If you want to save your credit for that, you might be able to do that. But Avid Aqua has it all. They also have those probe holders that I talked about, dosing line holders. They have frag racks that you can add on, modular frag racks. They have carriers. They really have a lot. And yes, if you're like me who has a bigger tank, 3/4 inch glass, they have magnets that will work with that. All right, the November 19th, $200 credit for the Avid Aqua gear is Colton Tate. That's a name. Colton Tate, spelled with a K. Super unique. Okay, congrats, Colton. You're the winner. November 18th, Current USA Orbit Marine C Loop LED. Any size, you get to pick it. If you win this one, from small to big, your choice. It's all you. You get to choose the Current USA Orbit Marine IC Loop LED. Ooh, a lady reefer from this one. Amber Wilcox, you're the winner on that one. Okay. Next up, November 17th, PMW Custom Micro Reef Ready Tank. This is a fun little way to have a tank that you could actually transport around with you. Jimmy did an interview with a guy who comes to the trade shows. He carries the tank with him. He goes on the plane with him. He might have even done other crazy stuff while he's transporting the tank. This is a micro reef ready tank. It actually has a sump in this thing. It's wild. The winner for that is Crystal Road, another lady reefer. Ladies, you're racking it up tonight. I dig it. All right, November 16th, $150 worth of Vitalis fish food package. They have marine grazer rings. They have pellets. They have pellets that you can mash together and stick on your glass, and the fish will pick at it for a while, unless you have toothy fish like Jimmy, who will pick it off immediately. But for most of us who don't, they have all kinds of food. Freshwater pellets, freshwater pellets, saltwater pellets. They have flake food. If you're into that, probably Mark Gray still feeds flake food. They have flake food as well. All this stuff you get to choose because you get $150 Vitalis fish food package. Andy Stipe, you're the winner on that one. I wonder if he's related tracks to Michael Stipe. Shiny, happy people.
Whatever happened to REM? So sad. They were great.
That's a good question. You should look it up and find out for your question next week.
It was the drummer got like brain cancer and quit the band, and they had to use a drum machine for a while, and then those albums didn't do awesome. That's as much as I know.
Okay. You just gave away your own question. Awesome. November 15th, Apex, Neptune System Apex Control Board. You need a way to make your tank look great. One way to do that is with automation, but then you got all those cords and probes and things. How do you mount it? How do you make it look cool and also show off your pride that you're a Neptune Systems guy or girl? Well, this control board does that for you. It keeps it organized, keeps it clean, easy to mount. And the winner for that is Scott Stroke. I believe that's how you say the last name, Scott Stroka. Congrats on that one. All right, last giveaway for the night. Remember, we got a whole other week and a half-ish week and then some of giveaways. It happens into November. So if you haven't won yet, make sure you go to saltwaterquarium.com/TANKSGiving. Watch those social medias for the post we're giving away that day and enter if you want to win it. Ooh, November 14th, Red Sea Reefer 350 G3. This is a brand new system. We don't necessarily mean it's new out of the box, because of course because that's how we roll here at saltwaterquarium.com. These tanks just came out last month, so what Ken told me. So brand new tank with a black stand. Nice, good-looking system. That's a sizable tank. You better bring some beer or pizza for your buddies to move that. You ain't moving that on your own, even if you are Larry DuPont and you can bench press a pallet of LRS food. The Red Sea Reefer 350 GT Aquarium with black stand. Jason Quigley, like Quigley Down Under? Sea Tracks, I remember that movie. Jason, you're the winner for that. All right. It is 12:04. It's now Saturday. All sales are live at saltwaterquarium.com. If you've been waiting for a better sale, you think something else is going to go on sale later. If it's going on sale, it's on sale. Now's the time to grab stuff, stock up stuff. The deepest discounts of the year are rolling now. Don't miss them. We work hard not to run out on stuff. And of course, remember, we're a small business, so it may not ship the next day. It may take a day or two. It may get backed up. We're not going to complain about that. That's a good thing. We'll take your orders. We'll make you happy. We will see you next week, November 28th. I will be at headquarters hanging out with Greg Trax.
Jason Quigley's on.
Oh, he's on the stream. How's that for hardcore? Congrats, Jason. You won the Red Sea 350 Reefer with Black Sand.
Jason,
Brand
I'll
new
be
tank,
sending you an email
brand new
with
model.
what I need from you to get you your tank.
Okay, next Friday, Black Friday, I'm back at headquarters with Greg Trax. We're going live for another marathon, 6-hour live stream. Make sure you tune in. We'll have more giveaways. But again, everything that's going on sale is on sale. Now's the time to shop. Thanks, everyone. Have a great rest of your night. We'll catch you next week.
Thank you. Thanks for shopping.